airspace. There were intrusions in 26 areas, hundreds of drones. Some of these drones were armed drones. Firozpur was one of the areas where these armed drones struck. There have been injuries on the ground over there. This morning, overnight, there's been damage which has taken place in Jammu and in Srinagar as well. There have been intense air activity which has taken place, fighter plane activity as well. Three, at least, Pakistani Air Force bases have likely been targeted. The Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, that's arguably their most important air base. The Murid Air Base, also known as Chakwal, it is located in Chakwal, roughly 100 kilometers south of Islamabad. The Rafiqi Air Base in Shorkot in Punjab, that's about 250 kilometers southwest of Lahore. Why is this all important? Because these are primary air bases of the Pakistan Air Force, and these are logistical hubs. The effort would be to ensure strategic disruption, which would hamper Pakistan's ability to maintain air operations across the entire region. We are now entering a period of which we've not seen since 1971. For several of our viewers tuning in, this is an almost unreal scenario, but India has to remain strong at this stage. We have to ensure that the information that we put out is accurate, and we have to ensure that we reflect on the role of our forces who are now fighting back and fighting back hard. As we speak right now, it is a fluid situation, it is an active situation. There could be areas which are under attack presently. In reaching out to armed forces personnel throughout the morning, I have been told that it is fluid, things are developing constantly, and there is no immediate response to an immediate piece of information that they seek, that I have sought clarity on. That's because the front where all of this is taking place is large. It goes all the way from Jammu and Kashmir in the north into Rajasthan in the south at the very least. There have been all sorts of weapon systems which have been used. There have been several missile systems which have been used. Surface-to-air missiles have flown off to intercept targets. Drones have been used by the Pakistanis. Whether India has also used drones or not at this juncture, we do not know. But there is video which is quite clear, which has come in several hours back now, of the primary airbase I was talking about in Pakistan, the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi. A huge explosion over there and smoke billowing out. Noor Khan is approximately 10 kilometers from Islamabad, near the Pakistan military's general headquarters. It is therefore a central air base. There are military transports, air-to-air refuelers, that sort of thing. There are all sorts of weapon systems, remnants and fragments of drones which have been intercepted, remnants of boosters which separate from surface-to-air missiles, which are all over fields in Rajasthan, Punjab. So there's a lot of that which is coming in right now. The situation in Srinagar was particularly tense this morning when there were several explosions which were heard. As we wait for this press conference to start, I'm joined by Lieutenant General Arun Sani. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. How do you look at the present situation now, given the fact that it's entirely fluid, and as per some reports, some attacks may be continuing even as we speak?
Good morning, Vishnu. I think other than the armed forces, I think the news anchors are the ones who are fighting the war. I think they've been extremely busy with all the activity that has been happening. But may I just say that I think the events yesterday morning, there seemed to be that there may be a slowdown as far as, or a escalation downwards after what had happened on the previous night. But I think with the attacks that have happened again, they seem to have upped the ante and seem to be, especially more so when they've started hitting the civilian areas, both in Jammu and most of the border towns that we've seen. I mean, I have family in Jammu and I was talking, and most of the people are extremely, concerned and agitated. But I think, as you said correctly, the morale of the people is fantastic. And I think if the citizens hold on, I think it's the best thing for the armed forces. I think when I read this battle, I thought we had come to a stage where Pakistan may look at a drawdown, but the attacks of yesterday have indicated that seems that there is still more to come. And I think India has done the right thing by actually targeting only their military installations and airport bases, which will have an impact on the conduct of their future missions.
I think that's a key point, General Sani, because it is a fact, and we've got footage on our screen right now. I think that's from the Jammu area, just the previous shot of damage on the ground in Jammu, damage on the ground in Firozpur and in other areas. These are populated areas. Therefore, the point that you're making is essential, that Pakistan has, this is Jammu, Pakistan has struck populated areas. India has been hitting military targets.
Absolutely. And I think the other thing that is of concern, which has actually come out now with evidence, is the collusivity both of Turkey and of China. I mean, China always knew was providing them the arsenal. However, I think if I had to look at it as a military man, I think some of the performance of their weapon systems have not been as good as what they have been claiming. So I think that was one aspect. Yes, the coming in of Turkey and providing them these drones, utilizing deception measures of just sending in these cheap drones along with the armed drones or the loiter munitions has actually created a little bit of a pressure on our air defense. But what has come out is that our air defense is extremely robust. They've been able to pick up. And I think most importantly, a CNR system, that is the control and reporting system of the air defense assets along the border, starting all from the S-400 moving down the Akash and other weapons of the Zu-23s and the L-70s.
All right, General Sani, just hold that thought for a moment. I'll be interrupting you repeatedly. I do apologize, but there's a lot of stuff coming in. Shiv Arur joins us now from Srinagar. Shiv, it was striking when you were reporting earlier in the day. In the middle of your live reports, we saw, or you saw and heard, loud explosions. I think we picked that up on our cameras as well. What's the situation now? Is it a lull presently? Are the air attacks or assaults or whatever took place over? Any information you can share?
Vishnu, we've gotten a confirmation that there was air activity incoming into Srinagar this morning. Much of it was captured on our cameras in terms of the sound while we were reporting. I'm standing right now on the banks of the Dal Lake. I'm not going to show any activity around it because there are security officials and other agencies that are involved in what I'm going to talk about. But we've been given permission to say that there is a search on in the Dal Lake right now for debris of what may be either a missile or a drone or possibly even an aircraft. We've been speaking to people here. There were some eyewitnesses who saw something falling into the Dal Lake during the early morning hours. There was some kind of an engagement and those two loud explosions that we heard were possibly not very far from where I'm standing, the airspace I mean. So just a short while ago there were some police boats that were conducting a search here. We understand some debris has been recovered, but there's going to be another search for more. The agencies are tight-lipped and I don't think anybody should really conjecture or speculate just yet over what exactly that debris is, because remember there are two strands here. Clearly was a drone strike because we did see hear those sounds of anti-drone measures engaging over Srinagar. The state authorities have also talked about how there was an air raid attempt by Pakistan here in Srinagar earlier today. It's a little quieter now, but the search for what could possibly be larger assets than drones or aircraft even is currently unclear. We're hoping to get some clarity on that from the MEA-MOD joint press conference. It's about to begin in Delhi, but the latest I have for you from here is that a search is on for that debris. One here in the Dal Lake, the other in a place called Lasjan in Srinagar. It's a kind of a slightly rural outbound area of Srinagar where we've just returned from there. It's been completely cordoned off by the Special Operations Group of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, so we could get nowhere near, but we're told by our sources once again that there was drone debris over there that was recovered and has been sent now for analysis. Vishnu.
And I think, Shiv, as we wait for that press conference, the story is that the frontage where all of this has been taking place, Jammu and Kashmir to the north, right down through Punjab, parts of Rajasthan as well, and further in to the mainland India, possibly Ambala, certainly Pathankot, Sirsa as well, some reports suggest, indicates the depth in which these attacks are coming. And the bigger picture is, never since 1971 has anything happened at this scale.
Very, very correct, Vishnu. After what the Indian MOD characterized as about 300 to 400 drones being engaged by Indian counter-drone measures yesterday, today you've got the Ministry of Information and Broadcast say that at least 26 armed drones were sighted in different parts of this frontage from Amritsar to Bhatinda, Akhnur. The army put out an official comment earlier today on its social media, putting out a picture of a Turkish Bayraktar drone, armed drone, attempting to apparently attack the Khasa cantonment in Amritsar. There are confirmed reports of drone activity having been intercepted over Kutch in Gujarat, Rajasthan as well, and in Jaisalmer. So you're right when you say the entire frontage between India and Pakistan, whether it is the line of control or the international border that spans so many states, there is drone activity, which suggests that Pakistan is increasingly trying to use these very, very low-cost, attritable assets that they have, most of them acquired from Turkey, but also from China, to use them to create a map of India's air defenses. They've been doing that for the last couple of days. But I'm told an increasing number of drones with warheads, whether it's loitering munitions or drones carrying munitions like the Bayraktar 2 that were shot down over Amritsar today. This is clearly something that Pakistan wants to continue to do. But the more tantalizing and interesting aspect that we're chasing, of course, is the idea that Pakistan Air Force jets were in airspace over Srinagar or near Srinagar and were engaged, according to some reports. Not confirmed, hoping for clarity on that.
And equally important, we appear to have struck Pakistan as well very, very hard. Again, we are waiting for information on that. But if the information is accurate, because the footage being shared by very, very responsible people is of a massive explosion at the Noor Khan Air Base in Rawalpindi, that's at the heart of Pakistan, 10 kilometers from the general headquarters of the Pakistani military, less than 10 kilometers, then that would send a huge signal. The success of operations in other air bases in Chakwal, which is the Murid Air Base, then the Rafiki Air Base in Shorkot. If these attacks have gone through and if they are successful, then it just gives you an idea of the extent of the Indian offensive which has gone through as well, right?
Very, very true, Vishnu. And I'm told that it isn't just the three air bases that you've just named.
There's a fourth
not
one,
just
right?
Noor Khan, Murid and Raf. There is a fourth one. I'll just name it for you in a moment because I've got that from our sources. It's the Rahimyar Khan Air Base in southern Punjab. We'll have details of that on our screen in a moment. But these four air bases have been struck. We can confirm that they've been struck because I got this from the government straight. Like you said, one of them is in Rawalpindi, the very heart of the Pakistan military headquarters, Vishnu. It's a VIP transport base. It's got refuelers, lots of logistics and support aircraft, and basically the symbolism of it being Rawalpindi, which is the headquarters of the Pakistan military, which controls all these terror groups as well. Murid is your unmanned aircraft hub in Punjab, and it's the place where many of those Turkish drones also currently operate from. They've got a whole bunch of drone squadrons that operate from there, many of which may presumably have been launched against India in these three drone waves that we've seen so far. And finally, Rafiki is a frontline fighter base, Vishnu, as you know, which operates squadrons of the JF-17 and Mirage 5 high performance interceptor aircraft. So therefore, hitting three different bases, one that's largely symbolic and ceremonial, but very, very important in terms of maintenance, logistics, and VIP transport and refueling and things like that for support. I understand even airborne early warning and control aircraft sometimes operate from the Noor Khan airport near Rawalpindi. And the other two air bases, unmanned aircraft, which have sort of defined the offensive actions by Pakistan over the last couple of days, and of course fighters, which is what we're focusing on today. So it's going to be interesting to see how this actually plays out. Clearly, Pakistan also trying to attack Indian military assets, including airfields.
Let's also talk a little bit about air defenses, which India has been using extensively. If there are incoming fighter planes or there are incoming missiles from Pakistan or drones, we have an integrated command and control system which the Air Force mans. It gets a real-time idea using multiple sensors along the entire front on what is incoming and the nature of the threat. We've also linked all of that to very sophisticated surface-to-air missiles, whether it's the Barak, the S-400, which can engage targets up to a range of 400 kilometers, including ballistic missiles of some classes, the Pechora, which is an older surface-to-air missile system since upgraded, the Akash, which is a made-in-India surface-to-air missile system, and the Israeli Spider. Significantly, and Shiv, come in on this, and I'm reporting this very, very cautiously in having spoken to experts in, I believe, parts of Punjab in a field, or in Rajasthan, there was the booster of a BrahMos missile which was found. And when I put it out there, I was told quite clearly by experts that no, that is the booster. A booster is a part which separates from the missile once it's fired. If India is indeed BrahMos, using BrahMos missiles, it is upgauging our attack, right?
Very correct, and you're right. I saw the picture that you're referring to, Vishnu, and I did send it to a couple of experts as well. They came back with exactly the same thing that you're reporting. That was a booster of a BrahMos supersonic cruise missile. Reason to believe that the BrahMos has also been thrown into the weapons mix that India is deploying against Pakistan right now. We don't know whether these were land-launched or air-launched BrahMoses.
Yeah.
That's something that we'll get to know probably later once the fog of war actually settles. Remember, India has air-launched BrahMos missiles, and the government of Pakistan early this morning said that these were air-launched weapons that were that struck their 3 air bases. But India's integrated air defense system has been performing singingly well for the last 2 days. It is still under test right now because those air strikes and attempts to penetrate airspace and population centers continues. But all of those systems, from the S-400 to the indigenous Akash to the LRSAM, MRSAM / Barak 8, which is an Indo-Israeli weapon that you're familiar with, Vishnu. The Spider is also an Israeli system, providing that kind of integrated shield over vital assets and population centers of India. Are really seeing a trial by fire. There's nothing classified, of course, about what we're talking about, because these are very well-known open source pieces of weaponry that India deploys for this very purpose. But it is quite clear that they are sort of returning their investment for the last 3 days.
And it's not just that. We've got, it stretches from low tech to high tech. So if the S-400 and the Barak are on the higher end of the tech spectrum, relatively low tech solutions are also there. There is a summer system where the Indian Air Force, through a solution, a Jugaad solution, if you will, has used missiles which, such as the R-73 and the R-27, which are ending their life, their shelf life. Those are being used and have been used to take out incoming drones. I'm going to take a short break, come back with a lot more. All right, wait just a moment. We aren't taking a break. We can see action over there. That press conference about to begin. That's the Foreign Secretary, a Colonel of the Army and a Wing Commander. Let's listen in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Shri Vikram Mishri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, sir, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, good morning. Namaskar. Sorry to keep you all waiting. जैसा कि हम पिछले 2-3 प्रेस ब्रीफिंग्स में भी बता चुके हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी गतिविधियां हैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से, जो एक एस्केलेटरी तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं और प्रोवोकेटिव तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं. I've said on numerous earlier occasions, it is Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern, and I'll invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to update you on the developments since early this morning. Colonel Qureshi.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी. उसमें यूकैप ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया. नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए। भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया। फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई। मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायु सेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई। पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए। टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशन, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया। रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहमियार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक के सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए। पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन एम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए। इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की। चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वह अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके। ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया। साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपों को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए। भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है। नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही। भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। आखिर में आपको कुछ वीडियो दिखाना चाहती हूँ जहां पर इंडियन आर्मी के वेपन्स एलओसी पर पाक के एसेट्स को ध्वस्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। स्क्रीन में आप देख सकते हैं इस वीडियो को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Commander Singh.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircraft to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar sites at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Behrangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arms fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy and these air force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, there are also time stamped. This is today. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel Qureshi. Thank you, Wing Commander Singh. I just have a few points to make in closing. First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation, and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false, once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, as you would have gathered from this morning's briefing, we are dealing with an evolving situation. Accordingly, today we don't have the time to take questions, but we will continue to update you on this situation as we go along. Thank you all very much for joining us this morning.
A very important press conference by the External Affairs, the Foreign Secretary and two spokespersons of the armed forces. I'll be joined by Shiv Arur as we go through all of the details, but I'm going to run through some of them. Pakistan has attacked India using unmanned aerial vehicles, armed drones, loitering drones, fighter aircraft, long-range missiles. They've hit civilian areas and military areas. There is heavy artillery shelling which has also been conducted. Drone activity across the international border and the line of control from Srinagar in the north to Nalia in Gujarat at 26 locations. Many of these have been intercepted and neutralized. There has been damage to Indian bases in Udhampur, Adhampur, Pathankot, and in Bhuj. Some of these also have civilian flights. But let's listen in once again to this. All right. There are high-speed missile attacks which have also attempted to hit bases in Punjab. Srinagar, Avantipur, Udhampur bases and areas, schools and medical centers have been struck. Civilians have been targeted, and this is a key theme which the government kept speaking about, how India's attacks have actually focused on military sites. Pakistan has been targeting civilians as well. Now, in terms of the strikes carried out by India, these are important. We've hit Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukur, Pasrur, and Sialkot. These are major Pakistani bases. Some of essentially the heart and soul of the Pakistan Air Force has been struck by India. There has been no after-action report on the extent of the damage caused on the Pakistani side, but it could be fairly substantial if you go by a lot of the footage which is now gradually emerging. India has ensured that on the Pakistani side, as a result of our attacks, collateral damage has been managed. Civil aviation has been targeted, says India, by Pakistan because civilian aircraft were operating while they were taking in strikes on India. This happened yesterday. Very significantly, and I think this points to, and hopefully not, but it does indicate a move to further escalation, is that there is an increasing deployment of Pakistani forces. India would obviously be matching that as well. There has been artillery fire in Rajouri, Baramulla, Aknoor as well. Very heavy fire. Indian forces are responding. There has been, as I mentioned, this forward area deployment of Pakistani soldiers. India is matching that. I've gone through that point as well. Finally, Pakistan's activities are escalatory. India's activities, India is absolutely clear that we do not want to escalate this. However, it is up to Pakistan to decide. So that is the message which has been sent out by the government of India. It remains a fluid situation. This is the worst. These are the worst attacks since 1971. Let me go across to Shiv. Shiv, let me just start up by a point made towards the end of that press conference that Pakistan is forward deploying its soldiers and India is doing the same. This points to a potential move to further escalations. Let's talk about this first and then we'll go through the other points. The forward deployment of Pakistan soldiers.
Vishnu, probably the last time we saw something like this actually happen was in Operation Parakram. You covered that as well. This was after the terror attack on Parliament. This kind of huge forward deployment. Now, with the Indian government acknowledging that there is a forward deployment of troops on the Pakistan side, and possibly on the Indian side as well, we will not be talking about Indian movements of any kind, confirms what we've been saying yesterday, which is that this is a warlike situation. On NDTV, we are going to be careful about using the word war because there is a technical definition as far as what war is, and Vishnu, you know that better than anyone else. But a warlike situation, this most certainly is. We've seen deployments from different parts of Pakistan towards the line of control and towards the international border since the very beginning of this entire cycle of tensions between India and Pakistan. And therefore, I think for the Indian government, which has so far carefully weighed its words as far as the situation, called it, characterized it as non-escalatory, as restrained, to now indicate very categorically that it is a warlike situation with forward deployments, indicates, and I agree with you, that a big escalation is coming.
All right, let's go through some of the other points. India has hit Pakistan at Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid air bases, Sukur, Pasrur and Sialkot as well. We've struck radar sites, technical areas and command and control facilities. We are only hitting military sites, but it is absolutely huge that these attacks have gone through, including on their biggest airbase, which is the Noor Khan airbase in Chaklala, right? That's in Rawalpindi, just 10 kilometers away from Pakistan's military headquarters. India has struck back and struck back hard. All right, we'll wait for Shiv to just come back in a moment, but I'll go through a couple of other important points. Fighter aircraft have been used extensively over here. There have been intercepts which have been carried out by surface-to-air missile units of the Indian Armed Forces against incoming missiles, incoming drones. Whether or not any Pakistani aircraft have been intercepted at this juncture is detailed, which did not emerge at that press conference. But hopefully there will be some clarity on that one way or the other later on. Very significantly, Shiv, if you can hear me, let's go to the next point. There has been damage at Udhampur, Adampur, Pathankot and Bhuj air bases. These are dual use, many of them. And India, acknowledging that. Pakistan doesn't quite acknowledge things in the way that we do. But these attacks have gone through. It sort of gives you an idea, our viewers an idea of the seriousness of the strikes which have come in. All right, we'll get that line back with Shiv in a moment from now. Civilians have been targeted in areas as well, is what the government has said, whether in Srinagar, in Avantipur, in Udhampur, schools and medical centers have been hit. Sialkot has been targeted. Collateral damage, India has ensured, has been managed in our attacks, which have taken place in the areas I mentioned: Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukur, Pasrod, Sialkot. All of these were areas which became the names, all of these names became familiar to citizens across this country way back in 1971 when the Indian Air Force carried out audacious attacks. This time as well, there have been attacks, different ones, possibly using long-range missiles. There is evidence to suggest that India has used the BrahMos missile as well. Pakistan has been using civil aviation as some sort of a shield. We've got something coming up. All right, we're going to listen in on the points I've made through the words of the wing commander at that press conference. Listen in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing by Foreign Secretary Sri Vikram Mishri on the ongoing developments around Operation Sindoor. We are also joined by Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh for this briefing. With that, sir, the floor is over to you.
Thank you. Indeed, good morning. Namaskar. Sorry to keep you all waiting. जैसा कि हम पिछले 2-3 प्रेस ब्रीफिंग्स में भी बता चुके हैं, ये पाकिस्तानी गतिविधियां हैं पिछले 2-3 दिन से, जो एक एस्केलेटरी तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं और प्रोवोकेटिव तौर पे देखी जा रही हैं. I've said on numerous earlier occasions, it is Pakistani actions that have constituted provocation and escalation. In response, and I repeat, in response, India has defended and reacted in a responsible and measured fashion to these provocations and these escalations by the Pakistani side. Earlier this morning, we saw a repeat of this escalatory and provocative pattern, and I'll invite Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to update you on the developments since early this morning. Colonel Qureshi.
थैंक यू सर. नमस्कार. पाकिस्तान सेना ने पूरी पश्चिम मोर्चे पर लगातार आक्रामक गतिविधियां जारी रखी. उसमें यूकैब ड्रोन, लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स, लॉइटरिंग म्यूनिशंस और लड़ाकू विमानों का उपयोग कर भारतीय सैन्य ढांचे को निशाना बनाया. नियंत्रण रेखा पर भी ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी कैलिबर हथियारों से गोलाबारी की. अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सीमा और एलओसी पर श्रीनगर से नलिया तक 26 से अधिक स्थानों पर हवाई घुसपैठ के प्रयास किए गए. भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने अधिकांश खतरों को सफलतापूर्वक निष्क्रिय किया. फिर भी वायु सेना स्टेशनों पर उधमपुर, पठानकोट, आदमपुर और भुज बठिंडा स्टेशन, इन सब पर उपकरण व पर्सनल्स को हानि पहुंचाई. मैं ये भी बताना चाहती हूं कि पाकिस्तान ने हाई स्पीड मिसाइल सुबह 1:40 पर इस्तेमाल करके पंजाब के एयरबेस स्टेशन को दागने की कोशिश की। एक निंदनीय और अनप्रोफेशनल एक्ट के तहत पाकिस्तान ने श्रीनगर, अवंतीपुर और उधमपुर के वायुसेना अड्डों पर चिकित्सा केंद्र और स्कूल परिसर को निशाना भी बनाया, जिससे उसके द्वारा सिविल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर हमला करने की गैर जिम्मेदाराना प्रवृत्ति फिर उजागर हुई। पाकिस्तान द्वारा सैन्य ठिकानों को जानबूझकर निशाना बनाने के पश्चात भारतीय सशस्त्र बलों ने त्वरित व सुनियोजित जवाबी हमले किए। टेक्निकल इंस्टॉलेशन, कमांड एंड कंट्रोल सेंटर्स, रडार साइट्स और हथियार भंडार को चुनकर निशाना बनाया गया। रफीकी, मुरीद, चकलाला, रहमियार खान, सुकूर और चुनिया स्थित पाक के सैन्य ठिकानों पर एयर लॉन्च सटीक हथियारों व लड़ाकू जेट से प्रहार किए गए। पसरूर स्थित रडार साइट और सियालकोट का एविएशन बेस भी प्रिसीजन अम्यूनिशन से टारगेट किए गए। इन कार्रवाइयों के दौरान भारत ने कम से कम कोलैटरल डैमेज की क्षति सुनिश्चित की। चिंता का विषय यह रहा कि पाकिस्तान ने लाहौर से उड़ान भरने वाले नागरिक विमानों की आड़ लेकर अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई मार्गों का दुरुपयोग किया ताकि वे अपनी गतिविधियां छिपा सके। ऐसी चालों ने भारतीय वायु प्रतिरक्षा तंत्र को नागरिक सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करते हुए अत्यधिक संयम के साथ कार्य करने के लिए विवश किया। साथ ही साथ पाकिस्तान ने मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन का सहारा लेते हुए आदमपुर स्थित S-400 प्रणाली, सूरतगढ़ व सिरसा के हवाई अड्डों, नगरोटा के ब्रह्मोस बेस, देहरागिरी के तोपखाना पोजीशन तथा चंडीगढ़ के अग्रिम गोला बारूद डिपों को नष्ट करने के झूठे दावे सोशल मीडिया पर फैलाए। भारत इन फॉल्स नैरेटिव्स को पूर्णतः खारिज करता है। नियंत्रण रेखा पर पाकिस्तान ने ड्रोन घुसपैठ और भारी तोपखाना गोलाबारी के कई प्रयास किए। कुपवाड़ा, बारामूला, पुंछ, राजौरी और अखनूर सेक्टर्स में तोप, मोर्टार एवं हल्के हथियारों से भीषण गोलाबारी जारी रही। भारतीय सेना ने प्रभावी व तुलनात्मक प्रत्युत्तर देते हुए पाक सेना को काफी क्षति पहुंचाई। पाकिस्तान सेना के अग्रिम क्षेत्रों में सैनिकों की डिप्लॉयमेंट बढ़ती दिख रही है, जो स्थिति को और भड़काने की मंशा दर्शाती है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल पूर्ण परिचालन तत्परता की स्थिति में है। अभी तक सभी शत्रुतापूर्ण कार्रवाइयों का प्रभावी ढंग से सामना कर उपयुक्त जवाब दिया गया है। भारतीय सशस्त्र बल दोहराते हैं कि वे तनाव वृद्धि नहीं चाहते, बशर्ते पाकिस्तान भी ऐसा ही व्यवहार करे। आखिर मैं आपको कुछ वीडियो दिखाना चाहती हूँ जहां पर इंडियन आर्मी के वेपन्स LOC पर पाक के एसेट्स को ध्वस्त करते नजर आ रहे हैं। स्क्रीन में आप देख सकते हैं इस वीडियो को। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusions and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage.
All right, we'll just restore that feed in a moment from now. That was Wing Commander Vyomika Singh of the Indian Air Force. Just in terms of the important points that she was talking about, she was describing the attacks which have taken place. Pakistan has used unmanned drones, UCAVs, which are armed drones, loitering drones, fighter aircraft, long-range missiles. They've hit civilian and military targets. They've used high-speed missiles and attacks on Punjab bases. I'm not sure what high-speed missiles means, whether it's ballistic missiles or something else. Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur schools and medical centers have been targeted. All right, let's go across to Shivarur, Sunil Prabhu and Nazir Masoodi. Let me go across to Nazir first. Nazir, where are you? Could you give us an idea of the extent of the damage around you?
Well, I'm in Kupara here for last 3 days, and there's damage in the line of control, no doubt about that, massive damage. But as we reported, if you remember last night, when there was attack at Srinagar airport, and we reported that first, and what was happening there, drone attacks. Now in the briefing, government is saying that how they targeted this Srinagar air base, and in the course it is the medical facility and the school which has been damaged there. And the other air bases, which includes Udhampur air base, which have already reported, Adampur, and they have been damaged, and also Avantipura. In Avantipura also a medical facility and the school has been damaged in Pakistan. While the fact is that we saw massive explosions this morning in Srinagar from this Hyderpura bypass up to Srinagar airport. Whole area was cordoned off, that was sealed by the security forces after this damage and after this violation by Pakistan. So it is not only there, but in the line of control what we have seen, it was in Uri, it was in Tangdar, it was in Keren and Machal sectors, where there was massive shelling throughout the night. And now what in our press briefing we say, the government has clearly said that there was some damage, acknowledging damage in the air bases, infrastructure and the men as well. But India has hit very hard on Pakistan's air bases and military facilities. Well, Pakistan appears to be on a denial mode as usual, but India this time has very made it clear that while Pakistan is trying to mobilize its forces near the border, India doesn't want further escalation, but provided Pakistan doesn't escalate the things further. So that is the condition. So on the other side, we see Pakistan's propaganda, which they had said, the S-14 station that being targeted, and all those things in the press briefing that was made very, very clear. This is a falsehood through visual proofs. The government clearly showed it to women officers and the foreign secretary, which they showed. But on the ground, it's a very, very tense situation. It was very tense. Not many people have been able to sleep here for last 3 days. Many people have lost their homes and they are living in shelter homes. And Jammu, 5 civilians have been killed along the border, including a senior official and including 2-year-old girl,
yes,
Arsha Noor. She too has been killed in Pakistani shelling also.
All right,
today.
just hold on for a second, Nazir. There's some breaking news coming in. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. The Secretary Rubio has emphasized that both sides, India and Pakistan, need to find ways to try and de-escalate the conflict, as it were, re-establish direct communication. The US saying that there shouldn't be any miscalculations at this stage. America is offering productive discussion to facilitate productive discussions between India and Pakistan to avert future disputes. Now, whether India chooses to accept this is something that's unclear. Shiv, let me come across to you. We were going through many of the points. Let's once again please talk about the attacks that India has put in on Pakistan, Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukur, Pasrod and Sialkot. India has attacked these places hard. What can you tell us?
Very interesting details coming out from that press conference, Vishnu. Much more than we initially thought had been struck on the Pakistani side. The Indian government officially confirming that Rehmiar Khan, Noor Khan, which is the Chaklala base near Rawalpindi, Rafiki and Murid. In addition to that, the Sukur base and 2 radar facilities in Pasrur and Sialkot have also been destroyed, which makes it 7 military targets have been, struck using high-performance weapons of different kinds. They didn't obviously specify what weapons, but they did say high-speed weapons, and I did note that you were wondering about that, Vishnu. I think without naming the weapon and without talking about it, you referred to it in an earlier broadcast, and I think we both know what that weapon might actually be. We'll let the Indian Air Force come on record in a short while from now and talk about the weapon specifics. But when we talk about high-speed weapons and air-launched weapons, there's not very much that is left to the imagination. But this appears to have been, once again, an air-launched series of strikes or a package of strikes. We don't know what aircraft were involved, but presumably the 2 or 3 frontline fighter types would have been employed for this kind of a strike. These aircraft are very likely not to have left Indian airspace for the kind of reach and range that they managed to execute by targeting Rawalpindi and the other bases, which are, of course, in depth areas, but Sialkot and the others are in Punjab, which are not very far from the international border. So very much like Operation Sindoor Part 1, where you had air-launched weapons hitting terrorist sites, this time they've hit military establishments, which are no longer, in my view, indistinguishable from terrorist sites themselves, given that this same Pakistan military has been targeting civilian centers in India. That's what terrorists do. And so we'll have to look deeper and peel away the layers of what this airstrike really looked like.
Sunil Prabhu, another key point which was mentioned is that India is not looking to escalate. We are looking for Pakistan to ensure that the path of escalation doesn't take place. This came up in the end of the press conference. That's what several countries around the world are telling us as well. Could you share this bit of critical information which emerged today?
Well, India's position has been that we are operationally in a state of readiness. That's the armed forces position. The Ministry of External Affairs has been working on the phone, speaking to various interlocutors, and they have made it clear that they are not escalating. It is Pakistan which is escalating. And they are responsible for the provocative steps that we've seen. You have seen our air bases being attacked. We had targeted terror infrastructure in retaliation to what was a horrific killing in Pahalgam. And that's what Operation Sindoor was. What the Pakistan military has attempted to do is attack our military aircrafts, our military bases. We have been told that there will be another briefing later this evening because it's an evolving situation. As you're well aware, there's been, and those photographs of Sirsa, the base being perfect, as well as other air bases have been shown. Yes, India did face some casualties, but we have also attacked Pakistan in equal measure. Having said that, I think everybody is hoping and praying that there will be good sense that prevails, but our armed forces remain in a state of preparedness. They will not take anything for granted in terms of the way Pakistan has continued to provocate, and the Ministry of External Affairs, as you rightly pointed out, just spoken to the US Secretary of State as well as others. There are various interlocutors who are trying to calm down tensions.
Yep.
We'll wait and see whether diplomacy does have an effect or whether India will retaliate with these provocative measures that Pakistan has undertaken.
Nazir, several dual-use air bases, airfields. We don't have them. We've got Shiv. Many of the air bases which have been struck are dual-use. So Udhampur, Radhampur, Pathankot, Bhuj, they've got civilian flights also operating into many of these airfields. The fact is that these Pakistani attacks did get through. We don't know the extent of the damage at this stage. But at the same time, the claims that they made about destroying Sirsa Air Base, destroying Adhampur Air Base, that's entirely false. In fact, they even showed footage showing that these air bases are intact. So, India has nothing to hide. Where the attacks have gone through, we've revealed. Where they've not gone through, we've called them fake.
Very correctly said, Vishnu. And, war is a serious business. We've seen it. It involves damage and destruction. It's very difficult to, fight a war without sustaining some form of damage. But I think the Indian government has made it very clear that Pakistan's misinformation machine is issuing the most elaborate sort of dream world scenarios that are probably only intended to sort of lull their domestic audiences into the false belief that the Pakistan military is really succeeding in their campaign against India. Whether it is attacks on air bases, whether it is the capture of an Indian pilot, whether it is the destruction of S-400, missile regiments, all of those have proven to be fake, and the Indian government is on record about it, which means, apart from those pictures that were shown at that press conference, these are testifiable and provable, confirmations and rebuttals that the government is actually issuing. The damage that we've seen, injuries in Firozpur, some damage in Jammu. There is word about possible drone damage, in peripheral areas of some of the bases. We won't name them, but this is to be expected. We have to be realistic, when there is such a sustained attempt to strike at different places, there is always going to be that chance, Vishnu, and you understand this better, of some of those munitions slipping through and, executing some form of damage. Now, we don't know precisely where these have happened as far as India's military establishments are concerned, but the fact that many of these airfields are dual use, like you rightly said, where civil aircraft actually operate from, whether it is Amritsar, whether it is Pathankot, whether it is Adampur and many others, Pakistan has in its own way escalated once again. Talking about targeting military airfields, but knowing fully well that these are places where hundreds of thousands of civil passengers also pass through on each passing day. Of course, the context now is different because airports are shut in many places. But I think the idea that Pakistan does not care for civilians is writ large.
No, Pakistan doesn't care for civilians. They've hit schools and medical centers as well. I don't think we can expect them to care for civilians given the history of terrorism, Shiv. But I think for me, and I'll just go back to that one point and then perhaps look at some other things. The takeaway from that press conference was right at the end when, they said that there's been a forward deployment of Pakistani soldiers. That's very significant because, again, without getting into specifics, that could mean the forward deployment of armor to their launch pads. That presumably would be backed by what India does. We don't know if they're talking about armor, they're talking about the forward deployment of soldiers. So are we getting into a situation where a ground offensive is next? That's what the big worry is. This is a warlike situation. If there is a ground offensive, if it is larger, then it would be war. We need to think about that. We'll take a short break at this stage and come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with
All right, we'll try and bring in a couple of important reactions now to the points covered in that expansive press conference. General Sudhakarji and Colonel Rajiv Agarwal with us. Colonel Sudhakarji, let me come to you first. India has struck Pakistani bases in Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukhur, Pastur, Sialkot and Noor Khan, number one. Number two, we have only hit military facilities over here, which includes radar tech, command and control centers. Pakistan has been hitting civilian areas as well. But just in terms of the importance of India's attacks into these Pakistan air bases, how would you characterize them?
Well, Vishnu, firstly, thank you so much. Good morning for inviting me to your channel. And I am presently in Greece. Time difference is 2.5 hours. I have been in touch with a couple of think tanks and meeting people around here in Europe. It's a great move by our country and must compliment the leadership as also the Indian Armed Forces. First and foremost thing I wish to highlight is the press release which was released, which is making rounds in almost all the social media in the world, is after the operations were conducted on 7th of May, there was a very comprehensive and integrated press release, I would say, wherein you have the Ministry of External Affairs, you have the Defense Ministry, you have the economic
yeah, but sir, in terms of the significance,
everything was appearing as
the significance of the strikes, Lala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukhur, Pastur, what is the significance of that?
The significance is that India has made it amply clear that it is a considered, calibrated, non-escalatory response to Pahalgam carnage. That means, what does it mean? It means that we are targeting the terrorists, the terrorist infrastructure, the logistics, the supply chain. Leadership may or may not. It has not come to light so far, except for one or two. And so this is the paradigm on which the Indian strike is being actually targeted. So if the conceptual framework is based...
Okay, we've lost that line with General. Okay, so go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Basically to target. So we are not looking out for an all-out war. We have our exit policy inbuilt in that particular press release, and thereafter we'll continue to target. So how long are you going to target? So my recommendation is India must continue to follow the practice or the principle of mow the grass, which the Israelis, they have adopted very, very effectively. It has to be done. One Balakot, one such operation is not good enough. It must be continued for 10 to 15 days, because by then the global pressure will be mounting against India. Give a break and collect your intelligence, have very accurate surgical strikes, and go for another one after 2 months or 3 months, and repeat the cycle periodically so that the grass is mowed from time to time and they are made to play very well and are not able to sustain financially as also from the infrastructure point of view.
Yeah,
back to you, Vishnu.
They are an unpredictable state actor, and they don't seem to have any aversion towards resorting to using their military. So how often can we keep hitting them? Because when they hit us back, it can end up being a zero-sum game.
Excellent. Fantastic question you have asked. So therefore, what I have been saying that India needs to have its matrix of response very, very crystallized. in a calibrated manner. Contingencies have to be identified. It is must focus on the following things. First, command, control, communication, coordination, and intelligence and surveillance network. Apart from these, also India must focus on the financial verticals which are supporting. And overall, there is an ecosystem which is actually supporting and sustaining the extension of this terrorism across border against India. So that complete ecosystem, meaning the tap of terrorism, must be shut permanently. What is that tap? The tap is nothing but the deep state of Pakistan. Does it mean that the army headquarters has to be hit? No. In army headquarters, there are agencies who are responsible to coordinate. They coordinate with the terrorist organization. They facilitate. The army is facilitating the transit movement. They stage forward to the staging points, cross the line of control, come into India, and there is a communication network, mind you, Vishnu. It is all encrypted. Whether quantum computing systems are being applied or not, that is for the specialists and the domain experts to comment. But my take is, because they have switched over to a different method of communication, maybe the internet is being used extensively, maybe encrypted form of platforms are being used. We are unable to detect timely intelligence from the technical intelligence, that the signal in the network. So therefore, there is a requirement to actually address all these in a systematic manner, calibrated manner. Not only we decimate them, but also find out the roots of each of these. Who are the leaders? Who are guiding them? Who are directing them? We need to take care of them and should be able to collate all the data, take them to a status of accountability at the global stage. Nothing will happen, I know for sure. But India must continue to carry out this operation relentlessly, at least for 1 month time, at least. By then, the global pressure would be mounting. India has to pull back. So after a gap of maybe another
I'm
1 or 2
joined by
or
my
3
colleague
months,
Shiva Rood,
India
who is
must
in
actually
Srinagar at this stage. Shiv, we've been going through all of these key points. I'd like to once again very carefully and very cautiously go back to that phrase, high-speed missiles have been used in attacks on Punjab bases. And I think since what are we talking about, I think it's important to tell our viewers, when one talks about high-speed missiles, it refers potentially to ballistic missiles, it refers potentially to hypersonic missiles. There have been claims of Pakistan having hypersonic missiles. We don't really have very much evidence to that effect. Ballistic missiles, in many cases, fly as fast, if not faster. If those were used, then it does mark an escalation within the matrix of what we are looking at. Shiv, any thoughts on that?
Absolutely correct. The matrix of escalation for Pakistan that the Indian government has now confirmed is using pretty much every, the descriptions used by the Indian government would cover virtually all non-nuclear projectile weapons that Pakistan currently has in their arsenal. Now remember, in the first wave of air attacks, there was reason to believe that some short-range ballistic missiles were also used, though it came to light a little later that it was mostly, slow-moving loitering munitions and attack drones. This time, with this, a significant escalation where military targets have are squarely in focus for the Indian Air Force. We've just listed 7 bases in Pakistan that have been hit, whether air bases or radar facilities. I think it would be reasonable to expect that high performance weapons like either ballistic missiles or possibly even cruise missiles will be used in either the current cycle of tensions or what's coming next, because this is after all a very volatile country that is cornered. It's been battered, not just as terrorist sites, but also now very, very key military bases in places including Chaklala, which is the very heart of the Pakistan military and the ISI. And therefore, to actually hit back, is it going to carry on using low performance attritable drones, which have been largely unsuccessful in achieving their military objectives, at least so far, and upgrading into higher performance weapons, which may be slightly more difficult to actually intercept, is the key question right now. But I agree with your assessment, Vishnu, that this escalatory ladder seems to dictate that that is very much in the realm of possibility.
Shiv, you just sent back some startling footage which I was looking at, and I think it's important to reflect on the fact that debris from, whether it's missiles, drones or aircraft, we don't know, fell into Dal Lake. That's in the heart of Srinagar, right? That's how real things have been getting. That's how real it is.
Yeah. That is correct. In fact, the site where the debris actually fell is right behind me. We're not going to show people exactly where it was, or we've just got a rough idea, but I'm going to point our cameras in that direction so you get a rough sense of where the debris appears to have fallen. Eyewitnesses here say that there was a CRPF and police search party using 4 boats earlier in the morning at about 8 in the morning today, where they were looking for the debris. We've also got a piece of footage which suggests that much of the debris has actually been recovered, so they're analyzing that. Doesn't seem to be a manned aircraft. It's a small piece of debris. It's the second debris site that we've actually seen here in Srinagar since the morning. Vishnu, the first was in a place called Lasjan, which is about 8 kilometers from where I'm standing right now on the banks of the Dal Lake, and the one behind me in the lake itself where some equipment has been recovered. So those explosions we heard in the morning of drones being intercepted or loitering munitions being intercepted, I think this may be that. Nothing so far on manned aircraft, even though we did get a confirmation that an air raid was possibly underway here in Srinagar. Wreckages of manned aircraft not seen in Srinagar yet. We are hearing they may be outside.
I'm joined by Colonel Rajiv Agarwal as well. Colonel Agarwal, we've gone through various points in this press conference, but we are getting all sorts of reports at this stage, including how this situation remains fluid. For example, I'm told by people who are in the Pathankot area that just now there have been 3 massive explosions which have hit Pathankot. It is significant, and the reason I'm asking you this is that, it's not over. It's going on as we speak right now. Your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Vishnu, yesterday also I think we talked about whether there's going to be a de-escalation or an escalation, but more like the way things are moved, it is moving sharply up the radar of escalation.
All right, Colonel, that audio with you is really bad. We'll come and fix that and come back to you in a little while. I need to take a short break. Come back with the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Debunks Pakistani propaganda. Pakistan targets Jammu and Rajouri towns with shelling. A senior official has been killed in shelling in Rajouri. Explosions heard during an NDTV live report in Srinagar. There have been extensive air action in that Srinagar area and blast. The Indian Army has destroyed a Pakistani terror launch pad, several other areas, video of which has now emerged. Sources say that the Pakistani post across Jammu was used for launching drones. Pakistan has shut airspace for all civilian flights.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to and it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Well, the big breaking news coming in right now as we speak is that there is another explosion which has been heard in Srinagar, and there have been at least a couple of major explosions which have been heard in the last little while in Pathankot. We are waiting to get Shiv Arur back on the line, but this is, if it is the case, then the situation remains very volatile. The attacks haven't ended. There is no lull per se. If this is another round of air attacks, that's something that we would need to see. The Indian Air Force would be responding very heavily. Explosions can also be surface-to-air missiles being launched. They sound like explosions, just the takeoff itself, the blast off of the missiles, whether these are interceptions or whether these are strikes on targets in or places in Srinagar. That's something that we're going to have to wait for very, very closely. I'm also told by very reliable sources of a series of explosions that he heard in Pathankot right now. So it's again all over, some in Punjab and some over here in Jammu and Kashmir. We try to get some more details on this, but I'm just going to remind our viewers of what's been taking place. There have been several attacks which have been going on. Udhampur, Azampur, Pathankot and Bhuj have seen Pakistani attacks. Srinagar, Avantipur, Udhampur have seen attacks which have hit schools and medical centers, civilians being targeted as well. I can tell you that there have been intense air defense activities in Srinagar. There have been surface-to-air missiles which have been launched as well in the day. Let's go across to Shiv. Shiv, go ahead. All right, again, just some audio problems. We'll try and come back to Shiv in a moment from now and get you the very latest on these explosions which have been heard over Srinagar just moments back. But as I was mentioning, there has been Srinagar, Avantipur, Udhampur, where schools and medical centers have been hit. Civilians have been targeted in these areas. Military bases in Udhampur, Azampur, Pathankot and Bhuj have been hit by the Pakistanis. But as significantly, and I would like to reiterate this, India has hit 7 Pakistani air bases or radar facilities, tech facilities, command and control centers. The attacks which have been taking place since the morning have struck in 26 locations in India, between Srinagar to the north, Nalia and Gujarat to the southwest. There is also very heavy artillery shelling which has been taking place. The use of drones. Pakistan has been attacking India using unmanned aerial vehicles, loitering drones, fighter aircraft, long-range missiles. They've been targeting both civilian and military areas. Let's go across to Shiv. Go ahead, Shiv.
Vishnu, while we were reporting just now, we just heard 2, dull thuds once again in the distance. They were spaced by about 10 seconds apart. No information just yet, no official information certainly of what this was. We're going to go ahead and assume that this is a continuation of what we were hearing in the morning of interceptions of possible munitions or drones. Like I said, I've been reporting for the last hour from here near the Dal Lake in Srinagar, where at least one of those munitions debris had fallen after its interception very close from here. We're getting more information also that the possibility of interceptions are continuing either near the Srinagar airport, which is about a half-hour drive from where I'm standing, in addition to the outskirts of Srinagar, Budgam and other places. This seems to align with what we've been reporting since today, Vishnu, which is that there appears to be a concerted effort to strike some targets here in Srinagar with loitering munitions or drones, possibly even missiles. There was talk of manned aircraft also being part of the entire mix. We have no word on it. Importantly, there was no confirmation or verification on manned aircraft or otherwise at the press conference that's just gotten over by the Ministry of External Affairs and the Ministry of Defense. So we're still trying to get more information here. Like I said, the munition that fell in this patch of the Dal Lake behind me has gone for analysis, but those 2 explosions confirm that this wave, if I can call it that, isn't over yet.
No, it's not over. Even in Pathankot, there have been moments back, multiple blasts, very loud ones. We'll come back to all of these developing sort of scenarios now taking place across our India. We'll come back. India striking back hard, but there is a war-like scenario in the country.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know. The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing
Good afternoon to what is one of the most tense days that we've seen in India. It's a warlike situation in the country. India has hit several Pakistani bases. Several Indian bases have been hit. There has been some damage on the ground as well. Some casualties also may be reported. There is a sense that Pakistan may be forward deploying its troops. It is a warlike situation in our country. The situation is fluid. Just moments back, there have been explosions heard in Pathankot and also in Srinagar. We've got our journalists up on the field and we're going to go across to them as they bring us the latest situation on the ground. Shivarud in Srinagar. We've got Ghazali, Harsha Kumari Singh, Aishwarya tracking developments here in Delhi, and Gurpreet Chinna. Thank you all very much for being with us. A quick look at the headlines at this hour. A special briefing of the government on Op Sindoor. India says we've responded effectively to Pakistan's escalation and that we hit targets at multiple Pakistan air bases and also Pakistani posts. You can see those attacks on the posts in this video on your screen. The government calls Pakistan's actions provocative and escalatory. The government says Pakistan tried to hit multiple air bases. The government debunks claims of Pakistan's propaganda and says that Pakistan attacked 26 locations. Time-stamped images of Indian air bases which have been undamaged because there have been fake Pakistani claims as well have also been shown. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Rubio says India and Pakistan must de-escalate. The US proposes to support discussions. The External Affairs Minister says India's approach has always been measured and responsible. Well, it was an hour and a half back that the government came out with a fairly detailed briefing on what's exactly been taking place in India. Let's listen in.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of control, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh Forward Ammunition Depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Aknoor sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy and these air force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed. Completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adhampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derangyari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian armed forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian armed forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. They are also time stamped. Just notice they are also time stamped. This is today.
All right, well, what we are showing you now, full screen, let's have these up full screen if we can, are of the attacks which those defense officials were speaking about. These are very sustained and attacks which India has carried out across the line of control. These are fire strikes which have taken place with the Indian Army neutralizing Pakistani terror hubs, launch pads as they are known. This is some of the most vivid footage that India has ever released. This shows rockets, shoulder-mounted rockets, shoulder-mounted missiles, mortars, grenades. That's a mortar over there. Grenade launchers being used to take out these posts in a near vicinity. That's an anti-tank missile going through. Can be used against semi-hardened targets as well. Those are missile strikes over there. That's another missile strike going ahead. You note how the missile tracks the target, maneuvers to it. That's mortar which is being used. I think that's medium mortar being used over there. This is across the line of control. Fire strikes being carried out by the Indian Army as well. In terms of a little bit of more information coming in, and we're going to try and play out some of that footage shortly. I'm going to read this out, and if we could just have the photographs up, the ones that which I've just put out. In the early hours this morning, at approximately 5 this morning, Pakistani forces, this is coming from official sources, Pakistani forces launched multiple Bikert Yeeha-3 kamikaze drones across the international border towards Amritsar in a blatant attempt to strike densely populated residential areas. Because of the vigilance and rapid response of the Indian Army's air defense network, the hostile drones were detected, tracked and engaged within seconds of breaching Indian airspace using quick reaction air defense guns positioned in depth along the border belt. Anti-air defense gunners brought down, Army air defense gunners brought down the drones in midair, ensuring that no debris fell on civilian property and that no casualties were sustained. Initial analysis indicates that the drones carried high explosive payloads intended to inflict maximum damage on innocent civilians, a fresh low in Pakistan's ongoing escalation. This is what I'm referring to. These pictures match what I'm saying. These are some of the drones which were brought down. The prompt neutralization of this threat underscores the effectiveness of India's layered air defense grid, which integrates ground-based radars, electro-optical sensors, and automated command and control systems. Let's go back to Shiv Arur. Keep these images on the screen. Shiv, we keep talking about fighter aircraft, we keep talking about missiles, we talk about the BrahMos all the time, but it's the, for want of a better word, it's the lowly air defense gunner using an old L-70 system, which increasingly may be radar guided, who has played an incredible role in taking out drones. 400 drones, 300 drones, the numbers are huge. And now, unlike day one, when they weren't armed drones, they didn't have bomblets, these are armed drones. Without these, we would have suffered huge casualties.
And Vishnu, I'm so glad you talked about the humble L-70 gunner, because there are 3 ground-based, non-missile anti-drone systems, anti-air systems that have played an absolutely incredible and maybe unsung role. So I'm really glad you've brought it up, because the L-70, the Zu-23, the Shilka, which are slightly more sophisticated, are the weapons that have probably taken on the overwhelming number of those 400-odd drones that came into Indian airspace. You're right, this is literally the trenches. This is where military skill really comes into its own. These are weapons that never get the kind of limelight that more sophisticated weapons that you named actually do. Also, that the video that's just come out from the Indian Army, Vishnu, that you were referring to a short moment ago, those are the trenches. Those are the first images from the line of control trenches, depicting in vivid detail the Indian Army. First pictures in this wave of conflict between India and Pakistan. The first pictures of forward posts along the line of control, absolutely obliterating launch pads and Pakistan Army posts, which, as I've been saying in our coverage, have become very, very difficult to differentiate apart. Very often Pakistan Army posts and launch pads, are coterminous. They're right there with each other. And therefore, these pictures depicting mortars, I'm guessing also artillery, I didn't see the whole video, but also rocket-propelled grenades and possibly even anti-tank guided missiles being used at close range to absolutely decimate some of this infrastructure. Now, when I've been reporting from the line of control, the information that we got, especially in the Kupwara and Uri sector, is that as many as 40 to 45 major launch pads continue to exist. So I'm very curious, after watching this video, how many of those launch pads, are still breathing free air, because this video is about a minute and 25 seconds long, and I counted as many as 7 or 8 launch pads being absolutely obliterated. So it's going to be interesting to see if that data will ever become available. But clearly,
Shiv, hold on for half a second. I'm just going to, I'm going to have that up full screen. Not this. Let's play that video. Yeah, Shiv, go ahead. Talk us through this video.
Yeah, so this is the video that the Indian Army has put out just a short while ago on its social media handles. Very, very vivid imagery, obviously filmed at forward posts along the line of control in an eyeball. When you say eyeball to eyeball situation, this is what it means. From where these Jawans and officers are standing, you can see the Pakistan Army posts and the launch pads right there. So it's a mix of real life camera, daylight camera, as well as thermal imaging or infrared camera, capturing the destruction and decimation of a series of launch pads and Pakistan Army posts, which are usually adjacent to each other in some sectors of the line of control. I counted at least 6 or 7 such terror launch pads being destroyed. You can see ammunition being cooked off in some of those videos as well, Vishnu. Also, look at the weapons being used. You've got everything from mortars to anti-tank guided missiles, rocket-propelled grenades, possibly some other weapons, machine guns as well, being used against those launch pads. So very interesting, and I always insist on marking these things in any cycle of conflict. These are the first images of this particular conflict on the front lines. These are the men fighting those forward posts from Pakistan.
And they'd be facing significant attacks themselves. So, I mean, let's not forget that for a moment. This is the front line. These are the people who hit the hardest sometimes, but face the brunt of attacks. These are our Jawans defending and protecting us and hitting terrorist launch pads in just the last little while. I'm going to go across to our colleagues Nazir Masoodi and Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, let me come across to you first. There have been a series of meetings which have taken place already today. Aishwarya, can you give us an idea of what's happening today by way of top leaders meeting? Is there going to be a press conference again later this evening, Aishwarya?
Well, no announcement has been made yet, but yes, Vikram Misri has stated that it's an ongoing situation, it's an evolving situation, and the government will get back again to inform the country about how the developments are unfolding. As far as series of meetings are concerned, this morning we saw National Security Advisor Ajit Doval reaching to 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where he briefed Prime Minister for almost an hour, and Prime Minister took a close watch as far as the entire situation is concerned. Apart from it, we've been also told that the CDS, Anil Chauhan, went to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, and it was Rajnath Singh who was also briefed by the CDS. The Tri-Services Chief Sarat South Block over here, where we are reporting from, and they are very, very closely monitoring and giving directions to the armed forces as to how India is retaliating, and India is taking actions against the Pakistani violation of the truce. But yes, once again we have got confirmation from the Indian Army. Yesterday there were visual proofs that were given by the Border Security Force as well, that in a continuous operation there are terrorists which had been neutralized who were tried to infiltrate in the Indian territory. Today there were several such posts which were also completely destroyed in an action by the Indian Army.
Nazir, give us a sense of the damage on the ground where you've been reporting from, or what you've heard about damage in other areas near you.
Well, there have been targets, attacks and targets on defense installations, Avantipura and Srinagar airport, or the Udhampur, which government has said it in its briefing clearly. There is damage to the infrastructure, soldiers also, and on the ground we can see there was heavy shelling through the night. Here in Kupara also, army clearly targeted Pakistani posts across the line of control here, but here on Pakistani side targeted both civilians as well as army installations. So this is something which is going on. The army has hit them hard. Pakistan has been trying to target innocent civilians. Many civilians have been killed. Many have lost their homes. I have been to some of those places where these people have lost their homes. They got injured, and all that has happened. This is something which nobody would want, that innocent people are targeted, but that is happening here in Jammu and Kashmir. We see people facing the brunt of Pakistani shelling here in Jammu and Kashmir in the border areas. But one thing important, while we have been covering this, we have never shown any troop movement or troop deployment. That we have been careful about to ensure that there is nothing when it comes to the operational secrecy of the forces, that is never compromised. And here on the ground we saw in Srinagar there were 3 loud explosions were heard. Nature of explosions is not known. What is the reason? What is the cause? But in the situation it has been happening. There was also sirens were sounded in parts of Srinagar. So fingers crossed what has happened. But the way we have been seeing situation unfolding in Srinagar, where we saw in Avantipura Air Base that they tried to target it, and there were 2 medical facilities and schools in both the places.
Yeah, Nazir, hold on a second. Let's quickly go across to Gurpreet Chinna as well. Gurpreet needs to move from that location, which is why I'm interrupting you, Nazir. Gurpreet, go ahead where you are. Tell us what's happening.
Well, we are reporting from one of the villages from district Firozpur. This is the Burj Makhan Singh village. Last night we are showing that how our forces, they are neutralizing missiles or drones in the air, and we have seen the one portion of some object has been seen here. तो क्या देखा आपने यहाँ पे? हम देख रहे हैं ट्रांसफार्मर के पास. आप हमारे साथ भी चलो अगर वहाँ पे.
ਇਹ ਨਾ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ ਰਾਤ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਸੀ 1:30 ਵਜੇ ਦਾ ਜੀ ਤੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ। ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਣ ਕਾਰਨ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿੱਚ ਚਾਚਾ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਾ ਬਲਾਸਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਤੇ ਜੋ ਦਰਵਾਜ਼ੇ ਖਿੜਕੀਆਂ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਕੰਬਣੇ ਲੱਗੀ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤਾਰ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਟਰਾਂਸਫਾਰਮਰ ਦੀ, ਇਹ ਲਾਈਟ ਆਫ ਸੀ ਉਦੋਂ ਤੇ तार टूटी हुई थी। तो जब देखा आने तो पैरों में अड़ा थे, ठुड्डा आया तो देखा नीचे इतना सारा पंखे की तरह था जो यहाँ पर पड़ा था।
बिल्कुल यहाँ पे पड़ा हुआ था, हम देख सकते हैं। ये मैं अपने कैमरामैन साथी को कहूँगा तस्वीर दिखाई दे। तो क्या था वो, मतलब कोई यहाँ पे डैमेज हुआ, कुछ हुआ ऐसा कुछ?
नहीं, इतने डैमेज हवा च ही डैमेज हो गया, इतने खाली खोखला आन के डिग्गा जी,
क्योंकि साथ में ट्रांसफार्मर था। कल हमने देखा कि 8 बजे के बाद पूरे शहर में ब्लैकआउट किया गया था। कहीं ना कहीं लगता है कि अगर यहाँ पे टारगेट किया जाता तो शायद ज़्यादा नुकसान होता गांव का।
बिल्कुल जी बिल्कुल। ये अगर ये लाइट होती तो फिर, क्योंकि तार 3-4 घरों में जाती है, ये टूट के नीचे गिरी। अगर ये लाइट होती तो ये ब्लास्ट करती बहुत ज़्यादा।
एक नौजवान है हमारे साथ, आपने वीडियो भी बनाई, आप दिखा रहे थे कैसे ऊपर से आया, क्या हुआ क्या?
एक्चुअली क्या है कि जैसे ही ड्रोन आया तो हवा में ही वो डिफ्यूज़ हो गया होगा, और जो उसका लास्ट पार्ट था छोटा सा, वैसे केजी में तो आई थिंक 15 से 20 केजी का होगा वो, और सीधा यहाँ पे आगे गिरा। तो थैंक गॉड ये कि ये सीधा ट्रांसफार्मर के ऊपर आगे नहीं गिरा, तो यहाँ पे नीचे ही गिरा।
कोई गांव में कोई नुकसान तो नहीं हुआ, कहीं किसी जगह पे कोई नुकसान तो नहीं हुआ? अगर यहाँ गिरा कोई शीशे टूटे हो, कोई नुकसान हुआ है?
नहीं, हमारे इस गांव में तो कोई नुकसान नहीं हुआ। एक्चुअली हमारे गांव से एक 10-15 किलोमीटर और गांव है खाई फेमे की, वैसे वहाँ पे ज़्यादा नुकसान हुआ है, हमारे इस गांव में नहीं हुआ।
तो वेल वी कैन सी दैट दिस इज द एग्जांपल हाउ आवर डिफेंस सिस्टम, इंटीग्रेटेड डिफेंस सिस्टम इज वर्किंग, एंड we are able to even neutralize all the missiles and drones which are being targeted from Pakistan side. We are reporting from this border area where we have seen the people have seen some part of some object here, but there was no damage at all. Back to studio.
All right, we leave it over there. Gurpreet, keep coming back to all of you in a moment. India striking back hard, but there has been damage in India as well. There is a lot more information coming in what is clearly a very, very fluid situation.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Pakistan continues to provoke India through aggressive actions along our western border. Pakistan has used unmanned combat aerial vehicles, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter jets to target civilian areas, and military infrastructure, hitting back hard after Pakistan's drone attacks across the western sector. India has carried out precision airstrikes on 6 Pakistan Air Force bases, which includes Murid Rahim Yar Khan, and Pakistani military installations at Shukur and Chunia. A radar site at Pasroor and Saikot have also been targeted. Pakistan has been carrying out, remember, heavy shelling along the line of control and targeting civilian areas. Indian Army has effectively and proportionately responded. India's response has been swift and calibrated, is what the government is reiterating. Joining me on this broadcast is Nikunj Garg, our senior managing editor. Also in the studio is Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni. Vice Admiral Anil Chawla is joining us, and also Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh.
General Kulkarni, we were having a discussion prior to the broadcast. Let me take that forward for our viewers' understanding also. Today, for the first time in that official briefing, the participants led by the Foreign Secretary mentioned that Pakistani army is mobilizing and mobilizing to the forward area.
Absolutely.
What does that mean, sir? How would you put it in context for our viewers' understanding? So, mostly speak for the viewers.
Yeah. See, even from the point of view of the Pakistan army also, in view of they wanting to raise the morale of their own troops, because right now they seem to be on the back foot with 6 of their air bases virtually, put out of, I wouldn't say totally out of order, because they can get them back in another 24 to 48 hours. So that's not amazing. But a lot of these 6 air bases have been destroyed, resulting in the air supremacy part and the air superiority. We have the air superiority. To get the air supremacy, we have to suppress the air defense. Once the suppression of the air defense, destruction of the air bases would lead to the aircrafts being totally... Now the Pakistanis are worried that should that happen anytime, say next 24 hours or whatever that be so, then the defenses all along the LOC are going to get compromised. So it might as well move in and occupy the defenses, because mobilization also takes for them 2 to 3 days, 4 days. So it might as well get into the defenses. Firing along from the LOC has been heavy. Pakistanis have been firing heavy. They were, for the first 10 days, they were with small arms, graduated to mortars and graduated to heavy artillery fire. We are also correspondingly increased our to RT and mortar. Therefore, now is the thing to occupy the bases and look for an opportunity. Because at this point of time, Pakistan wants to raise the morale of their troops, that they're not on the back foot. Don't worry, we are at it.
So, A, this is a morale-raising exercise for their troops.
Yeah.
But B, as you are saying that they are covering their flanks. And C, but then it obviously raises the temperatures, because then it becomes a position where they are mobilized and we have not yet mobilized.
No. Even if we have not mobilized the troops all along the LOC, should they find weaknesses and just march in, the Pakistanis will be caught on the back foot. They wouldn't know what has happened to them, because rear areas are being destroyed. There is nothing along the LOC. So if the defenses have to be occupied, even if the rear areas get damaged, so they don't want their area to be compromised, and hence the mobilization to at least hold the front. If the front is also gone and the rear is also gone, then Pakistan collapses. So that is where they are aware that is may collapse, because the way we are getting on to their airfields being destroyed. Similar, more installations will go. If Pak raises the thing by hitting more, first day there were 16 odd targets they took on ours. Second day they took 36. The third day 26. Almost 500 and about 600 of these, you can say, drones and missiles they used on the first 2 days. Yesterday another 200-300 of them. So about 1,000 of them. All this is they are also wanting to find out how do we react, how are we reacting, and in that reaction, because they've got Turkish drones now, if they've got Turkish drones also coming in, Chinese drones also coming in, none of them are working, and their suppression by us of destroying their air defense equipment is so large that the Pakis are now on the back foot. And what I understand, logistically also, the shortage of fuel is started off in Pakistan. So there is fuel shortage, there will be ammunition shortage. In this heavy firing, we'll find they will lose a lot of their communication bases. Plus cyber, they will be also now a victim of a cyber warfare. So if cyber, the air defense being destroyed, the AS bases being destroyed, there's a lot that is now happening in Pakistan, and Munir now would want to hit back. And therefore, the troops might be also questioning, if you're losing, what about the front? Okay. The Indians might just go through the front. It will just happen like Bangladesh, just move in and occupy Dhaka. So that shouldn't be happening with the Karachi that they're looking at. Rahim Yar Khan has been destroyed today. So Rahim Yar Khan is not very far. So they know that the Indians can do it, and therefore they're worried.
Vice Admiral Chawla, what's your assessment of the situation of today? Particularly, we seem to be certainly going up the kinetic ladder. It is only escalating from both the sides.
Absolutely right. That's what the Foreign Secretary also mentioned, that it's Pakistan which is escalating. India has been very careful right from the beginning of this entire operation Sindoor to clarify that first we are only attacking terrorist infrastructure, not even military infrastructure inside Pakistan, certainly not civilian infrastructure. It's then Pakistan that has further escalated it by attempting to attack military installations. And of course, in the process, because of their inaccuracy, they have also attacked civilian infrastructure in the beginning. Now, after we responded with targeted strikes on their military infrastructure, they're deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure, which we have seen the image that you're showing right now on the television. So, the fact is that they are the ones who are escalating, and they are the ones who need to de-escalate. And I think, as I mentioned earlier in your program, they need to come to their senses, because the Indian state has only used a fraction of its force against Pakistan right now. There's much more that is left. And a prudent person will step back from the brink, and I think that's what Pakistan needs to do.
Step back from the brink. But are the Pakistanis listening? Is the Pakistan military brass getting that sense is the big question.
Historically, it has taken at least a couple of weeks for it to sink into their brains. If you see any past conflict. And already, I think as General Kulkarni mentioned, fuel shortages are starting to emerge in Pakistan. They don't really have much capacity for ammunition and fuel storage. And so this bluster and the bluff that they are trying to perpetuate by sending UAVs and drones and random missiles, which have mostly been shot down, will come to an end soon. So I think the sum of the matter is that, as we are doing today, as the leadership is doing, we need to be resolute, and we need to ensure that we don't cede ground here, and that Pakistan realizes in a few days what its standing is. It's already surviving on a loan. I mean, yesterday it got a $1 billion loan, though of course that was not meant for defense purposes, but they've always misused whatever loans they had to either repay old loans from China or diverting them for quasi or military use. So I think in case they don't listen to reason and the rest of their lines of communication get blocked, principally from sea, because the aerial route has already been blocked by the Indian Air Force, then I think they will be in between a rock and a hard place. So that's why I'm saying that they need to step back now.
And Wing Commander Gitanjali, because of course it's an evolving situation, we have been constantly saying so, but the fact that India's civilian population is now being impacted, and how the homes being destroyed, we have lost administrative officer also of Jammu and Kashmir today. He has been martyred. It is not these are what is the collateral of a war. I mean, Pakistan has also targeted a school and a hospital. That's what the press briefing said. So India is emphasizing on those aspects while continuing to say that you are dealing with someone who doesn't really understand what's an exit route. The manner in which this war is playing out, it's only a dangerous path.
Yeah, I'll say you rightly pointed out. That is how our adversary has always been. That is how Pakistan has been. So to a response of India for a cowardly attack like Pahalgam, they have acted and reacted in targeting our civilian populations. And they continue to do so, whether it was escalation post-midnight. It kept on targeting our civilian, densely populated civilian areas, as well as when they've targeted military stations, they've targeted the Medicare centers and schools at both the places. A lot of collateral happens when a conflict is on, and that is what the results and on TV screen, the visuals that we are seeing. So yes, that's bound to happen, as well as when there's a lot of interception of aerial targets, like the UAVs, UCAVs last night. So it's bound to happen when it disintegrates, it falls. And yes, there are damages when it impacts any installation on the ground. So that is what has been happening. But yes, psychologically, when you see things falling apart from the sky and falling in this manner and making an impact on the ground, of course, for the population on ground, it is scary. But yes, we need to be together and take the actions as per the authorities are guiding us.
General
However,
Kulkarni, yes, General Kulkarni, your thought on the two men that India is being forced to deal with, not really deal with, but we do not see. Just look at those images. We'll be putting that detail out. You have Pakistan's new ISPR chief, who's the son of Osama-linked scientist, who had famously said, or should I say infamously said, jinns can make electricity. You're dealing with this man, and then you have General Munir. Both these men have taken their country down a very, very dangerous path, a point of no return, one would say. But the call that has been made by Marco Rubio to General Munir certainly emphasizes on the point that he is the man in charge, man in control of Pakistan right now, and the civilian leadership is completely inconsequential.
You're absolutely right. America, though a democracy, always believes in one-point contact. And they know in Pakistan, the only one-point contact is the chief of the army staff, Munir. Nobody else. However jihadi he may be, whatever he may be, he might take Pakistan down the lane, whatever it is. America knows one-point contact in Pakistan is Munir. Nobody else. We can say democracy, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this is a point that many are emphasizing, and I've been trying to discuss this point while we discuss the credentials or the backgrounds of these men.
Yeah.
Of course, the ISI chief is General Munir's close aide. He is his man. He has put him in that chair. Look, General Asim Munir is a professional soldier. At the end of the day, you can call him a jihadi, you can call him whatever you wish to, you can call him a hardliner, a radical, but he's a professional soldier with obviously over 3 decades plus of soldiering experience, right?
Definitely.
So at the end of the day, he knows the consequences of his actions. He also knows the strength and the weaknesses of the establishment that he leads, which is the Pakistani military.
Absolutely.
He would also be acutely aware of the morale of his men and the wherewithal that he can actually bring to counter India's offense, if there were to be one. Now, under such a situation, what our co-panelist was rightly pointing out at this point in time, that it would take some time for the reality to sink in, but it would sink in. He's a professional soldier. At the end of the day, he knows the difference between a defeat and a win. And he also knows at what cost a victory and at what cost a defeat. So, do you think that this is, till now, this is buccaneering, brinkmanship that he has started some time back with his rather infamous speech about Balochistan? And he will go thus far and not any further from there on. Do you think that, or do you think, that he will continue this dangerous escalatory game come what may? What is your sense as a professional soldier? Make an assessment of General Munir.
See, Munir has sent his family abroad. So he is now all alone, knowing fully well what Pakistan can do and what Pakistan can't. He is addressing his, and they get impressed, influenced, their morale gets raised by their religious indoctrination, be whatsoever. That's their way of doing things. Munir knows it, how far can he go? And all this brinkmanship that is attempting to do, he also at this point of time knows that his reserves are very low. Bajwa, when he handed over the command to him, told him very clearly he doesn't have fuel for the tanks. So he knows exactly where it is. ever since Bajwa has left, the economic conditions of Pakistan have further gone down south. So they haven't gone up. Much that they may have got the IMF loan, $1 billion yesterday.
Yeah, but they will not come to their account tomorrow, right?
Even the $390 million given by Trump to upgrade, maintain F-16s will also take 2 to 3 years. So it's not easy. The aircraft that he has are of the older block. The JF-17s are older block. The JF-10s are the new ones, but he doesn't have that much. The maintenance, the number of aircrafts that he has, which he can actually fly, are not even 50%. So he knows all his this thing, but he cannot now come up and say he's put his country into a real problem. Now,
like General Musharraf in Kargil?
See, General Musharraf in Kargil was another, he used that commando brinkmanship, ki I can do it, not realizing that he did achieve surprise. I will accept that Musharraf did achieve surprise, but he couldn't sustain the momentum, neither could he carry forward, and therefore the defeat. So just maintain, to begin with the surprise, thereafter you have to maintain that momentum. That he couldn't, and that is why Nawaz Sharif had to go to Clinton on the 4th of July and seek, almost surrender, please help. Similarly here, Rubio has already rung up Munir to tell him, partner, this is what we assess about you. Choice is yours. You break, don't come back to us.
Are you of the opinion then the Chinese have no role here?
See, 65 war, 71 war, Kargil war, the Americans' equipment is what the Pakistanis are using, and they were quite effective. Even in 65 war, the Sabre jets, the tanks, the Patton tank that came, the man behind the machine mattered. The equipment came, brand new, the state of the art, but the men couldn't adjust. Similarly now, the drones are coming, the missiles are coming from China and Turkey, but it takes a long time for troops to get adjusted to that. So they aren't as yet adapting to it. But he thought that yes, the Pak army is fully trained, not knowing that the Pak army has taken a back seat in Balochistan. Every day losing even 10 men is a huge thing in war, almost at war. When that Fazlur Rahman is saying again and again that there are 5 to 6 provinces in Balochistan, they don't fly the Pakistani flag. He's saying that in National Assembly. So there's a lot that is happening, back foot in Balochistan, back foot with Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan, in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, here along, a lot of their own resentment within, a lot of officers, men not wanting to come back. So he knows his weakness, but he's showing that.
Bluster.
Yeah,
let me take that question that Maria actually raised to Vice Admiral Kumar. Vice Admiral, Maria raises a very important point. What role do the Chinese have here? Many would say, many neutral observers would say that today the Chinese influence on Pakistan is far greater, far more significant than Americans on the present day and age. Would you agree with that assessment, and would you agree that if Chinese were to be a willing party, a truce can come faster?
Firstly, I don't think India wants China to be any sort of a mediator. I don't think that is setting the cat amongst the pigeons. So that's the point number one. Secondly, as far as China is concerned, as far as the Pakistani armed forces are concerned, 83% of their arms were imported from China over the last 5 years. This is as per the SIPRI, the Stockholm Institute, which is a fact, including major armed systems, and many of them are on the way. One might ask, and I've done a paper on this, as to where does the money to pay all this comes from? And the answer really is the fact that the China-Pakistan economic corridor, in which China has invested over $60 billion, is one of the conduits in which the Pakistani state, read the Pakistani military, is giving several concessions to China. For example, running the Gwadar port is one of them, and many others, in order to finance their war machinery and get this investment from China. So as far as China is concerned, the role that China is today playing is principally, it is a principal supplier of arms and ammunition to Pakistan. Pakistan's reliance or dependence on the West has decreased considerably, as is evident from the current conflict as well. But China is very careful. Even in previous conflicts, China has never interfered or intervened directly on behalf of Pakistan. It's quite possible that they might be sharing intelligence or satellite imagery or things like that.
My question,
But,
Admiral, was
and-
slightly
and
different.
supply-
My question, Admiral, was slightly different, but let me take that question to Wing Commander Gitanjali. My question is not about mediation, or my question is not about China's overt participation. What I'm trying to say is that China probably today wields far more or greater influence than it ever wielded in the past on the Pakistani military establishment. Because if you go by the Times of India of today, they have seen how the Pakistanis have been completely rearmed to teeth by the Chinese. And therefore, my question is that if the Chinese were to wish peace between India and Pakistan, as they have expressed an hour back, there was a statement from the Chinese establishment which said that, we request both parties to disengage. Do you think a peace would be possible faster? And particularly with the joint effort of the Americans and the Chinese, Pakistan could be made to see the reason? Of course, the might of the Indian armed forces would make them see the reason in some time to come for sure, as pointed out by Vice Admiral. But do you think that collaborative process can probably make them see the reason quicker?
Yeah, Nikunj, you've correctly pointed out that the Chinese influence has been increasing and has been more on Pakistan. And the exit route to all the escalation and all the ongoing scenario is actually diplomacy and continued effort and a common ground, which has to be offered by a third party, of course, whether it be US or China. But as you're saying, yes, the Chinese influence has been there. Providing a common dialogue or persuading for a common dialogue, of course, can be said that they can work out, because as Sir also pointed out, the ongoing inventory as well as the joint programs that Pakistan has been continuing with China is actually making it more confident into these conflicts, to enter into these conflicts, and thinking about that backing they might have. So a common ground, of course, and the dialogue, if pressurized and routed through China, could maybe work out. But however, I would say that the prudence still lies on the man leading the missions. So in Pakistan, the scenario is not seeming to be dealt in a very prudent manner and a very thoughtful manner. They're already sitting on brink of their reserves and on the lookout of their inventories. So that needs to be reconciled and rethought about. The leadership there needs to
Wing Commander, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us, Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni here and Vice Admiral Chawla. Shifting focus to all the international reactions. Remember, in the last couple of hours, there have been series of phone calls that have happened. US Secretary of State has spoken to Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, and Marco Rubio has said that India and Pakistan need to de-escalate. In fact, Dr. S. Jaishankar has put out a tweet as well regarding that phone call, and he has said that India's approach is always measured. And there is another meeting, or in fact a phone call again, which has happened between the Pakistanis and the Saudi foreign minister. What does all of these mean? Will it actually mean some kind of diplomatic outreach for de-escalation? We have Vishal joining us from the newsroom, and Global Times, Vishal, is also reporting of what the Chinese are saying. So in terms of calls, what are you picking up? What has been the larger essence of those calls?
Well, while both the countries' military, repeatedly engage almost every day, and that is mostly prompted by attacks from the other side of the border from Pakistan, there have been a lot of backdoor diplomacy talks going on, a lot of direct phone calls between leaders of these nations involved, especially between US and both the parties. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to both S. Jaishankar and the Pak Army Chief Asif Munir in the last 24 hours. The latest one was with S. Jaishankar, and as you rightly mentioned, India has clearly stated that India's response has always been measured and quite responsible. It all depends on how Pakistan retaliates, whether it wants to escalate or not. India has never been someone to escalate. India has made it quite clear. And as you also mentioned that there have been other nations who are trying to allay some kind of reprieve in these desperate times, that Saudi foreign minister has spoken to the deputy prime minister of Pakistan and tried to de-escalate this tension, and also the fact that there was a visit by the Ministry of the Foreign Ministry of Saudi Arabia's top official was on a visit to both Pakistan and India in the last 48 hours. So that shows that countries across the world, Middle East, they are trying to address this situation and trying to de-escalate the tensions. But it all boils down to Pakistan right now, how it responds, because the escalation has clearly been from that side.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the de-escalation has to happen and it has to begin from the Pakistani side. They are the aggressors in this war-like situation that India and Pakistan are at present. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us. We are slipping into a short break and we'll be back in just a few seconds with all the news and updates. In fact, there's a piece of news that is also coming in from Pokhran. We'll get details of that in just a bit. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles.
Government's special briefing on Operation Sindoor. Government says responded effectively to Pakistan's escalation. India hit targets at multiple Pakistan air bases is what the government has said. Government of India reiterates that Pakistan actions are provocative and escalatory. Pakistan is trying hard to hit multiple air bases in India. India successfully debunks claims of Pakistani propaganda. Government says that Pakistan attacked 26 locations. Time-stamped images of Indian air bases show zero damage. US Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to Dr. S. Jaishankar. Rubio says India-Pakistan need to de-escalate External Affairs Minister responds by saying India's approach has always been measured and responsible. In fact, news just coming in that Pakistan appears to be firing drones in the range of Jaisalmer, Falodi and Pokhran. Explosions have been reported from Pokhran. These appear to be some activity. In fact, there is appearing to be some activity now near Jaisalmer and Pokhran. Red alert has been sounded in this entire range. People have been asked to stay indoors. So escalation certainly happening now in Rajasthan. Remember, there were explosions which were heard this morning, but now it is in the range of Pokhran. Pokhran, the significance of that place, Nikunj?
Can't be lost. That is India's nuclear testing site, and that's where the India has successfully tested its last nuclear device under the charge of Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee. And therefore, Pakistan knows that. And that's why these drones are near to Pokhran and in the larger area of Jaisalmer. Quite clearly, if this activity is happening now, Maria, this means that the daytime ingress of the Pakistani aerial devices has increased, because previously what we have been seeing is that towards the early evening or latter part of the evening, the ingress from the Pakistani side was more or majorly done. Now, if you are seeing daytime activity of the drones, either they are probing drones which are probing our defenses and our reactions, or Pakistan is upping the ante and making it a 24-hour cycle of aggression.
Okay, let's bring in Harsha, who's joining us from Ground Zero. Harsha, give us the details. I mean, it did not, daytime activities, as Nikunj was pointing out, there has been lull largely during the day, and only post the sunset that aggression began and violation along the LOC. But this provocation is continuing even during the day now.
Well, yes, absolutely, because, very unusual for Jaisalmer that they were all asked to go home and shut shop, literally. So you can see behind me, all shops are actually shut, and the city is actually practically empty except for a few media teams which are out reporting. There is announcements also coming in from, the administration which is patrolling the area, asking everyone to go home. And just before this, we heard, that there were people called us from Pokhran and told us there were definitely some explosions which were heard there. So the activity is around in this belt, very close to Jaisalmer, Pokhran, Falodi, Mohangarh, this area. Sitting here, I could also hear explosions in the distance, which is, though we of course couldn't see anything. So yes, like you're saying, sort of some kind of activity has started in the daytime. There was definitely some kind of alert that was sounded. That's why suddenly, in the day, we were told that Jaisalmer has to shut down, so all shops have shut down. Barmer has to shut down, so there's a red alert for Jaisalmer and Barmer. In fact, I was talking to a senior police official also who said that you will be stopped before you enter Jaisalmer. But as of now, I was allowed to come back into the city. So yes, there is a sense of high alert here, and definitely explosions and sounds being heard in this range. There is some kind of an activity that's going on here.
Harsha, explain to our viewers how far are you from the international border, because the state that you are in has complete international border. There is no line of control or working boundary or whatever, anything like that. That's clear, quite well demarcated international border with a fence. India completed that fence in the late 90s, and that fence exists. And therefore, explain to our viewers how far as crow flies, the distance between you and the international border is, and how far in your rear from the international border all of this activity is taking place. 20 kilometers in your rear, 30 kilometers in your rear, or in what kind of a geographical spread you are talking about in the border areas of Rajasthan between Jaisalmer, Barmer and Pokhran. Please explain in detail.
Well, yes, the Jaisalmer, Pokhran and Barmer are the three border towns on this 1,000+ kilometer long border that Rajasthan shares with Pakistan. And it is completely fenced. In fact, like you said, it's a fenced border where there's a constant vigil by the BSF. Now, these border towns are definitely in the line of, should I say, aggression, because they are the last outposts. I am in Jaisalmer, which is about 150 kilometers from the border. As
as the crow flies. So definitely a sense of alertness here. And the border towns of Barmer, Jaisalmer and Pokhran have also been known for their importance to India and to India's military. Everybody knows that. So obviously these are very, very sensitive towns in that sense. Now, there has been, like we were discussing, there has been activity in Jaisalmer, in these areas. I just came back from a field in Jaisalmer where last night at about 4 o'clock in the morning, a drone came in with a projectile which actually caused a crater in the field, and there was a loud explosion and the lights could be seen all around. Now this was about, again, a little more towards the border, a little away from me. So I would say about 70-80 kilometers from the border is where this happened. And, that projectile is now lying in a field. The army is, of course, retrieving it, but it was designed to cause harm. And even now, as I'm standing here, there is behind me, if you can hear the sounds, there is a police vehicle that is going around the city and asking people to go indoors. So the sense of alertness is quite high. The sense of, preparedness is also quite high. The administration is taking no chances because, remember, like I was saying, we are about 150 odd kilometers from the border with Pakistan as the crow flies.
Let's shift focus now from Jaisalmer to the power corridors in New Delhi, where series of meetings are continuing. Aishwarya is now reporting that there is a high-level meeting which is currently taking place at 7 LKM. That is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's official residence. 3 service chiefs, all the tri-services chiefs are in attendance there, and the CDS and also the National Security Advisor is present. This, of course, comes an hour and a half after that crucial press conference, which was chaired by the MOD and Ministry of External Affairs, where details of what happened in the early hours of today was shared. Aishwarya is joining us live. Aishwarya.
Well, multiple meetings are going since morning, and these are strategic in nature. What we have been told this morning was a National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, briefed Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at his residence for almost 1 hour. Post that, we have seen the 3 service chiefs in a huddle at the South Block at Ministry of Defence. And now it is at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has reached along with the CDS, NSA and 3 service chiefs as well. A high-level meeting is underway. A press conference was done, and a brief details of how India is retaliating to the attack on India's air bases by Pakistani, and the proofs had been given as well. The Border Security Force also giving the visual evidences and proofs that clearly states that how there is, in all likelihood, possibility of infiltration bid as well. All the armed forces have been kept on alert, and certainly a high-level meeting currently underway at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence, where NSA Ajit Doval, it is CDS Anil Chauhan, and all 3 service chiefs are also present. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh was briefed by the NSA this morning, and now all are briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi about current situation and how India is going to take further actions against the Pakistani establishment.
Aishwarya, I know it's a tough situation to report on and from. I also know that these meetings are highly secretive in nature. But after each meeting, are you getting some sense of what are the discussions inside? What is the government planning to do? Are these meetings more in nature of protecting the Indian civilians from the Pakistani assault, or are they now veering towards an assault position also that Government of India wishes to take? Because today, for the first time in the official press briefing also, there was a mention of the Pakistani mobilization towards the forward areas. Military experts have tried to decode it and put it in some context, but obviously that context may not be the context or the prism that the Government of India may be seeing it from. So, is there some sense that you are getting from these meetings, the meetings chaired by Raksha Mantri or the Defence Minister on one side, meetings chaired by the Prime Minister, and then meetings chaired by the Home Minister? Is there some dribble of information that you are able to collect and that you can share with our viewers, or it will all remain in the realm of speculation?
Well, these meetings are very secretive in nature, of course, strategic as well. But one thing is very clear that we have got from our sources within the Prime Minister's office as well, that Prime Minister has given free hand to Indian Armed Forces. Prime Minister has reiterated that he believes in full professional capabilities of Indian Armed Forces, and whatever decision our forces will take in retaliation to Pakistan's aggression, it will depend on them, and completely the government, the dispensation have left to them. Of course, it is because the leadership plays a very important role at such situations. We are witnessing on a daily basis, and now this is a regular, this is happening regularly, that first the armed forces holds their own review meetings, their own directions are being set by the armed forces. A separate meetings takes place early morning at the South Block, where all the three service chiefs comes. They decide on what direction the armed forces want to go, and later it is briefed to the defense minister. Also, the final note comes from the Prime Minister, as he is being regularly monitoring the situation. Yesterday, I have been speaking to some very senior officials from the government. They have categorically stated that the Home Minister, Defense Minister and Prime Minister is very, very closely monitoring every situation day and night. And after the nod being given from the top leadership, it is the action that is being taken on the part. But India is very clear on their on their side that India will not be on an aggression mode. They are completely defending our territory, the sovereignty of the country, and for that, whatever they wanted to do, Indian Armed Forces have given free hand, and therefore the reason perhaps early up in the morning at the South Block when the meeting concluded, now we are witnessing this high-level meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's official residence.
All right, Ash, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus now to Jammu and Kashmir. That's where Shivarur and Nazir Masoodi are joining us from. Shiv, just minutes ago, we heard you were reporting that there were explosions heard in Srinagar. You were reporting from right near the Dal Lake. Has the situation changed in the last 45 minutes? Just hold on to your thoughts. Let me introduce other
Maria,
reporters
it
as well.
actually hasn't changed.
Shiv,
because,
I can see Nazir Masoodi joining us, also Ghazali at this juncture. Please go ahead, Shiv.
The situation hasn't changed, Maria. We heard a couple of explosions just about 45 minutes ago. We've learned from our contacts in the security agencies that this was, like we'd heard in the morning, another air defense engagement of what could be some kind of a projectile. We don't really know, a loitering munition or a drone of some kind, possibly over Budgam airspace or beyond, or near the Srinagar airport. This would make it the 16th or the 17th such engagement just today in Srinagar. Remember, there was no mention at all of the nature of the air raid, as it were, in Srinagar from the press conference that happened a short while ago. But one of those drones that was intercepted right in the middle of one of the most populated parts of Srinagar, around the Dal Lake, is right here. And I've just sent a report that will be on air very, very shortly. It crashed right into the Dal Lake. It's been taken for forensic analysis. I am told it was a loitering munition, but to think that it came so close into Srinagar and it was intercepted just maybe a kilometer or a kilometer and a half from here, only to crash into the Dal Lake, just shows you the extent to which Pakistan is probably going to send offensive lethal weapons into highly populated areas of India's cities. Remember, Srinagar was #1 in that list of 15 cities where that initial drone wave was sent. But clearly, if we're hearing explosions just 45 minutes ago, that modus operandi hasn't changed at all. So the answer to your question is no, it doesn't look like the aerial assault in either direction is stopping anytime soon.
Shiv, I asked this question to an expert, to a former Air Force official. Now I'm asking this question to you. In the past few days, what we had noticed is that after the dark, the principal bulk of the Pakistani aerial activity, any kind of aerial ingress, was beginning. Now, it's also happening during the day. You are reporting, and so is the same fact being reported by Harsha from the Rajasthan sector. So quite clearly, This is now becoming a 24-hour assault kind of a situation, and it looks like that there is no holds barred when it comes to the timings at least, and this seems certainly to be then escalatory in nature, only climbing up. Would you agree with that?
I'm so glad you said that, Nikunj, because last evening when we reported that the first daylight and daytime ceasefire violations using artillery had taken place in Kupwara, Poonch and Uri, that's exactly what struck me. You know, something has changed after 16 days to see what has otherwise only been confined to either the pre-dawn hours or the late night hours. Even India's initial retaliation, Operation Sindoor, happened, just after 1 in the morning. This time, like you're rightly saying, today's wave of drone strikes, unlike the two previous ones, are again happening during the day. The damage we've seen in some places like Jammu and Samba, etc., what we're seeing over Srinagar today clearly shows that these are, air assault operations that have been launched, after sunrise. I think the reason for that may not be that something has qualitatively changed in terms of weapon usage or that the surprise element is over, even though that is one very, very important aspect of it. The surprise element has evaporated. India knows that those drones are coming, so the advantages provided by darkness and night are no longer there. But beyond that, I had a very interesting expert view from someone I asked this exact question to earlier today, and they said the window of engagement, there's a metric called window of engagement that the Pakistan army and any military really uses when it is trying to execute offensive action on the other side, and that has actually shrunk. So Pakistan no longer has the luxury, Nikunj, for waiting for a 24-hour cycle for darkness in order to effect that next attack, because India has heightened the intensity and frequency of its retaliations. So Pakistan has to act now, and if that has to happen in daylight, then so be it. So that answers that question.
Okay, so it's like this, that make good while the sun shines, literally, because that the defenses are up, and offensive from the Pakistan will also offensive from India, I beg your pardon, will also be continuing. Let me also go to our other colleagues now. Nazir, I was asking you last time, when did you see such an intensity and scale of offensive from Pakistan in terms of bombardment? You said it was quarter of a century back. What has qualitatively changed from that time to this time? Are you seeing more civilian areas being targeted, larger populations being impacted, or are you seeing a more robust response from Indian side?
And on the screens are also the visuals of people abandoning their homes and moving to safer areas. Very, very, disturbing images coming in. People forced to leave their homes as this shelling continues. Please go ahead, Nazir. I was just speaking on the visuals.
Well, Nikunj, as we report, I was talking earlier that it was in 98 or 2001 when I saw this type of magnitude of this artillery shelling along the line of control. But this is essentially a war without it being declared as a war. When you have the main military installation or the air bases being targeted here in Srinagar, in less than 24 hours, you have 3 attempts on Srinagar Air Base or the Avantipora Air Base. Just as Nikunj was mentioning a while back, there were at least 2 to 3 explosions. Nature of explosion is not known. We'll wait for the official information and the confirmation. But there were loud explosions, and if we see the two earlier instances, they were targeted at the Srinagar Air Base. And what government has said in its briefing, there was a damage not only just to the air base, but also school there for children. Healthcare facility at both Avantipora Air Base and Srinagar Air Base, they have been targeted, they have suffered damages. And then we talk about, Udhampur, there was a damage and also the government has admitted there's some damage to it. It comes live soldiers also. Number of soldiers who may have sacrificed their life is not known. But Pakistan clearly has suffered a great deal of damage. Its air bases, its military infrastructure, it is posts across the line of control, which army has, actually released videos showing how their bunkers how their positions, how terror, launch pads have been targeted by the army, by the forward posts, and all they have been captured on camera to show what extent of damage. But also it has to be seen what would be the response of Pakistan if the attacks would again start from those bases. That would show the extent of the damage which they have suffered in Indian, retaliatory, action. But over the last 3 days, we have been seeing it is only escalating. India has today clearly said that they don't want any further escalation, but it would provide it. Pakistan doesn't escalate things, they want things to settle. So first thing India had said, the first escalation was attack on innocent tourists on April 22nd, when 26 innocent people were killed. What followed was a retaliation against a person on terror sites, and then on military installations when Pakistan tried to target our military installations. But the way things are unfolding, whether it is Jammu, where civilian areas are being targeted, where it is Poonch, Rajouri, where innocent people, including an officer who was on duty, he died in the line of duty, sacrificed his life. Or the people living in Tangdar, Uri, Machil, Keren, all have become the victim or the target of Pakistani shelling. So it is just going on. People living here in these areas are hoping things calm down. But the way things are going, I'll tell you, yesterday I spoke to the person who lost his home to a Pakistani shelling. But he was saying he's more pained when innocent people were killed in Pahalgam. And he said house may again be built. So that is the sentiment on the ground which we have seen from April 22nd by the people in Kashmir here. But the fact is, the way things are going today, it has never been seen before. It is in many ways worse than 1971, because in 1971, Srinagar airport, they could not target it like this. But the way India's integrated air defense system has worked, it has neutralized most of the target attempts by Pakistan. That is something they must have understood what it means. And then there's a lot of propaganda, what they have done this thing. And if you see what Pakistani media is spreading and how they want to create communal discord in India, that is most horrible thing to see. That's why when they actually targeted Gurdwara, they targeted Madrasa, they targeted a temple in Poonch, yet they have all to say, India has itself targeted this Gurdwara. So, but will they answer who killed Maulana Muhammad Iqbal and who targeted Madrasa when their shells hit in Gurdwara, in Poonch, therefore yesterday. So it is something, and today 5 innocent people, among them just 2-year-old baby, Arsha Noor, was killed in Pakistani shelling in Poonch. So that is the kind of, barbarism and the shelling which is actually killing innocent people in Jammu and Kashmir. They continue to bear the brunt, but this time there's escalation, and the military targets, particularly the air bases from Pathankot right up to Srinagar, Avantipora, even in Leh, they have been targeted in the last 24 hours.
Yes, and lots of details now coming in of the detail of terrorists that have been killed in the Indian strikes on 7th of May. Remember, 7th of May is when Operation Sindoor began, and we have been saying that this is an ongoing operation. We'll be breaking those details in just a bit, but a word from Ghazali, who's joining us from Poonch. Ghazali, the district administration has issued advisories. What all does it include?
See, both in Poonch, in Kathua, in Rajouri, from where I'm reporting, the district administration has issued advisories to people, generally because these 3 districts are in the firing line from shelling by the Pakistani side. So people have been advised to stay indoors. They have been advised, the lowest story buildings have been advised to put sandbags in front of on their windows, on their top of the rooftop, because most of these houses are taking the hit from the Pakistani side. And you see behind me all these vehicles moving. These are the people who are leaving the city area from Rajouri district and are moving to safer places in Jammu or even towards Punjab, the districts which are located far away from the either line of control or the international border. So right now, all the hospitals, all the other commercial establishments are closed across these 3 districts and other districts which are located near the LOC or near the international border, and people are migrating from here expecting that perhaps Pakistan will, or both sides will de-escalate, or the situation returns to normal.
All right, Ghazali, since you're moving from one district to another and you're saying that schools are also shut, education institutions shut, shops shut, advisory is issued for the residents to move to safer places. Is there a sense that, as we have been asking other reporters also, that daytime ingress is continuing, that is only going up? What you saw 24 hours ago to now. Earlier it was during the night or post sunset. Now it has started even during the daytime.
See, Maria, the pattern keeps changing since 7th of May. When we visited Poonch, they were saying, the people over there said that perhaps heavy shelling happens after sunset in the dark hours. But what happened today in the morning here in Rajouri, which also unfortunately killed one of the senior officials of the district administration, this happened at around 5:30 to 6 in the morning, which is rarely expected as far as shelling is concerned. So every day the intensity is increasing, and that is what has kept the people in fix here, that whether to stay in the district or move to other location, because Pakistan is indiscriminately shelling the civilian establishments here, the residences, and the range of those, most of the location here in Rajouri and Poonch district comes under the firing line in that entire area. So a lot of people have moved from here, and after a couple of casualties in the district, people are now thinking hard that they have to leave, else if the situation escalates from here onwards.
All right, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us. In fact, government sources have now released a list of some of the terrorists who were killed in the Indian strikes on 7th of May. We can put out their names now. These are top 5 terrorists who have been killed, and their affiliation with the Pakistani military cannot be missed. Mudassar Hadian Khas, associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, was in charge of Markaz Taiba Muridke. Remember, one of the shellings, one of the strikes which happened by India was in Muridke, and he received a guard of honor at his funeral by the Pakistani army. A serving Lieutenant General of the Pak Army and the IG of Punjab Police, in fact, attended the prayer ceremony. So you
cannot go higher than that. The Inspector General is the head of the civil police there, and the Lieutenant General obviously is the boss of the entire Pakistani army formation in the Punjab area. So that's the highest military and civil engagement with the funeral of a terrorist that the government sources are now indicating, clearly put out. In fact, on that, Indian Foreign Secretary actually had put out a picture showing the engagement of the Pakistani military and the police with such funerals. Now they have also given out details that we are now putting out for our viewers. These are very important details just to point out the fact that how closely Pakistani civil and military establishment is intertwined with organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba. Remember, a globally proscribed UN-sanctioned terror organization, and some of the terror masterminds carry huge bounties in a special program that Government of United States of America, Federal Bureau of Investigation runs, called the US Rewards Program. Some of them have bounties stretching up from $5 million to up to $25 million. So, and with such terrorists, the engagement of the Pakistani civil and military leadership is crystal clear, as is now being put out by the government sources, which we are now breaking out for our viewers. Pictures of this were shown to the larger world, International Committee of Nations, and our own population by none less than the Foreign Secretary of India in the briefing that he did some time back. So quite clearly, you can see that how closely the Pakistani establishment and these terror groups are intertwined. In fact, for a long, long time, I have actually called them the extensions of the Pakistani establishment, Maria.
In fact, Hafiz Muhammad Jamil, associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed, he was the eldest brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He was actively involved in radical indoctrination of youth and fundraising for Jaish-e-Mohammed. Then there is another name, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar, associated again with Jaish-e-Mohammed, brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled all the weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed. He was wanted in the IC-814 hijacking case. IC-814 hijacking, a word on that, and the role of Jaish-e-Mohammed in that hijacking episode.
I mean, that's probably the last time that our civilian airliners faced that kind of threat and Pakistan was actively engaged in it. It was completely clear to the world that Pakistani establishment was completely backing those terrorists. Jaish-e-Mohammed's boss, who actually formed Jaish-e-Mohammed, Maulana Masood Azhar, after coming out of Indian prison, was released during that hijacking, that infamous exchange of terrorists, for which the government of India was also panned by certain quarters. But remember, at stake was also lives of nearly 200 innocent civilians, passengers of that ill-fated aircraft or flight IC-814. Jaish-e-Mohammed and remember, Maria, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba are two pincers of the extensions of Pakistani establishment. Whenever there is heat that builds up on Jaish-e-Mohammed, Pakistan starts to prop up Lashkar-e-Taiba in the eyes of the global fraternity, in the sense of as a terror group. When the heat builds on Lashkar, then the Jaish is given that frontline role. So Pakistani establishment has very conveniently used these two terror groups for training, attacking, and blackmailing, siphoning off of legitimate funds and manpower from all kinds of legitimate sources. This is not only our complaint. This is the complaint of the Pakistan's eastern neighbors also, like Iran, that these are the terror establishments being backed by Pakistan actively.
And since we have highlighted that aspect, that how intertwined the equations between the terror groups and the Pakistani establishment has been, another name here is Khalid.
We should actually put out that picture on our screen for our viewers that Foreign Secretary himself displayed in the briefing day before. So if our desk can do that, put out that picture that the Foreign Secretary was holding in his hand. That picture, as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Alongside this information will make it absolutely clear to our world, the world that is watching the broadcast of NDTV, and our population, that how closely intertwined these two are. Actually, according to me, extensions of the Pakistani military establishment, these terror groups are.
So Khalid Abu Akasa was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba. In fact, he was involved in multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. His funeral was held in Faisalabad, and it was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. Moving on to Muhammad Hassan Khan, he was associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed, played a key role in coordinating terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. He was son of Mufti Asghar Khan, operational commander of Jaish-e-Mohammed in POK, which is Pakistan Occupied Kashmir. This is coming in by way of government sources, but important aspect, as was pointed out by the Foreign Secretary, that these funerals were post the strikes carried out by India on Murid Ke and in Bahawalpur, which were the headquarters of these terror groups, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. When the funerals happened, it was attended by top officials of the Pakistan Army and also the IG of these range. This happened in Punjab, so it was IG of Punjab Police who attended the prayer ceremony.
So essentially, the civil and the military leadership both were present, as if honoring some sort of, as if that's the picture. That's the picture. Foreign Secretary holding in his hand, showing how the final prayers of those killed in the Indian assault are being led by a full contingent. I mean, there's not a small detachment, Maria. There's a full contingent of military men wearing military uniforms. They're not hiding away. They're not hiding any which way from the public glare. There's a Pakistani military component, and then there is Pakistani police component. And I am quite sure that this is only one such picture that the Indian state has displayed, which Foreign Secretary himself displayed to the entire world. And I'm quite sure that many such pictures, since you are putting out those details of Faisalabad and other places also, I'm quite sure that many such pictures would be in the custody of the Indian state, where this close proximity of Pakistani terror groups and Pakistani establishment, both military and civil, would be on full display, as is there, as the Foreign Secretary very dramatically pulled out that picture that day during his briefing and put it out for the entire world to see. And these are terrorists who, as I said, have been globally proscribed, have been globally banned by multiple countries, and they carry large bounties on their heads under a special US rewards program run by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. called the US Special Rewards Program, bounties stretching up from 5 million to up to 25 million. So quite clearly a very clear nexus of Pakistani establishment and terrorist groups running and having headquarters in Pakistan out on display.
Air Marshal Ahluwalia, former Chief of Western Air Command, is joining us. Air Marshal Ahluwalia, details coming in, and what is becoming increasingly clear, as Nikunj was saying, that these terror groups were essentially an extension of Pakistani military, and the fact that during their funeral, senior officials of generals and IGs are in attendance means a lot. I mean, as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. We are looking at those visuals as well.
Yes, certainly. It is only a reaffirmation of what goes on in Pakistan. We all know, and it's an open secret, that the Pakistan deep state is actually running these terrorist organizations like JEM and LET. So therefore, this is once again reiterating and confirming what I think the world needs to know. And then what is happening now is they've led us into a situation where the two sides are in absolute, they're facing each other, ready to go into battle subsequently. We are at a very critical stage now, especially after the Pakistanis have hit, all our places, civilian organizations, civilian establishments, civilian residential areas, with these UAVs right across the LOC, and even places like Amritsar and places like Jammu, which have been very hardly hit. They've also tried to hit our bases. In some places, I don't think they have achieved any success, because the air defense setup that we've got has been very, very efficient in shooting down, I would say, these drones. These drones are not easy to shoot because they're very, very small. They hardly contain, they cannot cause very much damage, but they can be a nuisance value, like you see, in the Palestine conflict. But notwithstanding that, what do we do now? We have reached a stage where we are firing missiles at them. Missiles in the sense that we're firing missiles from the air, airborne platforms, and missiles from the ground, like BrahMos. Now, these are deadly weapons. So we've got into a situation as to who is going to blink first. And this is only going to go to the next step, to the next step, to the next step. And I only see the future here where we have to make sure that the Pakis bend their knees. Otherwise, the objective of teaching them a lesson as far as terrorism is concerned is going to be way off, because they're going to repeat it again and again and again. The Pakistani army.
Marshal Ahluwalia, let me ask you a question, which many people with non-military background, people like us and general population of the country, would be thinking about. We've seen a swarm of aerial ingress from Pakistan in the form of drones, sometimes in the form of fighter jets, sometimes in the form of other aerial objects. You can probably better classify each one of them. What is the objective? You are saying that they're not carrying too much of explosives. Are these swarms of aerial objects trying to test our defenses? Are they trying to unnerve the defenders of Indian borders? Are they preparing for something bigger? If you can explain for my viewer, if you can explain for our viewer, NDTV's viewers, as to what is the objective of this entire exercise. Is it to carry large-scale damage? Is it to demotivate the local populations? What is the principal objective? And if you can elaborate on that, sir.
All this is basically a retaliation of what we did after 22nd April at Pahalgam. When we struck them, the 5 terrorist launch pads across the POK and 4 in the heartland of Pakistan. Now, that was the starting point. Firstly, of course, the starting point was 22nd April, Pahalgam. But over here, we were able to use the kamikaze drones like the Heron and the Herpes, which actually delivered devastating damage to the infrastructure, the training areas, the habitats of all these terrorist organizations like the JEM and the LAT. Now they have to react to that because much of it is political. The very existence of the deep state of Pakistan, vis-a-vis the Pakistan ISI and the Pakistan Army, is based on anti-India stance. Now, if they do not react, then they're finished politically. They're not going to let this happen. So all this is nibbling at the moment. The question is, how far are they going to nibble and irritate? I think this is mostly, more than anything else, irritation. Notwithstanding, unfortunately, a few people on our side losing their lives. And what's more, they are actually breaking the rules of engagement by hitting civilian areas. Very unfortunate, especially those people who are living on the borders, on the line of or close to the LOC. They are suffering tremendously in terms of their infrastructure, their buildings, their habitats, but very importantly, their lives as well. So therefore, this has been a retaliation, which they had to do some sort of retaliation. Now the big question is, are they going to leave it at this? Are we going to leave it at this? Are we going to use our platforms, aircraft, to fire missiles with devastating effect? Or are we going to use our UAVs with devastating effect? And if this continues, if the Pakistani army gets into it, I don't think they'll do anything in the LOC because the terrain is terrible. The terrain is no good for offensive action. But down the plains of Punjab, onto the desert areas, it can be tricky. And if they get into that, then it will become an all-out war. And slowly, I think we have to be very careful. These guys, now they're putting out that they're ready to use the nukes if required. Or they're still contemplating how to position the nukes. They had that meeting, or they announced that the meeting of their command center, the command committee that is in charge of pressing the trigger, they are meeting and they're going to decide. So notwithstanding all that, it's going to be murky as we go into the future. How far we go is, I think, nobody's guess. It's neither Pakistan nor India that will be able to dictate how far and what to do. So let's see what goes on now. And let's see if the Pakistani army ventures out, because they're going to suffer a very bloody nose. And
right.
I think...
Marshal Ahluwalia, I really appreciate your time here on NDTV. We're slipping into a short break. We'll get you more aspects of this developing story in just a bit. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Government does a special briefing on Operation Sindoor. Government says it responded effectively to Pakistan's escalation. India hit targets at multiple Pakistan air bases. Government says Pakistan actions are provocative and escalatory in nature. It reiterates that several multiple air bases were being targeted by Pakistan. Government debunks claims of Pakistani propaganda. Pakistan attacked 26 locations. Time-stamped images of Indian air bases undamaged shown. United States Secretary of State speaks to Dr. S. Jaishankar. Marco Rubio says that India and Pakistan must de-escalate. External Affairs Minister responds by saying that India's approach has always been measured and responsible. And our teams of reporters are on ground getting you all the highlights, all the details from ground zero in Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab and also in Rajasthan. Here's a report by Shivarur from Dal Lake.
We're on Srinagar's famous Dal Lake because in an area just ahead of where we're sailing right now is where a Pakistani drone was intercepted and actually fell into the Dal Lake. Now, before you get worried, I have permission to be here. I've spoken to the agencies because the drone that was shot down in airspace over Srinagar and crashed into the Dal Lake has been recovered by the agencies and has gone for analysis. But I wanted to give our viewers here on NDTV tracking our ground coverage just a sense of how in the middle of a population center, Pakistan has been sending offensive weapons. Now, we are told it was some kind of a long-range loitering munition or a drone. While we were reporting this morning, we heard a series of loud explosions, and it's difficult to pinpoint, but at least one of those explosions must have been the interception of a drone somewhere in this airspace, finally landing near that brick bridge right here on the Dal Lake. There have been as many as 14 explosions, including 2 in the afternoon. Most of them in the morning. We are told that air defense systems have activated in and around Srinagar near the airport and beyond, bringing down a variety of drones, confirming once again that last night's drone strike attempts in Srinagar and several other places. We are told about 26 different places is continuing today as well. We heard it with our own ears and it was captured on NDTV's cameras. What Pakistan does next will depend on how it handles the Indian airstrikes that have taken place as a retaliation on their military bases. Remember that phrase, military bases, viewer, because here in Srinagar, a highly populated city with lakhs of people living around the Dal Lake, Pakistan sent a loitering munition capable of killing lots of people right into a population center, signaling very, very clearly that it doesn't care for civilians and it doesn't differentiate between population centers and military targets. With Ashwini Mehra, on the Dal Lake in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV. We're on Srinagar's famous...
All right, some visuals now coming in of that crucial meeting that was chaired by Prime Minister Modi. In fact, Rajnath Singh, Raksha Mantri and other heads of three forces were in attendance as well. We'll try and play those visuals right on your television screens. And Aishwarya will be joining us. The significance of these meetings, Nikunj, which are taking place in Delhi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi doing an overall assessment. Then you have Raksha Mantri meeting Tri-Services Chief, Home Minister Amit Shah meeting paramilitary forces.
Well, Maria, now this is a very crucial stage of this entire conflict. Part of the meetings, of course, would be now to safeguard the civilian population in the border areas. That becomes the big management task for the Ministry of Home Affairs. Remember, it's their area of responsibility. It's the principal border guarding force that they are masters of, and they will have to coordinate with the civil administration to evacuate a large chunk of civilian population living alongside these areas, which are now being shelled actively by Pakistan. But what further steps we have to take now to bolster our defenses, be the offensive action against Pakistan from deterring them for this any kind of mischief that they have been carrying out for last couple of days now, or in fact more. That is also now a very important part of the entire strategizing, and that is why Prime Minister himself at the superstructure of the political structure of the country, at the apex of the political structure of the country, meeting not only the service chiefs but also the civilian leadership, including the National Security Advisor and his top ministers, just to fine-tune and strategize each component of that strategy. Each minister will do the responsibility of his executive line ministry, the home, the defense, etc. And then at the level of the Prime Minister, the overarching strategy to deal with Pakistan, including the defensive action to safeguard the populations from the Pakistani action, would be decided.
So, but it's a regular monitoring, regular assessment, because it's a dynamic situation and the Prime Minister at the helm of the political structure of the country is very hands-on, is what is also becoming very clear. He has displayed that political will when Operation Sindoor was carried out. India has sent a message of a new security doctrine, which will be very different from what it was in pre-Modi era.
Well, absolutely, that's fine, Maria, but this, as the chief executive of the government, cannot settle at any other level. This has to settle at the Prime Minister's level, because it's the Prime Minister who will have to congregate each one of them, various stakeholders, his top apex ministers of defense and home and National Security Advisor and the military brass, the least to say, who are all present here, at least in this meeting. So all of this, the entire whole of strategy here can only be solidified at the level of the Prime Minister, and his directions, like in any other case, would be final. As I said, multiple components now to it. The first and principal component is deterring Pakistan from carrying out further aggression, responding to Pakistani aggression, and then the third, equally important component, I would say, of safeguarding the interest of the civilian population, safeguarding the civilian populations actually now physically very much. So all these components of various line ministries' executive responsibility has to be fine-tuned at the level of the Prime Minister and final direction issued to the people on the ground.
All right, we are shifting from the story now to the call that has happened. In fact, multiple calls are taking place between India and US and Pakistan, certainly United States playing the role of the interlocutor now. United States Secretary of State Marco Rubio has spoken to Dr. S. Jaishankar, Foreign Affairs Minister, and he has said that India and Pakistan must de-escalate. In fact, there was a proposal that came in from the US that they will support in discussions if India and Pakistan were to agree to it. In fact, India's approach has always been measured, is a message that came in from External Affairs Minister, and Pakistan has also spoken to Saudi Foreign Minister. Rubio has dialed Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar, and US has offered support in discussions, and all this happening at a time when Global Times, which is the mouthpiece of Beijing, has actually said that they believe that India and Pakistan must de-escalate as well. Vishal is joining us live. So Rubio has spoken to Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar as well, after having spoken to General Munir.
Yeah, after having spoken to General Munir, and then he spoke to S. Jaishankar, and he actually spoke to S. Jaishankar and Ishaq Dar almost at the same time, because both the releases from the US administration came in at the same time. And the wordings are almost the same in both the releases. They ask for de-escalation and ask both the countries to start communication lines which had been severed in the last 48 to 72 hours. The US administration wants both the countries to start speaking again so that there could be de-escalation. And as we've been reporting, there have been several nations in the Middle East, rest of the world, that have been trying really hard to de-escalate the situation. The Iranian foreign minister was visited both the countries in the last 3 days. Saudi Arabia's top official from the foreign ministry was also here and also visited Pakistan. That was almost like an unannounced visit. So there have been a lot of these meetings, these backdoor diplomacy meetings that are trying to allay tensions. But the ball is quite frankly in Pakistan's court, as we've been reporting that the escalation has always been from that side. India has proven that it has only targeted military installations, and that has also been only because of provocations from across the border. So that has been the gist of the story so far, but it also remains to be seen what Trump says now.
All right, Vishal, thank you so much for joining us. That's all from me. News and updates will continue on the other side with Vishnu and Aarti.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface.
Government sources share details on terrorists killed by Indian forces. Sources say top terrorists have been killed. 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar terrorists have been neutralized.
There's been a high-level meeting underway at the residence of the Prime Minister. The 3 service chiefs have met Prime Minister Modi. They've reviewed the situation with the 3 chiefs and the Chief of Defence Staff.
The government in a press briefing said Pakistan's actions were provocative and escalatory. The government also said that Pakistan had tried to hit multiple air bases in India.
The government debunks claims of Pakistani propaganda. They say that the government says that Pakistan did attack 26 locations. They provided time-stamped images of Indian air bases where damage is missing despite claims made by Pakistan.
US Secretary of State speaks to Jaishankar and the Pakistani FM as well. Rubio says India-Pakistan need to de-escalate the situation. US proposes to support in discussions. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar says India's approach has always been measured and responsible.
Good afternoon. We continue to bring you our non-stop coverage of what is a warlike situation between India and Pakistan, with multiple attacks which have been underway now for the last couple of days. That situation remains particularly difficult now, but as a result of all of what is happening, the Prime Minister is meeting the three service chiefs, the Air Force, Army and Navy chief, also the Chief of Defence Staff, and they are reviewing the situation on the ground. Joined now by my colleague Aishwarya Jain, who's been tracking this particular meeting. Aishwarya, this is one of several meetings which have been going on since the morning, right?
Well, that's right. Multiple meetings have taken place since morning. We have reported that it was a long-hour meeting that went on at Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence, first in which he was briefed by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. It was CDS who also went on to meet Defence Minister, a separate meeting in a huddle of the three service chiefs at South Block that went on for almost 2 hours. And after those briefings, it was all who have now arrived at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister's residence. Let me quickly show you these visuals of Prime Minister's residence over here, where a high-level meeting is still underway as far as Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS Ajit Doval, CDS Anil Chauhan, NSA Ajit Doval, and all the three service chiefs all are present inside 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and there we can see the visuals as well of the meeting. Prime Minister is currently chairing on the ongoing tensions between India and Pakistan. Of course, there are certain actions that the Indian armed forces are regularly doing, and they have been updating on a regular basis as far as the visual proofs or how there has been attempt of infiltration bid and how Pakistani forces are indulged in hitting Indian civilians. And it is India's stand that is very clear that India is just retaliating to what Pakistan is doing. They are hitting our civilians, and we are defending our territory, and standing instructions from the Prime Minister. Of course, the sources earlier stated that Prime Minister has stated that it is Indian armed forces which are being given complete free hand. Prime Minister believes in the professional capabilities of the Indian armed forces, and certainly the final lot comes from the top dispensation, the top leadership of the country. But of course, after those briefings, Prime Minister currently chairing this high-level meeting, which has started almost half an hour ago.
That's right, Aishwarya, and this meeting also comes at a crucial time because we've seen that in the past couple of days there's been a lot of escalation, especially this morning, and we've also had an unprecedented briefing from the government in the morning as well, talking about how India's action in Pakistan.
Well, Pakistan launched coordinated attacks from drones and missiles on the Indian territory. It was interjected by the air defense systems, and the most important thing to note is on a daily basis, as we are witnessing these ceasefire violations, the artillery gunfires across the line of control and international border, and how Pakistani army is up to attack the Indian civilians as well. And because of these ceasefire violations, there have been several casualties that have been reported since the engagements had begun between India and Pakistan. There has been visual proofs that had come out, and on a daily basis, it is, of course, the Indian army which is releasing these visual evidences of how Pakistani troops are indulged in hitting the Indian territory. So, it is, of course, the top leadership in the government, which has also stated that, the Indian armed forces are taking every action possible, but the top leadership, Prime Minister, Home Minister and Defence Minister, very, very closely monitoring every situation day and night.
All right, half a second, Aishwarya. We're going to move on now to the other big story that we are tracking today. The government has released details of terrorists killed in Indian operations. Why is this significant? Because remember, all of what we are seeing right now is because of Pakistan's terror attack in Pahalgam. Now, after that, India did attack Pakistan. We attacked Muridke, we attacked Bahawalpur, several other areas where top terrorists of the Pakistani terrorist groups, the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Jaish-e-Mohammed, have been trained. These were particular sites which facilitated attacks, including 26/11 against India. We now have details on who the terrorists were who have been eliminated as a result of India's actions. This is critical because ultimately all of this is post that Indian operation to get rid of terrorists. My colleague Maria Shakil with us at this stage. Maria, would you like to run us through some of the key names which have now emerged?
Yes. So let's start with this list. And, you know, Vishnu, we have been saying that, and that's what the Indian establishment here also has been emphasizing on, that the terrorists who have been killed are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terror outfits have been carrying out attacks on Indian soil, not once but multiple occasions in the past. Remember, IC-814 hijack which happened. In fact, someone who carried out that hijack was wanted in that case, has also been killed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He is brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled, in fact, weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed and was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks which took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Besides that, other names which includes Mudassar Khadian Khas, who was in charge of the Mazkar Taiba in Muridke. His funeral, as was pointed out by Foreign Secretary, was attended by the serving Lieutenant General of Pakistani Army and also the IG of Punjab Punjab Police in Pakistan. So the emphasis being made here by the government sources, Vishnu, is that they have worked closely with the Pakistani military and the entire Pakistani establishment in carrying out those terror attacks on Indian soil from across the border. It was cross-border terrorism and the planning and was carried out, it was done on the Pakistani soil. More names that have been released by way of government sources, of course, is of Muhammad Hassan Khan, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. He played a key role in carrying out multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another important name again would be Khalid Abu Akhasa, who was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, and his funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, that funeral was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. So this is the list of some of the terrorists, the names of which have now come out by way of government sources. Aarti?
Right, thank you, Maria, for joining us and bringing us those details. Vishnu, since the morning, we have been tracking developments coming in from Jammu, and we had seen how a top senior official has been killed in the shelling in Rajouri as well. Now, CMO has issued a statement. They've also announced ex gratia relief of 10 lakh rupees. We're also learning that Umar Abdullah has visited some areas. Rehari and Roopnagar were learning in Jammu today.
Yeah, so that would likely take place. Omar Abdullah has since yesterday been sending out a bunch of tweets urging citizens to be careful. He did know this particular official who sadly lost his life. So there was a great deal that he said over there about this official and the tragedy which has befallen him. But he's also spoken about the situation in Jammu. There has been substantial damage in some areas of Jammu as well. Let me just bring in Shiv Arur, who joins us at the stage. Shiv, you know, we've been chatting throughout the morning. One of the interesting and important developments now taking place, several reports of further attacks, possibly Indian attacks on other air bases, including Sargodha. So that is an important addition. I don't think India's offensive is done by any means. Number one. And number two, Shiv, I've just learned that there will be another briefing of the government today, this evening, the time not yet clear.
You're right, Vishnu. You know, it looks like, you know, considering how rapidly things are evolving in India's actions in Pakistan, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there is an update later today as to the strike targets that have been hit by Indian missiles in that, you know, that air action that was carried out early this morning. Remember, the logs have to be vetted, information has to come in. Sometimes certain amounts of information can't be given out at that particular time, for various operational security reasons. Aircraft may still be in the air, etc. And therefore, it's quite likely. I have heard the same thing that you have. Jacobabad, Sargoda, Faisalabad, Mirpur and a couple of others, I'm hearing that there may be radar facilities or airfields that may have actually, been either targeted or in fact, hit by Indian munitions. I'm wondering whether those will come up in that second briefing that is scheduled for later. We don't have a time yet, but it's possible that it'll happen later, especially since the first briefing that happened this morning, Vishnu and Aarti, detailed in quite elaborate manner all the bases that were actually hit, even specifying what was hit at those particular bases. On your second question on that briefing, very, very possible that it will happen. Remember, as we speak, the Prime Minister is meeting with his top security men, the three armed forces chief, the CDS, the National Security Advisor, Mr. Doval, and the Defence Minister, Rajnath Singh. And they must be taking stock, obviously, of what has been the most escalatory of the last 3 days since Operation Sindoor began. Given that Indian military bases, including military installations here in Srinagar, where I'm reporting from, have been under target for the last 72 hours in wave after mini wave of Pakistani drones, manned aircraft possibly, which was confirmed in today's press conference, loitering munitions, long-range weapons, etc. It seems likely that another briefing will be necessary, Vishnu and Aarti, because things are, the updates are coming thick and fast from different areas. And I think if there was an information vacuum for the first few days and weeks after Pahalgam, it certainly looks like the Indian government has jumped onto the information wagon and is trying to put out as much information as possible. You can even see the alacrity with which they're busting fake news and misinformation coming in from Pakistan. So that's a good sign, I feel.
Absolutely, and that was one of the main focuses, right, Vishnu, in the press conference that we had earlier as well, where they had focused on debunking what Pakistan was saying and the claims that they made as well.
Yeah, so the government, the Pakistanis made all sorts of bizarre claims. They said that an S-400 surface-to-air missile site had been destroyed. The government said no. The Pakistanis said that infrastructure in India was attacked. We've said no. Tirsa air base being destroyed, that never took place. Adhampur air base having been destroyed, that never took place. So there's been a lot of rubbish which has come in, frankly, from the Pakistani side, and that has been debunked quite categorically. I do suspect that in that press briefing, the timing of which we don't know as yet, there would be a lot more that comes out, simply because there have been many more attacks, which I believe India has now been carrying out. It's not over as yet. It's been going on throughout the day. The situation is extremely fluid. Let me go across to my colleague Ghazali, who joins us. Ghazali, give us a sense of, where you are at this stage. What are some of the things that you've seen? What are people around you saying?
See, Vishnu, since morning we are seeing people here through visuals. I'll show you. A lot of people are just moving from here, migrating to other safer locations. There are cars behind me which are coming from higher areas, from the higher altitude areas of Rajouri district. And every car is coming with people who are moving with lock, stock and barrel from this particular area, because they're uncertain that by when Pakistan will stop the shelling near the line of control, because all these villages towards this hilltop are closely located to the line of control, and for the last 4 days, at least since 7th of May, there has been heavy shelling by Pakistan, and the pattern keeps changing. Earlier it was expected that it will only be after sunset or in the evening hours, dark hours, but today with the death of one of the senior officials who was killed in shelling early morning at around 5:30 to 6 has certainly created a kind of panic among the residents here who are moving towards the safer areas. The Deputy Commissioner and the administration of Kathua district, Rajouri district and Poonch, which is closer to the line of control, most of the people have been advised to stay indoors and keep sandbags and all for their safety, because heavy shelling is now targeting deeper into the city areas of Rajouri and Poonch and Jammu area.
That's right, Ghazali. Rajouri, Poonch and Jammu were perhaps the worst hit this morning, at least when it comes to Pakistani shelling. Our colleague Gurpreet also joins us. Gurpreet, now from Firozpur, we're also saying, like Ghazali was mentioning, there are people who have now started to leave the area.
Well, here in Firozpur, we have seen last night there was a huge movement of drones, and we have seen so many times, multiple times, the siren had been given by the local administration. A few seconds earlier, we have seen this siren has been started just at this moment of time. I'll request my VJ to try to catch this siren voice if we can just catch it and tell to our viewers what we have learned. This whole border area, whether it's a district of Firozpur, Gurdaspur, Amritsar, even Pathankot, as well as Fazilka. This whole border area, it's already on red alert. Some moments had been learnt early in the morning. We have seen at 5 o'clock there was a siren which has been given by the local administration so that they will be make people aware of the situation, ground situation here from where we are reporting at this point of time, very a few kilometers away from that border, and we have seen a huge number of villagers who are staying near the border. They have already migrated and shifted their children and women to the safer place, but as of now we have seen no panic has been seen in this city. The life is calm, life is as usual, but they are also trying to plan and chalk out a strategy to save their families. We have been traveling from one village to another village, and last night we have seen the multi-drone had been thrown from Pakistan side, and what we have seen, one family which was able to save itself, but they got severe injury. They had already been admitted in the hospital. They are already getting the treatment, and what we have learned, one woman was...
Gurpreet, sound down for a moment. We've got breaking news now that entire meeting which was being held with the Prime Minister, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Armed Forces Chiefs, that is now over. We're joined by NDTV's Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, any details that you can share? How long was this meeting?
Well, the meeting lasted for almost an hour. It was Prime Minister was briefed about the ongoing operations along with the line of control and international border of the Indian Armed Forces. It was, of course, all three tri-service chiefs along with the CDS, NSA and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh all were present in this meeting. Almost 1 hour was something that the meeting took place. It was, of course, a louder message that had come out that entire country is together with our armed forces, and as the message has been given loud and clear by Prime Minister time and again that free hand has been given to the Indian Armed Forces. The next step and the next sort of action, if there is a possible attack from the Pakistani side on Indian civilians, and what sort of action Indian Armed Forces can take are some of the crucial points certainly would be discussed. These are strategic and very secretive meetings in nature, and therefore, much details do not come out. But of course, Prime Minister yet again chairing within 12 hours another meeting with the top officials, the top security officials of the country.
Right, Aishwarya, stay on with us. We're also being joined by our colleague Nazir as well. Nazir, now CM Omar Abdullah as well visiting several areas in Jammu, especially we're learning that he's been in Rehari and Roopnagar in Jammu, and remember Omar Abdullah also having announced ex-gratia for the families who've been affected by the shelling that took place in Jammu and Rajouri.
Well, it's again a tough time for the elected government to reach out to the people, and perhaps same thing is being done by Umar Abdullah. He's trying to reach out to people. Therefore, yesterday when there was huge, projectiles were fired towards Jammu city, he reached there early in the morning, Jammu, and since then he has been meeting people, affected people, particularly those who have either been hit by Pakistani shelling or those who have been displaced are living in the shelter camps which have been set up by the government. And many other ministers have gone to different areas, whether it is North Kashmir or other places, or Poonch, Rajouri as well. And it is the duty of the government to reach out to people and ensure they get shelter, they get food, and they get basic facilities in these trying times. Because it's not they are doing, Pakistan is shelling innocent, people, villages. Innocent people are getting killed, their houses are being destroyed. I have seen several such houses which have been damaged in Pakistani shelling. So it is the administration's responsibility to reach out to those people. In fact, one officer lost his life in the line of duty, Rajkumar Thapa. He was in additional deputy commissioner Rajouri. He died after Pakistani shell from Pakistan hit his official residence. So that is the officials, people in the government. They're trying their best, and actually even that he paid a price with his life, but did not abandon his duty. And I could see pictures also, Chief Minister visiting his family also in Jammu.
Right.
And also this ex gratia relief, this compensation, some compensation has also been announced for the victim families by the government. But having said that, it's a very, very tough time.
Nazir, half a second. We just need to quickly, move on with all of these developments. Let's just go back to some of the footage that we've been playing out in the last little while. Now, this is some of the first footage which was released earlier on this morning, showing the Indian Army carrying out its attacks. So let's play out that footage of the Indian Army carrying out. This is the footage. Let's have that up full screen if we can. And let me describe this. This is across the line of control in parts of Jammu and Kashmir, where, as you will see over here, several Pakistani terrorist camps have been taken out. There are anti-tank guided missiles which have been fired over here against hardened targets. There are mortars which are being used. There are grenades which are being fired as well. That is an anti-tank guided missile, 2 of them in fact, which home into a certain target, which, as you can see over there, these buildings being completely demolished. There have been several rounds which have been fired over here, and a lot of this video has been showcased by the Army earlier today in that press conference. There was other footage as well. We'll try and have that out on nighttime strikes. If we can pull out that earlier footage a little while later on and show that as well in a while from now. But this is some of the most clear footage of a huge fire strike by the Indian Army on posts right across the line of control, which have inflicted a substantial hit on Pakistani infrastructure. What you see on that right-hand side of your screen briefly was a grenade launcher. Now, this is a footage which was shown earlier on today. This was at night, infrared vision, again showing hits on Pakistani bases. It's unclear what weapon system was used, but again, these are Pakistani posts which have been taken out. There's a third bit of footage as well, which has emerged of a particular site where drones were being launched by the Pakistani Army. That particular site across the Jammu front in Pakistan was also taken out by the Army quite clearly. So these are small examples of the Army carrying out attacks. Now, these are the quote-unquote the relatively smaller attacks, important nonetheless. The big ones have taken place on the air bases in Pakistan, which we've been talking about. We'll keep doing that in a little while from now. But let's listen into some of the key points mentioned by the spokesperson of the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh, on the attacks which were carried out by India and what India has had to endure as well.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adhampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare Center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derang Yari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. They are also time stamped. Just notice they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights. We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in.
Welcome back. What happens next? It's been a day of intense military activity across the line of control and the international border. Pakistani air attacks continue. India hitting back at Pakistan very, very hard indeed. There is going to be a briefing of the External Affairs Ministry, which would be the second one of the day in a couple of hours from now. Joining us now, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. Ambassador, thanks very much for being with us. We've seen the United States reach out to both India and Pakistan, say that there needs to be some sort of way of communicating. We've seen the Saudis reach out to both sides as well. Other countries, the G7 also, asking for de-escalation. How does one get about de-escalation, or do you believe that that's not an option at all from an India standpoint presently?
Well, I don't think anyone in India would say that de-escalation is not our desire. Firstly, we did not escalate. The escalation started from Pakistan's side on 22nd April, as has been said repeatedly by every government spokesperson and every news anchor, every participant in news shows. Even after that, every step in the escalatory ladder has been by Pakistan. India has not done it. To give you one example, who is attacking the civilian population of a country? It is Pakistan. India has not done even a single, even by way of a mistake, a single attack on Pakistani population. It has erred on the side of caution in ensuring that no one in Pakistan who's a civilian is injured by our missiles, drones, or shells or bullets. So, but coming back to your question about whether escalation is desirable or de-escalation is necessary, let me ask you and Pakistan, through you, Pakistan, a question. What exactly do they mean by de-escalation? Do they mean that they will call off their terror agencies? Does it mean that they will dismantle institutions that exist at Muridke and other places? Does it mean they will call off 80 to 90 terrorists who are supposed to be hiding in forests of Jammu and Kashmir? Does it mean that they will give us the addresses of sleeper cells they have in India? Does it mean that they would hand over to us all those who are responsible for terror attacks in India and are now given protection and shelter by Pakistan's ISI? So I think we have to be very clear as to what is the de-escalation that USA, Saudi Arabia and others are advocating. Our response to them, at least as a member of the public, I can say that government would have a more nuanced approach to the issue. Our response to them should be, please define what is de-escalation and who should be de-escalated.
All right. No, absolutely key points, Ambassador Dogra. This is certainly something worth pondering. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We're going to move on now to some details which we've now been able to get of terrorists killed in the original Indian operations post the Pahalgam terror attack, India's airstrikes which took place in Pakistan, where top terrorists have been killed. We've got details of those who have been eliminated, 3 Jaish and 2 Lashkar terrorists, and details of this have now emerged. Now, why is this important? This is important because at the end of the day, India has made it absolutely clear that our targets have been terror in Pakistan. Some of those who have been eliminated were involved in 26/11. They are believed to have been involved in attacks such as Pulwama as well. They seem to have had the support of the Pakistani administration, the local police over there, even in their funerals and the like. There is a real sense that India has achieved a great deal in taking out these terrorists. Of course, Pakistan has retaliated with military force, which is being resisted extensively by India presently, with even more reports coming in of further Indian military strikes on Pakistani bases, even this afternoon.
Right, Vishnu, and in terms of misinformation as well, we have been seeing there's a lot of propaganda that has been circulating. There's misinformation circulating online. India has been doing its best to keep misinformation at bay. Just earlier in the press conference as well, India had debunked several of the claims that Pakistan had put forward. We're being joined by Nikunj Garg as well to bring us more details about this. Nikunj, how exactly is India debunking Pakistan's propaganda and misinformation that's circulating online and otherwise as well?
Well, Aarti, the important thing to understand here is for the Indian population. Much of this propaganda is actually targeted at Indian civil population. The larger world probably is currently not too interested in the conflict or will not be too bothered in this conflict unless it further escalates. Pakistan is basically trying to demotivate through a large online campaign, particularly the population that it is targeting, and send out a message that Government of India or the Government of India's other wings are somehow failing to act upon the responsibility entrusted upon them. Pakistan obviously is a past master of misusing social media elements or even propaganda on the mainline platforms. They have activated their complete machinery at this moment also, as is expected in a near war-like situation that we are in currently. Obviously, Pakistani side will leave no stone unturned, knowing their weaknesses, knowing chinks in their armor, and would try to impress upon a larger section of population, both in India and Pakistan back home also, that they have been able to inflict large-scale damage. Government of India, as you have seen, that the Press Information Bureau has set up a fact-check unit. They have been constantly debunking any kind of propaganda that is being pushed by the Pakistani handles. Government is also taking active steps to block the handles that have routinely been found to be propagating Pakistani fake media campaigns. It has also put out advisories. Yesterday, Information and Broadcasting Minister took a special meeting of multiple public platforms. In fact, a series of meetings, and after that they have set up a special control room for anyone to verify, anyone in the business of news, media and information seeking, to verify the news that is being put out through a special platform or a special control room of the Press Information Bureau. So multiple steps are being taken, but the best step against any kind of fakery on social media is not to fall for any kind of propaganda material being pushed by unverified handles or handles that do not have any reliable followers. And that's a general advisory for general people in any time, and mostly in the times of wars and situation of any contingency. People should very closely follow it. In fact, Foreign Secretary himself today appealed to the people not to fall for the kind Pakistani propaganda that is being pushed, and that was after he said that Pakistan is actually trying to sow the seeds of discord between communities in India. So that's how important this information warfare has become at this stage, Aarti.
Thank you for joining us and bringing us.
Nikunj, thanks very much. We're going to move on now, and it's not just Rajasthan but across Punjab, parts of Jammu and Kashmir as well, that farmers are coming across debris in fields. There is remnants of weaponry which is being found on tops of homes, and elsewhere people are picking up potentially explosive devices. That's extremely dangerous, what you just saw over there. But this is a reality because a lot of weapons have been fired, a lot of drones have been brought down. There are also booster elements of missiles as well, which separate from weapons which we fire soon after the weapon is launched. For example, the BrahMos missile system, some of those have been found in fields also. Let's go across to NDTV's Harsha Kumari Singh. Harsha, thanks very much for being with us. It's been a very tense day in parts of Rajasthan today. Can you give us a sense of what it's been like for you? You would have heard explosions, seen people who are tense. What's happening where you are?
Well, yes, I am in Jaisalmer, which is very close to the border with Pakistan. In fact, it's the last big city on the Western Front, Vishnu. And here in the early morning, we've heard reports from villages that, there were explosions which were heard. So there were explosions heard close to Jaisalmer. And then, of course, after that, at about 11:30, 12, we were told that there's going to be a complete red alert and everyone was asked to go indoors. And sure enough, after that, we got calls from Pokhran telling us that people heard explosions there. And we do know that in villages close to Pokhran, there has been some kind of debris that has been found. The debris that you were describing, potentially explosive, can cause a lot of harm, but luckily landed in a field. So obviously, the air defense system neutralized it before it could hit any target. And also, in Jaisalmer, when we came back to Jaisalmer, firstly, we were not being allowed into the city because they just wanted no movement at all. So that definitely created a sense of tension for everybody. And then when we were in Jaisalmer city, also in the distance, we could hear explosions. I've spoken to some senior officials who've told me that in this area, Jaisalmer, Pokhran, Falodi area, I can't pinpoint exactly where, but in Jaisalmer, Pokhran, Falodi area, of course, there have been explosions. And like you said, these kind of devices have been neutralized. But where I did go this morning, and it was astonishing astonishing that there was such a big crater that has been created in the ground by one of these devices that was neutralized just about 30-40 kilometers from Jaisalmer. So let's see that report. A lot of drone activity here on the border on the western front. Now we are in Jaisalmer in Badoda Gaon, which is about 30-40 kilometers from Jaisalmer, and about 4:10 in the morning this is what happened here. So you can see that this kind of a crater that has come up here. Now at about 4:10 in the morning, the village people here, they saw a missile like object landing here, and then it went ahead, and if you can see it created a crater, and then it went through that tree in front of me, throwing sort of debris all along. It went there and then it landed another 500 meters to the other side. So it's got a huge range from here till about another 500 meters. Now I have some people here with me who were of course witness to all this. भैया आपका नाम बताइए.
उदय सिंह.
हाँ, उदय सिंह, आप लोग यहाँ पर रात को सो रहे थे, घर में क्या देखा आपने?
खेत है हमारा, वहाँ पर सो रहे थे.
हाँ, क्या देखा आपने?
हमने तो 4:40 पर धमाका हुआ, 3 धमाका, जोरदार धमाका हुआ. उसमें अपने आग पूरा प्रकाश हो गया 3 किलोमीटर में. प्रकाश से प्रकाश.
और फिर क्या देखा? यहाँ पे क्या हुआ?
यहाँ पर गड्ढा, ये मिसाइल फूट को अलग गई, 2 किलोमीटर में अलग गई. यहाँ
ठीक है. आपने क्या देखा? आप यहीं पे थे?
हमने वही देखा, ब्लास्ट हुआ है और चिंगारियाँ निकली है 4-4:30 के आसपास, और फिर धमाके, अलग अलग जगह धमाके भी हुए हैं.
और ये जो यहाँ पे आया था, ये लगता है चीरता हुआ यहाँ से गया है.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. यहाँ से गिरने से सीधा, ये झाड़ है इसके अंदर से गिरने से सीधा यहाँ से 1.5 किलोमीटर आगे इसका जो टुकड़ा है वो आगे गिरा है. और जो हमारे घर थे उसके ऊपर भी गिरे हैं और घर के अंदर भी आए हैं, फिर नुकसान कुछ नहीं हुआ. इसीलिए क्या है कि गिरने से थोड़ा अफसोस भी हुआ है घर वालों को, इसीलिए वो सीधा आगे निकल गया. जो इसका टुकड़ा है ना वो आगे गिर गया है, बाकी छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स हैं वो हमारे घर में गिरे हैं, उधर खेत में भी गए हैं.
तो आर्मी ने आके यहाँ से सारे पार्ट्स इकट्ठा कर लिए?
बिल्कुल, पार्ट्स सभी इकट्ठे कर लिए. आर्मी आ गई है, पुलिस प्रशासन भी आ गए हैं, सब यहाँ पर आ गए हैं, इसीलिए वो सब इकट्ठा करके एक जगह कर लिया है.
ले गए. So as you can see behind me, quite a big sort of indent it's made in the ground, quite a big crater, and it seems to have a very long range, because as the people here are telling us, it went through this tree, it went over that house there, and then it's gone further. Another part of that explosive has gone further and landed in a field there. So in Jaisalmer and Barmer, in these areas, early in the morning, these kind of attacks are coming from across the border, and of course, luckily so far, no harm or damage has been caused.
Right, Vishnu, we have been reporting, like you mentioned as well, this debris that's been spotted in several other areas in Jammu and Kashmir, in Srinagar as well. Some debris has been reported in the Dal Lake, and that's been sent for analysis as well.
No, it's interesting that you should speak about Srinagar, because when our colleague Shiv was reporting live this morning and I was on air with him from Delhi, there were explosions which were sounding all around him, and we were able to confirm from our Air Force sources that there was very extensive air activity over there, the use of fighters, surface-to-air missiles. There were drones possibly which were brought down. There were explosives as well. This was an area that the Pakistanis targeted, and it does appear that there was some either weapons or debris which fell into the Dal Lake area. Shiv has this report from there.
We're on Srinagar's famous Dal Lake, because in an area just ahead of where we're sailing right now is where a Pakistani drone was intercepted and actually fell into the Dal Lake. Now, before you get worried, I have permission to be here. I've spoken to the agencies, because the drone that was shot down in airspace over Srinagar and crashed into the Dal Lake has been recovered by the agencies and has gone for analysis. But I wanted to give our viewers here on NDTV tracking our ground coverage just a sense of how in the middle of a population center, Pakistan has been sending offensive weapons. Now, we are told it was some kind of a long-range loitering munition or a drone. While we were reporting this morning, we heard a series of loud explosions, and it's difficult to pinpoint, but at least one of those explosions must have been the interception of a drone somewhere in this airspace, finally landing near that brick bridge right here on the Dal Lake. There have been as many as 14 explosions, including 2 in the afternoon, most of them in the morning. We are told that air defense systems have activated in and around Srinagar, near the airport and beyond, bringing down a variety of drones, confirming once again that last night's drone strike attempts in Srinagar and several other places, we are told about 26 different places, is continuing today as well. We heard it with our own ears and it was captured on NDTV's cameras. What Pakistan does next will depend on how it handles the Indian airstrikes that have taken place as a retaliation on their military bases. Remember that phrase, military bases, viewer, because here in Srinagar, a highly populated city with lakhs of people living around the Dal Lake, Pakistan sent a loitering munition capable of killing lots of people right into a population center, signaling very, very clearly that it doesn't care for civilians and it doesn't differentiate between population centers and military targets. With Ashwini Mehra on the Dal Lake in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV.
We'll continue tracking the story for you. For now, let's take it.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Well, as we go through this incredible tension in the subcontinent, there is the gaze of countries around the world on India and on Pakistan. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has spoken to our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, just one of several leaders who are calling for de-escalation. But how is that going to take place? Is India communicating at Pakistan at all? Should we be doing that, considering how it is Pakistan that's escalating? These are important questions. It's something that my colleague Vishal has been tracking throughout the day. Vishal, there was that one very interesting interview given by Pakistan's foreign minister where he seemed to suggest that if India were to sort of not do anything further, they could consider de-escalation. Could you tell us about that statement, number one, and what about this conversation between America and India?
Yeah, to start off with your first question, Vishnu, there was some buzz in the local media in Pakistan which suggested that the foreign minister, the defense minister of Pakistan, the foreign minister of Pakistan had actually spoken to the local media there and said that Pakistan is ready to de-escalate if India stops its aggression. That's exactly what he said on local media there, but that statement itself is quite questionable, because the escalation has clearly been from the other side of the border, from Pakistan, because India has only retaliated to what Pakistan has done so far from the word go. So that statement itself is quite false. To move on to the second question of yours, which talked about Marco Rubio's interaction with leaders of both the countries. So Marco Rubio spoke with the foreign ministers of India and Pakistan, S. Jaishankar and Ishaq, and he almost said the same thing to both the leaders. The wordings of the press release is almost the same. They say that there needs to be a formal communication between India and Pakistan, which had been severed in the last 48 hours. So US wants India and Pakistan to be again on the table talking to each other, so that there is no miscalculation, because the tensions are running high, the escalations are going to next levels each day. So that is what US is saying, and also that US is ready to step in and help in any kind of help in any way that it can, so that the tensions are allayed and this situation is brought under control as soon as possible. That is what the US has been saying. But so far, when it comes to the top leader, Donald Trump, he has been relatively mum on the matter. He has had some statements from the White House released, but when it comes to really talking about the matter, he has had some few comments here and there, but he is yet to really take up the matter quite seriously. Probably only then we'll have some concrete answer from the US.
Right, Vishal, thank you for joining us and bringing us those details. The situation, of course, is still escalating, quite tense, Vishnu, and what we're looking forward to now is the External Affairs Ministry's next briefing that we're expecting in a couple of hours.
We don't have a time for that as yet, but there should be one which comes up. If indeed it does, then it would perhaps reflect on how India has been carrying out or perhaps carrying out more strikes in Pakistan, and the situation over our airspace as fluid as ever. We will take a short break, come back with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Camp organized in Katwa and Jammu and Kashmir, where the youth have shown solidarity with the Indian Armed Forces.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises, and I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
Ladies and gentlemen, 5 terrorists have been neutralized by our forces. This as Pakistan continues to wanting to escalate the situation. But India has called out the bluff of Pakistan, and we continue to maintain that we are more restrained and calculated in our approach, and we are never the aggressor. All that and much more with a lot of live ground reportage coming in from our team of reporters tracking the story. First up, the headlines. Government sources have spoken on the terrorists that have been neutralized. Sources say top terrorists have been eliminated. 3 belong to the Jaish and 2 to the Lashkar.
The Prime Minister earlier has shared a high-level meet. 3 service chiefs have met with the Prime Minister. The tri-service chiefs, CDS, NSA and the Raksha Mantri were all a part of that big meet. The government is calling out the bluff of Pakistan. They say Pak actions are provocative and escalatory, and it is Pakistan that tried to hit multiple air bases. The government also debunking claims of a Pak propaganda. The government says it is Pakistan that has attacked 26 of our locations. Timestamp images of the Indian air bases undamaged is also out. The US Secretary of State has spoken to the External Affairs Minister. Also, the Pakistani Minister Rubio also says that India and Pak need to de-escalate now. The US is proposing support and discussions. The External Affairs Minister very blunt in his reply, and he says India's approach always has been measured and responsible. First up, let's get you details of a big development. The government has put out details of terrorists that have been neutralized in the Indian operation. Now, what sources tell us is that these are top terrorists who've been eliminated. These are also details of Pak Army's engagement with them that have been now made public. Their names, the affiliations are all now in the public domain. On your screens, you're reading more details of what we know about the story so far. These are 3 individuals, 3 terrorists that belong to the Jaish, 2 to the Lashkar. And the government sources also maintaining that there are details of how the Pak Army's engagement has continued to ensure their infiltration and to ensure that they continue here to come and spread terror. Let's also get in more details of what we know about that story so far.
We have been saying that, and that's what the Indian establishment here also has been emphasizing on, that the terrorists who have been killed are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terror outfits have been carrying out attacks on Indian soil not once but multiple occasions in the past. Remember, IC-814 hijack which happened. In fact, someone who carried out that hijack was wanted in that case, has also been killed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He is brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled, in fact, weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed and was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks which took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Besides that, other names which includes Mudassar Khadian Khas, who was in charge of the Mazkar Taiba in Murid-ke. His funeral, as was pointed out by Foreign Secretary, was attended by the serving Lieutenant General of Pakistani Army and also the IG of Punjab Police in Pakistan. So the emphasis being made here by the government sources, Vishnu, is that they have worked closely with the Pakistani military and the entire Pakistani establishment in carrying out those terror attacks on Indian soil from across the border. It was cross-border terrorism and the planning and was carried out, it was done on the Pakistani soil. More names that have been released by way of government sources, of course, is of Muhammad Hassan Khan, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. He played a key role in carrying out multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another important name again would be Khalid Abu Akhasa, who was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, and his funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, that funeral was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. So this is the list of some of the terrorists, the names of which have now come out by way of government sources.
So those, remember, are also big details of Operation Sindoor now that have been made public. But let's take this story ahead, tell you more about the all-important meetings that we have seen. On your screens, we'll put out images of Prime Minister earlier chairing that high-level meet where you had the Tri-Services Chief along with the CDS, the NSA and the Raksha Mantri all present as the current situation was being deliberated upon. Aishwarya is live with us and he's been tracking all developments. Aishwarya, absolutely any word on what possibly, our agencies, the Prime Minister right now is mulling, because clearly what you see from Pakistan is not a de-escalation, whether in their intent or whether in their action.
Well, these meetings are very secretive in nature and strategic as well. Yesterday, late night, Prime Minister chaired a high-level security meeting with the top officials of the defense forces, including Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. And within 13 to 14 hours, another round of meeting took place today at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister was briefed about the ongoing operations of the Indian Armed Forces. The Indian government and the top dispensation of Indian establishment is in view that India is only retaliating to what Pakistani troops are doing as far as hitting our civilians and also engaging in the infiltration bid. There has been cover fires being given by the Pakistani troops from their bunkers, and it is, of course, the border security force, clearly stopping this kind of infiltration bid. All of them had come into, the visual evidences that Indian armed forces are collecting, but certainly it is the Prime Minister who had a view that Indian armed forces should be given a free hand, and the entire country is united together in support with the Indian armed forces. Prime Minister had stated that he believes in full professional capabilities of our armed forces, and therefore the ongoing escalation by the Pakistani side is something that that has been seen very, very closely. Prime Minister, Defense Minister and Home Minister monitoring such situations very closely. We've been told that since morning there are multiple meetings that happened. If I quickly recap those, early in the morning we saw Chief of Defense Staff going to Defense Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. That meeting lasted for almost an hour. Post that, we saw that press conference by the Government of India in which details were given about how the Indian armed forces stopped the Pakistani drones and missiles that were coming and hit and was aiming towards the Indian air bases. Post that, we saw NSA Ajit Doval going towards 7 LKM, and that meeting lasted for almost an hour, and then this very important meeting that Prime Minister chaired with Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS, NSA and tri-service chiefs present. That meeting lasted for an hour, and a separate one-on-one meeting after that with NSA Ajit Doval and Prime Minister. So Prime Minister very, very closely monitoring each and every situation. Of course, the nod is being given by Prime Minister for the armed forces, but the armed forces have been given clear a free hand for their operations.
Absolutely. Aishwarya, only for the moment, thank you so much for filling us in on those details. We'll quickly keep this story moving and get you more details of another aspect of how government is out there to debunk a lot of this Pakistani propaganda. Remember, what is absolutely clear and what has irked Pakistan is that you have India's defense might on display. And clearly, Pakistan is no match when it comes to this. Now, what the government is making unequivocally clear is that it is Pakistan that targeted our civilian areas, unlike us, who targeted the terror camps. The government also says that it is Pakistan that attacked 26 locations with clearly an intent to cause damage, something that India was not interested in. We only want to flush out all the terror elements. There has been Pak shelling in the Rajouri sector, where the government has also confirmed that Pakistani air bases have been hit. They also say that it is Pakistan that is trying to divide the country, also reiterating that it is Pakistan that is making false claims. In fact, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh have also spoken more about how civilians, the infrastructure was the real target in Jammu and Kashmir in Punjab. And do remember, Pakistan and a lot of their media outlets have been claiming that there were attacks on Sirsa and the Adhampur air base, but all this is absolutely false, and we shouldn't be surprised because that is the modus operandi of Pakistan. And it is Pakistan that also, in fact, hit medical center and school. So clearly you understand that there is a lot more information right now that is also being put out by Pakistan that is completely false, which is not true. But how India is dealing with the entire situation is manifold, because we are putting out such images. These images don't lie. They will tell you more of what Pakistan really is doing, of the kind of destruction that Pakistan itself has seen, and the remnants of these missiles, the munitions, that actually bears the Pakistani mark, the hallmark of Pakistan and its rogue state. And that is the image of the Pakistan targeting civilian areas. In fact, late last night, there were reports that even in Firozpur, you had seen those drones that went awry, and the reason why there was a fire after which about 3 individuals, remember, did sustain injuries. So it is important to uncover that story bit by bit. We'll do it with our team of reporters. Nazir is just going to join us in a moment, and Shiv, I'm told, is already live with us. Shiv, where about you at this point in time? And you know, the story is being played at multiple levels, but what is very clear right now is that the rules of engagement, Shiv, have completely changed.
You couldn't have put it better, Deepti. The fact that the last 12 to 14 hours have seen a complete shift in how India is approaching this entire battlefield has, in my view, not only changed the rules of engagement, but completely shrunk Pakistan's, response window. And that's the reason why you're seeing Pakistan respond with drones for the first time during daytime. Usually the attacks happen at night. Now they're happening during the day because they can't wait anymore for the sun to set before actually conducting these strikes against India. So that's one thing that has put a huge amount of pressure on them. Point number 2, which is the big elephant in the room, after 2 days of targeting terrorist camps, terror infrastructure in Pakistan, hitting some posts at the line of control, the Indian Air Force and the Indian military has unleashed direct targeting of large, prominent Pakistan Air Force and Pakistan military bases, from Chaklala in Rawalpindi to Murid, to Rafiki, to Jacobabad we hear, possibly even Sargodha. Vishnu was confirming that a little earlier. This is, just short of describing this as war, this is a war-like situation where you've got your adversary targeting as many as 26 cities or 15 cities and 26 targets, population centers, including where I'm reporting from in Srinagar here, and in return India is responding by hitting military bases in Pakistan. If this isn't war, I don't quite know what war is, but let's go with war-like situation for the moment. The Prime Minister has held a meeting with the 3 armed forces chiefs, the Defence Minister, the NSA, the CDS, etc. And we're expecting the most important update we have is that there's going to be another briefing later today. It'll be the first time we've got 2 briefings in a day. Because so many things have happened during the day, and those updates need to be provided to the media and the public as well. So I'm guessing that there will be an update of at least 2 more Pakistan Air Force bases that will have been confirmed hit by the Indian Air Force once that briefing happens.
Right. Shiv, why don't you stay with us? I'm told Nazir is also with us and he's joining us from Kupwara. We'll also figure out what's the latest that he can add to what we do know, Nazir. What is your sense? So what possibly, the next few hours could entail? We are looking at a lot of pressure right now on Pakistan, but then this is Pakistan.
Well, if you see, Pakistan, once India decided to, suspend Indus Water Treaty, they said, look, we'll hit back. It is an act of war. And all those who know Pakistan, they would know that what they can do, and they have been trying to do that. But India has hit back and hit very hard. And their air bases, their military installations, since they started targeting our military installations and our air bases in Srinagar, in less than 24 hours, there have been 3 attempts, 3 targets. They targeted 3 times. And even schools and medical facilities at the Srinagar Air Base and Awantipura Air Base have been damaged in their attacks, in their targets, after they were targeted. So the situation looks like very tense. In the borders, we have seen for last 3-4 days heavy artillery shelling going on. No hope if it's going to stop anytime soon, unless there's some really strong back channel or diplomatic push which will make Pakistan to change its behavior. India has already given it an indication. If Pakistan will not further escalate, we will not escalate. But provided Pakistan should not escalate it further. India has made its point when it wanted to hit the terror sites, which Pakistan said, and whether it was Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed sites, or it was Murdiki, Lashkar-e-Taiba or other places. But Pakistan was in denial mode, and they said all of them, they were civilians and attended the funeral prayers of all those who have been killed. So they were terrorists here and they made them civilians there. So they are actually they try to brazen it out and tell the world, look, civilians have been killed. Then they targeted the military establishments here, and we have seen As I said, 3 times there was attempt or these airbases were targeted in Srinagar and Avantipora, also Jammu airbase, they tried to target it. Pathankot, you all know that has been reported, and Adampur, all these things. So it looks like no immediate indication of any de-escalation, even as world powers, US Secretary of State spoke to both our foreign minister S.J. Shankar and Pakistan's foreign minister Ishaq Dar, and also the real boss of Pakistan, General Asim Munir. What would happen yesterday? We know the Saudi junior foreign minister he was in India, then he visited Pakistan, met Shahbaz Sharif and other Pakistani leadership. Iranian foreign minister was in both countries also, and we have to see how things are playing out in next 24 hours will be really crucial. If this night would be bit calmer, maybe then there would be some sensibility, some sense may prevail. But we have never seen such type of things happening. Srinagar airport coming to attack like this. Even in 1971, that was the story of Pakistani surrender in Bangladesh, in Dhaka. That was not a story what they were doing here. But it's after first time we see such a thing happening. And in fact, 2 hours back, there was, in less than 2 hours back, there was again explosions there. We still don't know the nature of those explosions, but it appears to be part of ongoing conflict or this war-like situation which we have been witnessing. There's very less traffic across Kashmir. In many places shops are still closed. In Jammu region we have seen people have been targeted, although it is across the line of control. But as we saw in Rajouri, senior official was hit, he was killed, and so are innocent people, including a 2-year-old baby. So Chief Minister Umar Abdullah is there meeting the affected people, trying to reach out to them, and government is trying to reach out to people, taking them to safer locations. Many people had to flee from their homes because innocent people and innocents and civilians are being targeted from across the border.
All right, we do have our best eyes and ears on the ground, and that is the reason why a lot of you, as in the viewers, are tuning into the NDTV coverage. Shiv and Nazir, I'm just requesting a moment from you, as I want to take this also to our colleague Gurpreet, who's joining us from Firozpur, and he's also been tracking a lot of these details. In fact, he was the first to get us those very worrying images that came in of that huge fire, that was caused after that drone went awry there, and this did harm the civilians. Gurpreet, what is the latest? What is it that you can tell us?
Well, we have seen since morning multiple times the local administration had used siren to just give a very, very strong message to people of Firozpur that they should not come out of their houses. As of now, we have come to one place that is a few kilometers away from this border, where we have seen the people, they have started shifting their domestic animals to nearby place. The way we have seen, they are very, very motivating, but they say the women's as well as the old people, they are going to be shifted. कौन सा गाँव है आप? कौन सा पिंड है
आपका? पिंड साडा टलीगलां ते गट्टियों संभाल चले
पिंड तो किन्ने के लोग चले गए?
हाँ जी,
किन्ने के लोग पिंड तो चले गए?
मेरे तो लगता है पिंड ही विरला रह गया, खाली हो गया, गट्टी राजो गए, क्या लगता है सारा खाली हो गया.
So well, we have seen there is even what we have seen, administration has not given any notice to anyone, but these people, they are just shifting their women as well as the children along with these domestic animals, so that if there will be war-like situation, they will not face a lot of problem. But if we can talk about this border area, we have seen most of the border area in Punjab, they have already been on red alert, whether it's Gurdaspur, Amritsar or Firozpur or Pathankot or Fazilka. We have seen the multiple precautions are being taken, and since morning, if we can talk about Firozpur, specifically this border, we were able to move from one village to another village. The people have seen a lot of drone movement. Last night they had observed multiple drone movement, and we have seen from the drones a lot of objects had been thrown, bombs had been thrown also. We have been reporting from the various locations, but we have seen our forces, and specifically the police was conducting multiple patrolling. They were holding mock drills to guide the people how they are going to react, and multiple times the siren had been used by the local administration to make the people aware of the ground situation. Back to studio.
All right. Gurpreet is also, getting us a sense of The other aspect to almost shift a war-like situation where people obviously need to be better prepared, and that is the idea, you know, to move your livestock, your family members to places of safety. But Shiv, in your assessment, you know, you've been on ground zero interacting with a lot of people. I do realize a lot of information is classified that we cannot put out on air. But the point is, how far is Pakistan willing to go this time, and how far would India go to ensure that never again we have a Pahalgam-like situation?
Two very good questions, Deepthi. I think the first question is that, India and Pakistan are not even closely the same kind of country. Pakistan is a sponsor of terror. It's a country that is run by a general who sees nothing in issuing international communal rants and dog whistling communally before ordering terrorist attacks against innocent civilians. So we are not dealing with an equal nation. This is a country that cannot be trusted in terms of the uncertainties. We have to live with the fact that it is a nuclear armed country that is also helped by China and does China's bidding. And putting all those geopolitical realities in place, it is very, very clear that there's India has options of punitive actions against Pakistan, but at the end of the day, the escalations that India conducts have to be calibrated in a way that can only be seen as not pushing that nuclear threshold. It's always there, it's always on the horizon, and this is not a country that is seen to be equal. Could you remind me of your second question? I'm sorry, Deepthi.
Yes, Shiv, I wanted to know how far is India going to go this time, because we clearly need to ensure that what has happened post, the attack does not repeat itself, because we've given multiple, I think,
deterrence.
windows to Pakistan to move
Your
out.
question was about deterrence, and I think that's a very, very good question on deterrence, because, I have the same sentiment as you when you ask that question, Deepthi, which is that, how many more times are we going to see the cycle of violence? A terror attack, then, large-scale actions that continue for a few weeks, and then a few years pass, and we think that the deterrent has happened, and then another terror attack happens. You're right. Whatever needs to happen, it needs to happen this time, considering that the government, the country is nationally galvanized, even more so than during Pulwama and Uri, I suspect. And this time, something has fundamentally changed in everyone's minds, and they're all thinking exactly what you're saying. I think, I had a conversation with General Bikram Singh, a former chief of the army staff, on my show yesterday, Deepthi, and he said something very telling, which completely goes against, what the Indian government is currently saying in terms of, restraint and, not being escalatory, etc. He says, what's stopping us from setting those rules of engagement? Why not escalate? Because the point of punitive action has to be deterrence. Anything less than deterrence for the foreseeable future is not punitive action. I think those are very provocative, evocative words that seem to answer a question. There are those who believe, and I'm not saying that about the military now, but there are many who believe that we have our hands tied in some ways because we take a moral high ground in terms of not targeting certain things in another country. But for a country like Pakistan, India should say all bets are off. If you hit us once, we'll hit you 10 times until you beg for mercy. And maybe it's time to really get around to doing that. And I think we may actually be witnessing some of that becoming a reality.
And like you said, Shiv, there is that basic difference between India and Pakistan. No matter what Pakistan wants to do, there is just no equivalence. And that is why, the change in the kind of responses, the measured tone, and India again and again saying, Nazir, even the External Affairs Minister today, being very curt in his response, he's made it very clear that we've all along been very measured. But we will have to respond to what Pakistan is doing after a limit, after we reach that threshold.
Well, let's understand what Pakistan is doing. Number one, what have they named their operation, this targeting India? They have named it as Bunyanum Marsus. It is a word from Holy Quran, but they have forgotten one thing. It's again Holy Quran, which is saying if you kill one innocent person, as if you have killed entire humanity. Or if you save an innocent person, it is as if you have saved entire humanity. So having said this, there is clear attempt to give a religious color to this targeting India. And then if you see it through their propaganda, the state TV and the social media handlers, they are trying to use it as a religious war, and then they are also trying to divide here. And perhaps that was the reason from day one when Pahalgam happened, when men were separated from women and children and killed in the name of the religion who they were. So that is one doctrine they have, very ugly one. But the fact is, when we talk about the war, and there are actually no clear winners in any war. The way we have seen things playing out, it is sometime it has to end. It can't remain like it all the times. But who would actually send that message? The other side would not. Other side would not dare to do it again. And militancy, when it comes to militancy, it is a complex issue. Yes, Pakistan, origin is in Pakistan, problem is still in Kashmir. So that people had given a resounding their view after Pahalgam massacre that it is not acceptable, we don't want this thing, and that also needs to be built where we fight Pakistan and ensure that it doesn't emanate from there. So people's mood here is also very important when it comes and people's participation in this sport to ending terrorism. But this time, if it is not officially declared war, as she was talking about, it is essentially, when we call it war-like situation, that is terminology that we should use careful what we talk. But the way it is happening, military establishment are being targeted, air bases are being targeted, there is damage to the infrastructure, and also soldiers, which in the briefing today government said there's also casualties also. They said they're damaged, men also, and there have been injuries also. Camps have been targeted. There is a damage, nobody is denying that, but there's greater damage to Pakistani side also. But that would be also gauged with one thing: what would be the now future response if the targets again emanate from those same bases, which would again show the extent of damage they may have suffered. Well, Pakistan has been in a denial mode that they have not suffered much, but clearly India has hit where it hurts the most. It has hit very, very hard. So it is an evolving situation, but spare a thought for the people living near the borders. For last 4 days, a night has been a nightmare. Many people I saw in last 3 days in Kupara have not been able to sleep because of the fear, because of the gun battle, because of the bombs falling, and nobody knows where it will fall next time, next minute. So it is a tough situation. War may look beautiful from a distance, but when you see from close and see the people who suffer, you feel the pain, you feel what it means actually on the ground. But clearly the things, how it has started, what India clearly said, the real and the original escalation was Pahalgam massacre, and what started is the follow-up that to end that, and it should never happen again. But as I said, that Pakistan has its own view, world leaders have been trying to de-escalate the situation, but perhaps there has not been any categoric one statement from country which would tell Pakistan to just stop.
Yes, I think what Nazir has said, Shiv, is such a powerful, strong commentary on how the Aam Aadmi who's bearing the brunt of this feels. But then there would also be those, Shiv, who would say that you cannot have this as a normal practice now. We cannot be waiting for Pakistan to strike and then, you respond. The cycle continues. But Shiv, very quickly, there's a lot of conversation about the role of the US. How far is US willing to go? But I'm a little curious. Is US a part of the problem or US is part of the solution now?
It's an interesting question because of how many different noises we've heard from the United States since the beginning of this cycle of tension, Deepthi. You had Tulsi Gabbard, the so-called Director of National Intelligence of the US, seem like she completely supports Indian action in Pakistan. Then you had Trump saying he's very good friends with both sides. Then you had J.D. Vance come to India and shortly after say Pakistan should cooperate to the extent that it is responsible. Now you've got Marco Rubio, who's actually very, very pro-India, similarly playing that kind of equidistant, both of you should calm down kind of role. Going back to the earlier point that you and I were chatting about, Deepthi, about India and Pakistan not being equal, this kind of equidistance, talking about India and Pakistan in the same breath, saying both of you should cooperate and calm down and restrain yourselves, as if it was India who played a part in this tension. is of great annoyance to India diplomatically. India doesn't appreciate and deeply resents any diplomatic messaging, especially from the United States, where India and Pakistan are projected as hyphenated or having some kind of an equal part to play in this huge escalation that has taken place between them. There are very few who have actually acknowledged that it is Pakistan that is, as a terror state, directly triggered what has happened here. So the reality of it, of course, is that we need to go beyond the optics, stop chest beating about not having optical or cosmetic support from growing allies like the United States, and get used to and live with the fact that ultimately, when it comes to big measures that are in our self-interest, it's very, very lonely. It's going to be lonely geopolitically, diplomatically, and otherwise. We will always have our friends who will stand by and watch us do our work. But ultimately, when India needs to up the ante, set the rules of engagement as far as Pakistan is concerned, hit them 10 times when they hit us once, it's going to have to be without anyone's validation. That's the bitter reality of what's happened post-Pahalgam.
And sometimes I think you need to swallow a bitter pill, We might agree to disagree, Shiv, but there is a larger sentiment that encompasses what Nazir has said, what you've been saying. But yes, we as a country, again and again reiterate, we are never the aggressor. Only for the moment, Shiv, I'm just letting you go, but do stay safe and continue to get us all that ground reportage. As I'm requesting Nazir to stay with us, because we'll also get you details of the other aspect of this story. There are reports of a Jammu and Kashmir official who's lost his life in shelling. The Chief Minister Omar Abdullah and the ALG earlier have also shared their condolences. An ex gratia has also been announced and 10 lakh for the families of those who are deceased. The Chief Minister earlier has met with the late Thapa's family. The ADC Rajkumar Thapa actually lost his life in Rajouri, and he was accompanying the Deputy Chief Minister. And do remember, this is where civilians were targeted by Pakistan. Nazir, powerful pictures, but these are pictures that, we as a country and you as someone who's been on ground zero have seen time and again. And clearly, these are not pictures that, should be normalized or should be acceptable for us as a country.
Well, for me, I knew Rajkumar Thapa for many, many years. As an officer working in J&K administration, 2001 Kashmir Administrative Service officer, and who has worked at different places and has seen one of the most dedicated officers, competent officer, honest officer. And perhaps it is his dedication, commitment to his job that when people needed him the most, he was there with the people when shells were raining, Rajouri, and his official residence was hit. He is a resident of Jammu, he could have lived there, been there. But when there was call of duty, then when people need this administration the most, he was there and who was hit by the shell, and he was taken to hospital where he was declared broad dead. Chief Minister in his first response on social media said he is devastated after learning about this tragic death of this officer. And then Governor has also condoled his death, Lieutenant Governor. Chief Minister visited the family, met the family, bereaved family. And this is the story of people, because they are not officials, are not combatants, these civilian officials. They are civilians, they are administrated to help people. They are not combatant. So clearly it is part of those targeting civilians. When we see the 2-year-old baby also being killed in Pakistani shelling, they are also claiming so many civilians have been targeted in Indian shelling. But India has made it very clear we only target this military installation, or earlier we targeted terror sites only. That has been India's stated position. But as we have been talking about the larger problem, what is happening, India wanted to see the world to this problem, this escalation, as problem which has emanated from a terror attack. And Pakistan wanted this problem to see as Kashmir and their water issue, Indus Water Treaty, and both are trying to show the world like that. And that's what we have been dealing with, when we say diplomatic pressure or diplomatic, intervention, India has always said there cannot be a third-party intervention. Even on now bilateral issue, since the abrogation of Article 370 and J&K making as a union territory, even that bilateral thing is also ended. And Kashmir, India has now since then made it clear that Kashmir is now a closed chapter. But Pakistan, after this situation, is trying to make Kashmir again as a flashpoint, and also water as their survival thing. And they say they cannot rest in peace till the time this problem with their water share through Indus Water Treaty, what they say, which has been suspended by India after Pahalgam terror attack.
Yes, and Nazir, that is why maybe they say that when it comes to Pakistan, the more things change, the more they remain the same. That is the irony. I thank you just for the moment for getting us the latest. You also please take very good care of yourself. And we also extend our condolences, our thoughts right now with the families that are grieving. But clearly, there needs to be a larger message that needs to be sent out. Let's take the story ahead and tell you more about another sinister plot of Pakistan. That is their Pak propaganda. Putting out information that is completely false, targeting people, and creating a new narrative of yourself, which no one is wanting to believe. Now, do remember the Indian Army, for the longest time, has been trying to shoot down Pakistani lies. What they are doing is that they are countering all this Pak fiction, all these Pak lies with facts, only plain simple facts. And the Pak fake news of the Indian Army damages, in fact, has also been called out, and the government makes it very, very clear that we are keeping a record of every action and every proof of Pakistan's treachery. And again that propaganda is being called out. Our colleague Nikunj is adding more to what we know about this story.
Much of this propaganda is actually targeted at Indian civil population. The larger world probably is currently not too interested in the conflict or will not be too bothered in this conflict unless it further escalates. Pakistan is basically trying to demotivate through a large online campaign, particularly the population that it is targeting, and send out a message that Government of India or the Government of India's other wings are somehow failing to act upon the responsibility entrusted upon them. Pakistan obviously is a past master of misusing social media elements or even propaganda on the mainline platforms. They have activated their complete machinery at this moment also, as is expected in a near war-like situation that we are in currently. Obviously, Pakistani side will leave no stone unturned, knowing their weaknesses, knowing chinks in their armor, and would try to impress upon a larger section of population, both in India and Pakistan back home also, that they have been able to inflict large-scale damage. Government of India, as you have seen, that the Press Information Bureau has set up a fact-check unit. They have been constantly debunking any kind of propaganda that is being pushed by the Pakistani handles. Government is also taking active steps to block the handles that have routinely been found to be propagating Pakistani fake media campaigns. It has also put out advisories. Yesterday, Information and Broadcasting Minister took a special meeting of multiple public platforms. In fact, a series of meetings, and after that, they have set up a special control room for anyone to verify, anyone in the business of news, media, and information seeking, to verify the news that is being put out through a special platform or a special control room of the Press Information Bureau. So multiple steps are being taken, but the best step against any kind of fakery on social media is not to fall for any kind of propaganda material being pushed by unverified handles or handles that do not have any reliable followers. And that's a general advisory for general people in any time. And mostly in the times of wars and situation of any contingency, people should very closely follow it. In fact, Foreign Secretary himself today appealed to the people not to fall for the kind Pakistani propaganda that is being pushed. And that was after he said that Pakistan is actually trying to sow the seeds of discord between communities in India.
So like you just heard Nikunj mentioning, there have been multiple news points of this briefing that we have seen being led by the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, where he's also taking down the Pak army and their false propaganda, and also putting out details of the kind of action that India has initiated vis-a-vis Pakistan. Sit back and watch the highlights.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derang Yari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamps, just notice, they are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Shri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
So remember, we just heard the Foreign Secretary speaking of this Spark misinformation campaign. Who's the man behind this? What is his connection to terror? We tell you more.
Pakistan military's media megaphone is in the hands of a general with bloodlines tied to terror. ISPR Chief Major General Ahmad Sharif is the son of a UN-sanctioned scientist who in fact met Osama bin Laden and also plotted with extremists. His father, nuclear scientist Sultan Bashiruddin Mahmoud, was listed on the Al-Qaeda sanctions list by the UN Security Council on December 24, 2001. He allegedly met Osama bin Laden and shared knowledge of nuclear weapons and infrastructure. Mahmoud co-founded a group called the Umma Tamir-e-Nu, suspected of aiding jihadists in Afghanistan. A UN report said that he tried to fund a nuclear college in Taliban-held Kandahar. His son, now the army's top PR man, was briefly investigated but cleared of any links. In fact, US intelligence called the ISPR chief's father Bashiruddin Muhammad brilliant but delusional. Terror ties, fringe science and nuclear dreams. The ISPR's voice carries the shadow of a legacy once tied to bin Laden himself. A legacy of the general, the scientist, and the shadow of terror.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola. India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. Let's also get you details of how the world today is responding to what's happening between India and Pakistan. Remember, multiple times India has reiterated its position that we are well within its right to respond in case Pakistan attacks our military installations or our civilians. Now, in the course of this, you've seen the US making some fast, quick moves. To decode that, we have our colleague Vishal joining us, even as we'll stay with these pictures to read us through what has happened. Vishal, what has the conversation been like vis-a-vis New Delhi and Islamabad?
Well, if you look at the press releases of both the conversations that Secretary of State of the US, Marco Rubio, had with his colleagues of both the nations, S. Jaishankar and Ishaq Dar, it's the almost exact text that has been released. It sheds light on the fact that US wants both the countries to re-establish the communication path that had been severed in the last 48 hours. There has been no communication between India and Pakistan in the last 48 hours. So what the US is saying is that that could lead to some kind of miscalculation, and that is what it needs to be avoided, is what the US is saying. And it's also offering some assistance in the form of some diplomacy if it's needed. So it's sort of saying to both the nations that there needs to be a de-escalation, and at the same time there have been other examples as well that nations have come to India, such as the foreign ministers of such as top officials of the foreign ministries of Iran and Saudi Arabia both visited India in the last 48 to 72 hours and asked both the countries to de-escalate. But the ball actually lies in the court of Pakistan, because that is the aggressor, the main aggressor, and that is where the fire has been coming from. India is just responding to that aggression. So the ball lies in Pakistan's court, but all eyes are also on US President Donald Trump. He has commented on the conflict in the recent 3-4 days, but it's not been, to an extended comment. So that will have to be seen.
All right. So would that call make any difference, or will Pakistan continue to be what it is? Vishal, that is what the world today wants to see. For the moment, thank you for decoding that big story for us. With this is also time for us to quickly wrap things in this edition of the news. On the other side, Gauri joins you with more updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises, and I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When
Top government sources on India-Pakistan tensions, they say that future act of terror will be treated as an act of war. Source-based information on NDTV that India will respond accordingly. India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war. Government sources on the terrorists that have been killed. Source-based information on NDTV, top terrorists have been killed. 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists have been killed by India.
Prime Minister Modi chairs high-level meeting. 3 services chiefs meet Prime Minister Modi. Tri-services chiefs, CDS, National Security Advisor and Defence Minister attempt the high-level meeting. Government says Pakistan actions have been provocative and escalatory. Government says that Pakistan tried to hit multiple air bases of India. U.S. Secretary of State and Acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio speaks to Jaishankar. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar and Marco Rubio spoke. And Rubio says that there is a need to de-escalate. U.S. also proposes support in discussion. Dr. Jaishankar says that India's approach has always been measured and responsible. Good afternoon, viewers. We are starting this show with the breaking news that's coming in on the broadcast. Latest updates on Operation Sindoor. Top government sources tell NDTV that any act of terror in future will be treated as an act of war. That's the way now the government has set the red line going forward. And let me get in my colleague Aishwarya Jain to really fill us in with the details on this. It's a very important posturing and view that has been taken by the government, isn't it, Aishwarya, in terms of how future terror attacks, if any, the government will view them as an act of war?
Well, that's very big and strong line that the government of India has taken. The top government sources have informed NDTV that the government has decided that any future terrorism activity on the Indian soil would be considered as an act of war and will be responded accordingly. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi just few hours back chaired that high-level meeting in which Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS, NSA and the tri-service chiefs were present, and that meeting lasted for almost an hour. On a daily basis, we are seeing the action from the Pakistani army and Indian armed forces retaliating to it. It is the Pakistani aggression that has been given befitting reply on a daily basis along with the line of control and the international border as well. But certainly now the government of India has drawn a line. That's a red line that if any future terrorism activity will be taking place in the country or in the Indian territory, then it will be considered as an act of war, and that will be responded accordingly. Is the bigger message coming in from the sources. The top government sources had drawn the line. It is a direct message from the Prime Minister's office. The sources in the Prime Minister's office now clearly telling us that it is Prime Minister's state message to the armed forces as well to respond accordingly. Remember, India has already drawn the line of what retaliation Indian armed forces had been doing as far as Pakistan's aggression, the coordinated attacks as far as the drones and missiles are concerned on different Indian cities, the Indian military bases, and how India has reacted to it very strongly. There has been occasions when we have seen that be it the Samba sector in Jammu and Kashmir or the Rajouri or Poonch sector, it is Pakistani cover fire that was given, and an infiltration bid was foiled by the border security force as well. And this is the chance that the Pakistani army wanted to take it. They have been exposed time and again by the Indian dispensation, by the Indian armed forces, by providing evidences, visual evidences as well. And now it is, on the sidelines of that, we have seen there were alerts and intelligence sources also stated earlier that there could be an infiltration bid in the Indian territory, but that has all been foiled up. But now the government has made it clear that no terrorist activity would be barred. It will be a clear red line that any sort of terrorism activity in the future will be considered as an act of war, and Indian dispensation will be acting accordingly.
Government's very tough, very direct warning to Pakistan coming in. as Aishwarya was saying, that high-profile meeting that took place, high-level meeting between Prime Minister Modi, Tri-Services Chief, National Security Advisor, Defence Minister, all those meetings that have taken place after this direct posturing by the government sets a very clear message to Pakistan. Aishwarya Jain, really appreciate you joining us live to give us that update. Through the day, viewers, we have been giving you verified, credible, authentic information about what all Pakistan has been doing. And this report that my colleague Shiv Arur filed from Dal Lake gives you the first-hand account of what is it that Pakistan has been doing in the last 48 hours, hitting at 26 Indian cities. This report tells you what really happened in Srinagar at Dal Lake, where one such drone by Pakistan was fired. Take a look.
We're on Srinagar's famous Dal Lake because in an area just ahead of where we're sailing right now is where a Pakistani drone was intercepted and actually fell into the Dal Lake. Now, before you get worried, I have permission to be here. I've spoken to the agencies because the drone that was shot down in airspace over Srinagar and crashed into the Dal Lake has been recovered by the agencies and has gone for analysis. But I wanted to give our viewers here on NDTV tracking our ground coverage just a sense of how in the middle of a population center, Pakistan has been sending offensive weapons. Now, we are told it was some kind of a long-range loitering munition or a drone. While we were reporting this morning, we heard a series of loud explosions, and it's difficult to pinpoint, but at least one of those explosions must have been the interception of a drone somewhere in this airspace, finally landing near that brick bridge right here on the Dal Lake. There have been as many as 14 explosions, including 2 in the afternoon, most of them in the morning. We are told that air defense systems have activated in and around Srinagar near the airport and beyond, bringing down a variety of drones, confirming once again that last night's drone strike attempts in Srinagar and several other places, we are told about 26 different places, is continuing today as well. We heard it with our own ears and it was captured on NDTV's cameras. What Pakistan does next will depend on how it handles the Indian airstrikes that have taken place as a retaliation on their military bases. Remember that phrase, military bases, viewer, because here in Srinagar, a highly populated city with lakhs of people living around the Dal Lake, Pakistan sent a loitering munition capable of killing lots of people right into a population center. See very clearly there's difference, and it doesn't differentiate between population centers and military targets. With Ashwini Mehra on the Dal Lake in Srinagar, Shiv Arur for NDTV.
Pakistan has been hitting at civilian areas, population centers, and in fact now from Srinagar we're going to turn attention to Rajasthan, where another projectile debris has been found, and this has been found in a field, and that area has been cordoned off, and this is in Jaisalmer, in Barmer, where nearby towns have now been put on lockdown. And this ground report that's been filed by Harsha Kumari Singh, my colleague from Jaisalmer, tells you yet again what exactly NDTV has been saying all along. Pakistani drones that have been intercepted, this time in Pokhran, where people have been asked to stay indoors. Take a look.
A lot of drone activity here on the border, on the western front. Now we are in Jaisalmer, in Badoda Gaon, which is about 30-40 kilometers from Jaisalmer, and about 4:10 in the morning, this is what happened here. You can see that this kind of a crater that has come up here. Now at about 4:10 in the morning, the village people here, they saw a missile-like object landing here, and then it went ahead. And if you can see, it created a crater, and then it went through that tree in front of me, throwing sort of debris all along. It went there and then it landed another 500 meters to the other side. So it's got a huge range from here till about another 500 meters. Now I have some people here with me who were of course witness to all this. भैया आपका नाम बताइए.
उदय सिंह.
हाँ, उदय सिंह, आप लोग यहाँ पर रात को सो रहे थे, घर में क्या देखा आपने?
खेत है हमारा, वहाँ पर सो रहे थे.
क्या देखा आपने?
हमने तो 4:40 पर धमाका हुआ, 3 धमाका, जोरदार धमाका हुआ. उसमें अपने आग पूरा प्रकाश हो गया 3 किलोमीटर में, प्रकाश से प्रकाश.
और फिर क्या देखा, यहाँ पे क्या हुआ?
यहाँ पर गड्ढा है, मिसाइल फूट फूट को अलग गई, 2 किलोमीटर में अलग गई यहाँ।
ठीक है, ठीक है। आपने क्या देखा, आप यहीं पे थे?
हमने वही देखा, ब्लास्ट हुआ है और चिंगारियाँ निकली है 4-4:30 के आसपास, और फिर धमाके, अलग अलग जगह धमाके भी हुए हैं।
और ये जो यहाँ पे आया था, ये लगता है चीरता हुआ यहाँ से गया है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, यहाँ से गिरने से सीधा, ये झाड़ है इसके अंदर से गिरने से सीधा यहाँ से 1.5 किलोमीटर आगे इसका जो टुकड़ा है वहाँ आगे गिरा है। और जो हमारे घर थे उसके ऊपर भी गिरे हैं और घर के अंदर भी आए हैं, फिर नुकसान कुछ नहीं हुआ। इसीलिए क्या है कि गिरने से थोड़ा अफसोस भी हुआ है घर वालों को, इसीलिए वो सीधा आगे निकल गया। जो इसका टुकड़ा है ना वो आगे गिर गया है, बाकी छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स हैं वो हमारे घर में गिरे हैं, उधर खेत में भी गए हैं।
तो आर्मी ने आके यहाँ से सारे पार्ट्स इकट्ठा कर लिए?
बिल्कुल, पार्ट्स सभी इकट्ठे कर लिए हैं। आर्मी आ गई है, पुलिस प्रशासन भी आ गए हैं, सब यहाँ पर आ गए हैं, इसीलिए वो सब इकट्ठा करके एक जगह कर लिया है।
ले गए। So as you can see behind me, quite a big sort of indent it's made in the ground, quite a big crater, and it seems to have a very long range, because as the people here are telling us, it went through this tree, it went over that house there, and then it's gone further. Another part of that explosive has gone further and landed in a field there. So in Jaisalmer and Barmer, in these areas, early in the morning, these kind of attacks are coming from across the border, and of course, luckily so far, no harm or damage has been caused.
All right. Government has been putting out details of the terrorists that have been killed in the Indian operation. Source-based information coming to NDTV, but again, credible, as we've been saying all along, that top terrorists have been killed in these operations. Details of Pakistani army's engagement with these terrorists have also been proven beyond doubt, with their names, their affiliations all shared. These include 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed terrorists, 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists, all killed by Indian operations. Government sources are indicating that these are top terrorists that the government has targeted in these operations. Remember, for India, Operation Sindoor is about and has been about only focused on the terror infrastructure that has been perpetrated by Pakistan on its soil. That is what Operation Sindoor has been all about, and my colleague Maria Shakil gives us details of these 5 terrorists that have been killed and the source-based information that we have with you. Take a look.
We have been saying that, and that's what the Indian establishment here also has been emphasizing on, that the terrorists who have been killed are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. These terror outfits have been carrying out attacks on Indian soil not once but multiple occasions in the past. Remember, IC-814 hijack which happened. In fact, someone who carried out that hijack was wanted in that case, has also been killed, Muhammad Yusuf Azhar. He is brother-in-law of Maulana Masood Azhar. He handled, in fact, weapons training for Jaish-e-Mohammed and was responsible for multiple terrorist attacks which took place in Jammu and Kashmir. Besides that, other names, which includes Mudassar Khadian Khas, who was in charge of the Mazkar Taiba in Murid Ke. His funeral, as was pointed out by Foreign Secretary, was attended by the serving Lieutenant General of Pakistani Army and also the IG of Punjab Punjab Police in Pakistan. So the emphasis being made here by the government sources, Vishnu, is that they have worked closely with the Pakistani military and the entire Pakistani establishment in carrying out those terror attacks on Indian soil from across the border. It was cross-border terrorism, and the planning and was carried out, it was done on the Pakistani soil. More names that have been released by way of government sources, of course, is of Muhammad Hassan Khan, who is associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed. He played a key role in carrying out multiple terrorist attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. Another important name again would be Khalid Abu Akhasa, who was associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba, and his funeral was held in Faisalabad. Again, that funeral was attended by senior Pakistani army officials and the Deputy Commissioner of Faisalabad. So this is the list of some of the terrorists, the names of which have now come out by way of government sources.
Operation Sindoor started, viewers. The one thing that Pakistan has been doing again and again is coming out with a misinformation campaign, a propaganda that India has been busting again and again. Indian army shooting down Pakistan lies, and we've been telling all those details right here because it's important to counter the fiction that Pakistan has been coming out with exact facts. The fake news that Pakistan has been coming out in terms of whether it's the Indian army, supposed perpetrated damages, all coming out by the Pakistan misinformation factory is being busted right here. And my colleague Nikunj Garg gives you all those details.
Much of this propaganda is actually targeted at Indian civil population. The larger world probably is currently not too interested in the conflict or will not be too bothered in this conflict unless it further escalates. Pakistan is basically trying to demotivate through a large online campaign, particularly the population that it is targeting, and send out a message that Government of India or the Government of India's other wings are somehow failing to act upon the responsibility entrusted upon them. Pakistan obviously is a past master of misusing social media elements or even propaganda on the mainline platforms. They have activated their complete machinery at this moment also, as is expected in a near war-like situation that we are in currently. Obviously, Pakistani side will leave no stone unturned, knowing their weaknesses, knowing chinks in their armor, and would try to impress upon a larger section of population, both in India and Pakistan back home also, that they have been able to inflict large-scale damage. Government of India, as you have seen, that the Press Information Bureau has set up a fact-check unit. They have been constantly debunking any kind of propaganda that is being pushed by the Pakistani handles. Government is also taking active steps to block the handles that have routinely been found to be propagating Pakistani fake media campaigns. It has also put out advisories. Yesterday, Information and Broadcasting Minister took a special meeting of multiple public platforms. In fact, a series of meetings, and after that, they have set up a special control room for anyone to verify, anyone in the business of news, media, and information seeking, to verify the news that is being put out through a special platform or a special control room of the Press Information Bureau. So multiple steps are being taken, but the best step against any kind of fakery on social media is not to fall for any kind of propaganda material being pushed by unverified handles or handles that do not have any reliable followers. And that's a general advisory for general people in any time. And mostly in the times of wars and situation of any contingency, people should very closely follow it. In fact, Foreign Secretary himself today appealed to the people not to fall for the kind Pakistani propaganda that is being pushed. And that was after he said that Pakistan is actually trying to sow the seeds of discord between communities in India.
Viewers, I'm going to now play out sound bites of the two women who are essentially now the face of India in Operation Sindoor, both in India and around the world. That is Wing Commander Voimika Singh and Colonel Sophia Qureshi. Take a look.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adhampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derang Yari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamped. Just notice there are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri killing the additional District Development Commissioner Sri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
All right, Major General Asif Pardi joins me more to talk more on this story that continues to develop. So thank you so much for joining me on NDTV today. We talk at a time when the government has been busting Pakistan's lies and fiction that it has been coming out with through the day actively. All narratives that Pakistan is trying to build are being very actively busted, and it has been doing so not just in India, around the world as well. And that, I think, is an extremely important aspect of Operation Sindoor, isn't it?
Yes, Pakistan USP is always telling lies. Initially they said that Osama bin Laden is not there, and subsequently even US found out that Osama bin Laden was staying in Pakistan. So propaganda, telling lies is the hallmark of Pakistan governance, and because they are weak militarily, so they've been doing all this kind of propaganda work. And also, we also understand that the propaganda war and selling, spreading false news, fake news is part of the information warfare games. But we are also equally competent, and we have got enough measures to check all those fake news and factories. And that is what we have been also doing. Everything, whatever is coming in the social media is being monitored. The TV channels, they are behaving very responsibly. They're telling the correct information to the public. And the public in India are also quite well aware. And very rightly, our Foreign Secretary has pointed out that India is a mature democracy in which criticism to the government is acceptable. Whereas in Pakistan, there is no democracy and nobody can criticize the government. So basically, whatever comes, it is from the government sources. But in India, everything is very transparent. So that is why once the transparency is there, so there is no way we can be misled by the misinformation. If something comes, some misinformation comes, we always cross-check with others, and then we always find out the truth, which is not there in the Pakistan. So we need not be worried about these type of things, and particularly in a war-like situation, it is expected. But the most important thing is that the Pakistan is now responsible in for the responses which they are doing and the escalation of the conflict. So now they have attacked some of our military installations. They're attacking our religious structures like temples, your churches, gurudwaras, which is not acceptable. Casualties.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in fact, the response that has come in from the Indian side also very measured, but at the same time, very clear in terms of the fact that if Pakistan moves up the escalation matrix, if it moves up the escalation ladder, India will respond proportionately.
And at this beginning, when the conflict is at the initial stage, they're talking about utilizing their nuclear resources. So immature is the Pakistan governance. That means they have got no will to fight. They just want to terrorize the whole world. They want to threat the whole world that, okay, you use the nuclear weapon system, and that is why you come and ensure that the India government buckles out and they don't escalate. But escalation is from the Pakistan side. And we have been very clear in our mind that we have to destroy the terrorist infrastructure which is there in the Pakistan. And the Pakistan army and the terrorists, they train together. That is the main source. The terrorism comes from the Pakistan army. So terrorists and terrorism, these three things are the integral part of the Pakistan military. So we have only, so far, we could destroy some of the terrorist infrastructure, but in the long run, definitely, we are going to dismantle the entire whole thing, and that the terrorism concept in Pakistan, that also has to be erased. And terrorism is not only against India. They have terrorized the Talibanis, they have terrorized the Baluchistanis. So within the country also, they have terrorized their own people.
And so terrorism is a scourge, it's a global scourge. That is what it is. That is something that is very clear, and that's one of the reasons, core reasons why the world is backing India all along. Ever since the Pahalgam terror attack, the dastardly Pahalgam terror attack took place, the Committee of Nations have stood very strongly and firmly behind India. I want to quickly now get in Commodore G.J. Singh also to talk more about Operation Sindoor in its present state right now, where we are, the information that has been coming in. And sir, at NDTV, we've been very clear and very focused about only bringing credible, authentic information, even if it means late. That is not the point. Authenticity is most important in these times, in these challenging times for us. And here we've been putting out all those verified information which tells you what all Pakistan has done in terms of climbing up the escalation ladder and proportionate retaliatory action that has come in from India's side. Where do you see this now, sir, the next 12 to 24 hours, given all that has happened and what all the government has informed India today about?
Thank you for having me on your show, and I must congratulate you that you are only giving what is, I call it verified news, because you make sure that there is all authentic news. Coming back to the subject is that at the moment we are in the mode where the escalatory ladder is going up. It is going in a upward spiral because the kind of weapons which Pakistan has used this morning, like the high-speed hypersonic missile, that Fateh-2, is a very dangerous point where we should be worried about, because they were probably targeting our capital, and we have to be careful about it, because this was not expected. It is not a proportionate, calibrated,
is targeting civilian population. In fact, whether it is in Dal Lake, whether it is in Jaisalmer, we've been putting out those ground reports. Our colleagues have been covering every aspect of this, and everywhere Pakistan is trying to, of course, hit civilian population.
Yeah, that's what I was coming to, that they have been hitting or sort of striking on a civilian population all along the IB border as well as on the LOC. So they have just no ethics or the principles of fighting. They are now in a provocatory move. They want to provocate us, whereas we are very restrained, we are balanced, we are proportionate. Whatever they are doing, we are only hitting those targets with the very precise strikes without any collateral damage or any hitting any populated areas. But the kind of answer that we are getting from Pakistan is not the same. It is not expected of a professional army or a professional air force. So therefore, I see it as a provocation. I see that we are going up on the escalator ladder, because lately we have also heard that they have started mobilizing their armed corps and armed divisions, they are infantry, they are
in fact, this is
artillery
something,
all along the
this
border.
is extremely important, and I wanted to get in General Padi as well on this, that how do you read and in fact this information that came in from the press conference earlier in the day on what Commodore G.J. Singh is saying, that Pakistan is moving some of its army and soldiers to the border areas, the movement of troops that's taking place.
I agree with what Commodore Singh has said, but I would like to tell you that because they don't have any targeted targets in India, because we don't have any terrorist infrastructure. So, and the initial stages, when we demonstrated that we have got a much better integrated air defense system and we could do anything inside that territory and we could hit our target very accurately, precisely. So now they are in a state of panic. So they want to escalate. So in escalation, if they move their ground forces or do any kinetic action, so the thing is that they are probably want to get into inside India and they will definitely get killed, because we are fully prepared to for any challenges which is coming or any hostile activities from the Pakistan side, whether it is from the air or from the ground or at sea. All the three services are fully active and we have got enough resources, enough measures, operational plans, everything is there. So those activities, maybe they are trying to threaten that, okay, we'll escalate to the next level. So we are ready for that. Any level of escalation, it will be responded precisely and with responsibility, because we are very clear that our objectives are to dismantle the terrorist infrastructure and we don't want to go for any collateral damage. We don't want to do any damage to the civilian population. So far we have not done that, which they have been doing it. So if they escalate, so let them do it and then they will see our response.
Absolutely. In fact, India also mentioned this when it said that Pakistan is trying to weaponize civilian airspace. The government of India has said that because that's exactly what Pakistan is trying to do when it comes to the civilian airspace. Thank you so much, Commodore G.J. Singh and General Padi, for joining me on the NDTV right now. And in fact, speaking about high-level preparedness, Prime Minister Modi chaired a meeting with three service chiefs to discuss the next course of action. I'm assuming preparedness, and that review also included the Chief of Defence Services and Chief of Defence Staff, as well as the National Security Advisor and the Defence Minister, in terms of the next level of preparedness as Operation Sindoor is still underway. My colleague Aishwarya Jain, who's been tracking these high-level meetings all along, gives us an update on what transpired, what could be the possible next course of action for the government from a preparedness point of view. Take a look.
Yesterday, late night, Prime Minister chaired a high-level security meeting with the top officials of the defense forces, including Defense Minister Rajnath Singh. And within 13 to 14 hours, another round of meeting took place today at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where Prime Minister was briefed about the ongoing operations of the Indian Armed Forces. The Indian government and the top dispensation of Indian establishment is in view that India is only retaliating to what Pakistani troops are doing as far as hitting our civilians and also engaging in the infiltration bid. There has been cover fires being given by the Pakistani troops from their bunkers, and it is, of course, the border security force, clearly stopping this kind of infiltration bid. All of them had come into, the visual evidences that Indian armed forces are collecting, but certainly it is the Prime Minister who had a view that Indian armed forces should be given a free hand and the entire country is united together in support with the Indian armed forces. Prime Minister had stated that he believes in full professional capabilities of our armed forces, and therefore the ongoing escalation by the Pakistani side is something that that has been seen very, very closely. Prime Minister, Defense Minister and Home Minister monitoring such situations very closely. We've been told that since morning there are multiple meetings that happened. If I quickly recap those, early in the morning we saw Chief of Defence Staff going to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh's residence. That meeting lasted for almost an hour. hour. Post that, we saw that press conference by the Government of India in which details were given about how the Indian armed forces stopped the Pakistani drones and missiles that were coming and hit and was aiming towards the Indian air bases. Post that, we saw NSA Ajit Doval going towards 7 LKM, and that meeting lasted for almost an hour, and then this very important meeting that Prime Minister chaired with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, CDS, NSA and tri-service chiefs present. That meeting lasted for an hour, and a separate one-on-one meeting after that with NSA Ajit Doval and Prime Minister. So Prime Minister very, very closely monitoring each and every situation. Of course, the nod is being given by Prime Minister for the armed forces, but the armed forces have been given clear free hand for their operations.
All right, shifting focus now to Delhi, where Chief Minister Rekha Gupta has chaired a key meeting and held a meeting with key ministers in terms of the level of preparedness for the state of Delhi. That also includes the health department. I want to quickly first play out the soundbite of the Chief Minister, and then I get my colleague Shreya Ghosh to talk more on that.
पैनिक नहीं है, बिल्कुल निश्चिंत होकर के जनता रिलैक्स हो सकती है। सरकार मुस्तैद है, प्रशासन दुरुस्त है और सेनाएं अपना काम कर रही हैं। हम सबको बस अवेयर रहना है और किसी भी स्थिति से निपटने के लिए तैयार रहना है, इतनी सी बात है। और किसी भी प्रकार की इससे आगे की चिंता नहीं करनी है, पर इस परिस्थिति में पूरा देश एकजुट है, ये जरूर संदेश पूरे शहर का है, पूरी राष्ट्रीय राजधानी का है।
All right, Shreya Ghosh joins us live to talk more about this. Shreya, it's of course a meeting aimed to ensure that there is a complete level of preparedness. But talk to us about what all were the highlights of this meeting.
Well, of course, today Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta chaired a very high-octane review meeting with all the department heads at the Delhi Secretariat to ensure that the capital is battle-ready. And, of course, she has asked the people not to worry, not to create any panic because the city is ready and the national capital will not be caught off guard in any case of emergency. The health department has been given clear directives. Medicines should be stocked up. All hospitals are on standby. Ambulances are fueled up. There shouldn't be any, a case of lack of power backup for ICUs. So there should be proper backup supply of power, and all the leaves of medical staff have been cancelled. The revenue department has been asked to activate the disaster management authorities to scour all the shelter sites and also to rally the civil defense volunteers. Remember that the revenue department and the civil defense volunteers, they are in sync with the armed forces, the railways, airport, so that the city is well connected. The fire department is also put on red alert so that it can leap into action if there is any case of any disaster. The other departments such as the home and police department, most importantly, have been ordered to keep the security airtight, especially around the city's hydroelectric grids. And if we talk about the other infrastructure agencies like PWD, MCD, NDMC, they have also been instructed to line up all contractors and the heavy machinery so that we can strike back if any disaster occurs. Other than that, most importantly, power department, because people are scared that there could be possible blackouts. But CM Rekha Gupta has instructed the power department that there shouldn't be any case of power outages, and there should be enough backup supply, for critical services. That has been the main agenda of today's meeting, to ensure that all the departments they are in this together. They are on their feet and they are ready for any kind of emergency if at all strikes the national capital. But most importantly, as you heard Chief Minister Rekha Gupta underlining the fact that there shouldn't be any panic amongst people. People should be on alert mode at all times, and they should believe that all the departments are working in their favor to make sure that the city is prepared for any kind of disaster, any kind of emergency in this time where the India-Pakistan tensions are escalating. Back to you.
All right, shall we leave it there? Thanks much for those details. And shifting focus now from Delhi to Gujarat, a border state which shares The international border with Pakistan, about 500 odd kilometers, 2,300 kilometers is the kind of coastline that Gujarat shares with Pakistan, which is why the Chief Minister held and reviewed the security measures, including the steps taken for the safety of citizens, and that also include directives made and given to the state administration in terms of the next course of action, given the fact that Gujarat, as I said, is a border state and is on high level of preparedness. Let's quickly play out this soundbite of Sadruddin Owaisi, where he has termed Pakistan as a terror state and said that Pakistan gave shelter to Osama bin Laden and the West must realize that Pakistan is a failed state. Listen in.
Osama bin Laden was found taking shelter in a military area, and he was given covert support. He was given all the support, all the help by the military establishment of Pakistan. It is for the Western world to realize that Pakistan is a failed state. It is high time that not only Western world but every senior nation in this world should rise up and ensure that the nuclear bombs which the Pakistans possess, that should be disarmed. They are a threat to the whole humankind. They have been using terrorism to destabilize India.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Government sources on terrorists killed in Operation Sindoor. Top terrorists have been killed. That includes 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists. Prime Minister Modi chairs high-level meeting with 3 services chiefs and reviews the situation along with CDS. Government says that Pakistani actions have been provocative and escalatory. Government says that Pakistan has tried to hit multiple air bases. U.S. Secretary of State speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Marco Rubio says India and Pakistan need to de-escalate. U.S. proposes support in any possible discussions. External Affairs Minister says India's approach has always been measured and responsible.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistent.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Viewers, it's now time to turn attention to Punjab, another border state, and we've got you this ground report from Firozpur village, which is on high alert. And NDTV has been reporting from Punjab border, where it has spoken to locals after those drone attacks that have come in from Pakistan. Take a look at this report that tells you how Firozpur residents are feeling and remain on the edge after those escalatory moves made by Pakistan.
We have been reporting from district Firozpur, and we are going from one village to another village in border area. Today we have reached at Burj Makhan Singh village, from where we are reporting at this point of time. We have seen last night multiple drone movement had been spotted in district Firozpur, and we have seen through the drones when one bomb had been thrown with the help of drone, one family which has already been severely injured, and now we have come to this village where we are going to show all these pictures. Here they were able to find out some explosive which was blasted from here, and the people of this area, they have witnessed a lot of activity last night. This was a transformer. I request my Vijay to show all these things, but fortunately there was a total blackout in district Firozpur. But what had happened in this village, we are going to talk to the villagers also who've been present here. तो ये कौन सा गांव है?
ये जी गांव बुर्ज मक्खर सिंह डिस्ट्रिक्ट फिरोजपुर है।
तो क्या देखा, क्योंकि आप दिखा रहे हो कि यहाँ पे कोई चीज़ गिरी, क्या चीज़ गिरी और कितने बजे गिरी?
ये तकरीबन जी 1:30 ਵਜੇ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਸੀ ਰਾਤ, ਤੇ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਨਾ ਰੋਸ਼ਨੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋਈ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਚਾਨਕ ਬਾਹਰ ਉੱਠੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਧਮਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪਈ, ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਚਾਚੇ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਕਰਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਚੀਜ਼ ਆਪਣੇ ਡਿੱਗੀ ਆ ਬਾਹਰ ਮੂਰੇ, ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਠ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਤੇ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਤਾਰ ਵੀ ਟੁੱਟੀ ਪਈ ਸੀ ਟਰਾਂਸਫਾਰਮਰ ਦੀ, ਤੇ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੱਖੇ ਦੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾ ਇੱਕ 3 ਪਰ ਬਣੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਅੰਦਾਜ਼ਾ ਉਹਦਾ weight ਹੈਗਾ ਸੀ 20 ਕਿਲੋ, ਤੇ ਉਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਈ ਸੀ।
ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਯੂ ਹੈਵ ਵੀਡੀਓਜ਼ ਆਲਸੋ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਵੀਡੀਓ की वीडियो थोड़ी दिखाओगे वीडियो अगर दिखा सकते हैं तो क्या डैमेज हुआ, कोई नुकसान हुआ यहाँ पे?
वैसे नुकसान नहीं हुआ जी, बिल्कुल आवाज़ बहुत ज़्यादा है, धमाका हुआ है।
कोई शीशे टूटे हों, कोई किसी तरह का इम्पैक्ट?
नहीं जी नहीं, ऊपर तार टूटे।
तो बिल्कुल मैं कैमरामैन साथी कहूँगा ये तस्वीर दिखाई जाए, क्योंकि ये कहाँ गया, ये इसको कौन लेके गया यहाँ से?
ये SHO साहब आए सी, थाने ਨੂੰ ਕੰਟੈਕਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜੀ। ਹਾਂ, ਉਹ ਥਾਣੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਆਏ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਉਹ SHO ਸਾਹਿਬ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਕਰੀਬਨ 3 ਵਜੇ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਿਜਲੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਨੂੰ ਫੋਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲਾਈਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਉਣੀ, ਵੀ ਤਾਰ ਟੁੱਟ ਗਈ ਆ ਤੇ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ, ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਾਈਟ ਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਲਾਈ, ਫਿਰ ਆਣ ਕੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਗੰਢ ਕੇ ਤਾਰ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਲਾਈਟ ਚਾलू ਕੀਤੀ ਆ।
बॉर्डर एरिया का गांव है, बॉर्डर एरिया का गांव है, यहाँ पे क्या लोगों में अभी पूरा है जो स्थिति बनने जा रही है, कोई लोकल, क्योंकि लगातार ब्लैकआउट किया जा रहा है।
डर तो है जी लोगों
ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਡਰ ਨਹੀਂ,
डर तो
ਹੁਣ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ।
ਕੱਲ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ, ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤਾਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਸੀ, ਹੁਣ ਕੱਲ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਤਾਂ ਹੋਣਾ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਜੀ।
क्योंकि कल रात को देखा है काफ़ी ज़्यादा मूवमेंट देखी गई, आपके भी इस एरिया में पूरी मूवमेंट देखी?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, बिल्कुल जी, बिल्कुल।
Turning attention now to US Secretary of State and the acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, who spoke to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. And Marco Rubio said that India and Pakistan need to de-escalate. The top diplomat of US, Marco Rubio, dialed Dr. Jaishankar and also proposed support of America in any possible discussions between India and Pakistan. The reply and response from India has been that New Delhi's approach has always been that of being extremely measured. And meanwhile, there have been more back-channel lines of communication. Pakistan has been trying to speak to the Saudis and has spoken to the Saudi foreign minister, even as Rubio dialed Pakistan foreign minister and earlier spoke with the Pakistani army chief Asim Munir. In fact, viewers, the DG of ISPR has terror ties. This is something that the world knows, and we on NDTV also are going to play out this report that tells you that A.S. Chaudhry has deep terror connects because he is the son of a US designated terrorist. Don't believe it? Take a look at this report that decodes that for you and the mindset of Pakistan in greater detail.
Pakistan military's media megaphone is in the hands of a general with bloodlines tied to terror. ISPR Chief Major General Ahmad Sharif is the son of a UN-sanctioned scientist who in fact met Osama bin Laden and also plotted with extremists. His father, nuclear scientist Sultan Bashiruddin Mahmood, was listed on the Al-Qaeda sanctions list by the UN Security Council on December 24, 2001. He allegedly met Osama bin Laden and shared knowledge of nuclear weapons and infrastructure. Mahmood co-founded a group called the Ummat-e-Nur, suspected of aiding jihadists in Afghanistan. A UN report said that he tried to fund a nuclear college in Taliban-held Kandahar. His son, now the army's top PR man, was briefly investigated but cleared of any links. In fact, US intelligence called the ISPR chief's father Bashiruddin Muhammad brilliant but delusional. Terror ties, fringe science and nuclear dreams. The ISPR's voice carries the shadow of a legacy once tied to bin Laden himself. A legacy of the general, the scientist and the shadow of terror.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive, Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters.
Gujarat Chief Minister chairs a security review meeting. On the agenda is the safety of citizens in Gujarat. Ensuring availability of all essential items is a priority in the review meeting. Government sources tell NDTV that top terrorists have been killed by India's actions. That includes 3 Jaish-e-Mohammed and 2 Lashkar terrorists who've been killed in Operation Sindoor. Prime Minister Modi chairs a high-level meeting with 3 services chiefs along with CDS, National Security Advisor and Defence Minister. Government says that Pakistani actions have been both provocative and escalatory. Government says that Pakistan tried to hit multiple Indian air bases. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaks to External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Rubio says that India and Pakistan need to de-escalate and proposes support in any possible discussions. External Affairs Minister says that India's approach has always been that of being measured and responsible. All right, government briefing on Operation Sindoor, where it has debunked the Pakistani propaganda again and again. India's defense might has been on display in the press conference that came in earlier in the day, and of course through the entire Operation Sindoor, where government has said that Pakistan tried and multiple times targeted the civilian areas, whether it is in Srinagar, whether it is in Jaisalmer, whether it is in Punjab, through the entire border with India. And in fact, government has said that Pakistan tried to attack 26 locations in India, and that included shelling in Rajouri as well. Let me now get in our team of reporters. Remember, NDTV's reporters have been covering every leg of this story, giving credible, authentic and correct information. Nazir joins us live to talk more about the situation on ground. Nazir, you've been bringing us all details, all updates, minute by minute. Talk to us about what's happening right now on ground. Tell us where you are exactly, what's happening behind you in the wake of those latest Pakistani provocations that took place late last night and early today morning.
Well, there was provocation which was responded to by India early in the morning and last night. But sources tell us that India is unlikely to escalate things further, like carrying out any major attacks, whether it is drone attacks or missile attacks on Pakistan's, military establishments or these air bases, the way India did hit at them since last 24 hours in retaliation to Pakistani attacks. But at the LOC, it's unlikely that things may settle anytime soon, because the way we have seen civilians being targeted at the line of control, and and innocent people being targeted, houses being targeted. But this whole India not escalating things, not targeting, would all depend on Pakistan's behavior. If they try to target, use drones or missiles, clearly there would be a response, and what sources say, it would be very harsh response the way it was over the last 24 hours. So that is one important information I'm getting, that India doesn't want to escalate things further. They have done what they did after targeting terror sites few days back, and then over the last 24 hours when Pakistan tried to hit our military establishments, civilian areas, so there was a response, and a befitting response. And what government has said in their briefing, that there was a huge damage to Pakistani military establishment, particularly the air bases, including Noor Khan base and other sites which Pakistan is trying to downplay. Here also, India also suffered the damage at the air bases, for example, Srinagar air base, Udhampur or Avantipora, and also here we saw medical facility at Srinagar base and also Avantipur air base and also schools there have been targeted, have been hit. So this is essentially a civilian infrastructure for the people there who are working there, the children of the forces, armed force personnel, they go there. So that health facility and the schools have been hit. There has not been any casualty, particularly when we talk about the Udhampur air base. What sources say there was no casualty, though there was some damage. So Pakistan has been trying to escalate things, and there was a proper response. But sources are telling us there would not be further escalation when it comes to targeting each other's mainland in concern until Pakistan tries to target India. But at the line of control, which we have seen, they have been repeatedly targeting, and today we saw this morning in Rajouri, senior officer of J&K government, Rajkumar Thapas, he was killed and Pakistani shells hit his official residence. He was not a combatant, like 4 other innocent civilians who were killed in today's shelling. So among them is 2-year-old, Arsha Noor. She was also killed, baby. She was also killed.
Yes.
There's other people who have also been killed. So clearly there have been civilian casualties. Thousands of people have been displaced. They have to flee from their homes, and large number of houses have been damaged in Pakistani shelling.
Indeed, and stay with us, Nazir, because I'm going to come back to that very important aspect that you just mentioned about the government's next course of action. It will climb up and in fact, it's because Pakistan climbed up the escalation matrix that India responded both in a measured and responsible manner. Let me now get in Harsha Kumari Singh, my colleague, joining us from Jaisalmer. We played out your ground reports, Harsha, a while back, which talked about the kind of shelling that took place from the Pakistani side in Jaisalmer, in Barmer. Talk to us about what it's like right now. You've been speaking to local population there through the course of the day. Talk to us about what it's like right now at this moment, how things are unfolding.
Well, yes, in Jaisalmer, Barmer, and in this area, Pokhran, where we are actually in Jaisalmer city. But on the western border, there is a sense of tension, definitely, because, so far the attacks were happening only at night, but then they started off this morning also. So we showed you that ground report from the village close to Jaisalmer, where that explosive had fallen. Then similar instance reported, one from Balotra in Barmer early in the morning, and then later today, it's been reported from near Pokhran. So there is a sense of uneasy calm. In fact, everything has shut down now in Jaisalmer. There are hardly any cars on the road. Everybody's been asked to go home and stay indoors. So even outside, there is very little movement except for government vehicles. People are prepared. People are quite resilient. People are quite sturdy, because remember, the border from here is just about 100 and some kilometers, as the crow flies. They've faced a lot of sort of incursions in the past also. There have been 2 wars with Pakistan, 65, 71. They've been at the front lines. They've been at the receiving end in many ways. So in that sense, they are quite sturdy, calm. But and there's a lot of cooperation, actually, because as soon as at about 11 o'clock, they said they need to shut down the city because they were anticipating this kind of activity from across the border. They immediately, people moved out, and it's absolutely quiet in Jaisalmer now. Also, the state of Rajasthan on a high alertness. Of course, the cities of Barmer and Jaisalmer are what comes under red alert, but other cities also on a state of heightened alertness. Bikaner and Ganganagar are under green alert, and this means that medical and emergency services will continue, but everything else is closed down. They've moved extra doctors into the border districts. They've also moved extra RAC platoons here, and generally there's an overall sense of preparedness here on the border.
All right, there's an overall sense of preparedness, and as Nazir was pointing out earlier, that the government sources that he's been talking to are very clear that no climbing up the escalation ladder or matrix till they are forced to respond to from the Pakistani side. You got the 2 sides, both from Srinagar as well as Jaisalmer. Our reporters giving us credible, authentic, on-ground information about how things are panning out right now. I want to quickly now play out 2 important sound bites. First off, Wing Commander Vamika Singh explaining to us what all Pakistan did, and in response, India retaliated in a measured and responsible manner. And then we can also play out a soundbite of Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri explaining India's stance and position in Operation Sindoor. Listen in.
Pakistan military continued with its provocations, carrying out aggressive actions employing multiple threat vectors all along the western border. Pakistan employed UCAV, drones, long-range weapons, loitering munitions and fighter aircrafts to target civilian areas and military infrastructure. Pakistan military also resorted to air intrusions using drones and firing of heavy caliber weapons along the line of control. Along the international border and the line of controls, air intrusion and several harassment attacks were also attempted from Srinagar till Nalia at more than 26 locations. Indian Armed Forces successfully neutralized these threats and majority of the vectors. However, limited damage was sustained to equipment and personnel at Indian Air Force stations at Udhampur, Pathankot, Adhampur and Bhuj. There were also several high-speed missile attacks noticed subsequently after 0140 hours in the night at several air bases in Punjab. In a deplorable cowardly act, targeting of civilian infrastructure also had taken place, where Pakistan attacked the Medicare center and school premises at the air bases of Srinagar, Avantipur and Udhampur, yet again displaying irresponsible targeting of our civilian infrastructure. In a swift and calibrated response, Indian Armed Forces carried out precision attacks only on identified military targets. These included technical infrastructure, command and control centers, radar sites and weapon storage areas. Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft. Radar site at Pasroor and Sialkot Aviation Base were also targeted using precision munitions. While carrying out these responses, India ensured minimum collateral damage. Pakistan has also attempted to execute a continued malicious misinformation campaign with claims of destruction of Indian S-400 system at Adhampur, destruction of airfields at Suratgarh and Sirsa, BrahMos base at Nagrota, RT gun positions at Derang Yari and Chandigarh forward ammunition depot, with heavy damages to other military stations being propagated on social media. India unequivocally rejects these false narratives being spread by Pakistan. Along the line of control also, Pakistan has attempted multiple air intrusions using drones and conducted shelling using heavy caliber RT guns, targeting civilian infrastructure and killing some civilians. Heavy exchange of artillery mortars and small arm fire in Kupwara, Baramulla, Poonch, Rajouri and Akhnur sectors continued. Indian Army has responded effectively and proportionately, causing extensive damage to Pakistan Army. Pak military has been observed to be moving their troops into forward areas, indicating offensive intent to further escalate the situation. Indian Armed Forces remain in a high state of operational readiness. All hostile actions have been effectively countered and responded appropriately. Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation, provided it is reciprocated by the Pakistan military. At the end, I would also like to show you a few images of Air Force bases in the Punjab sector and Rajasthan sector, where it is mighty clear that we are debunking the Pakistani claims of causing destruction at these air bases. You can yourself see the normalcy in these Air Force stations. This is Sirsa, Suratgarh. The runways are intact. There are also time stamped. Just notice there are also time stamped. This is today.
First of all, as you have seen, Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda. And on top of that, this is peddled by Pakistani state agencies. The claims that they have made about attacking and destroying various places, various military installations and facilities, as has been pointed out by my colleagues here this morning, are completely false. The claim about the Air Force station in Sirsa being destroyed, completely false, as you've seen. The claim about the Air Force station in Suratgarh being destroyed, completely false again, as you have seen. There's a claim that has been made that the S-400 base at Adampur was destroyed, completely false once again. Claims have been made about large sections of Indian critical infrastructure, power systems, cyber systems, etc. being attacked and destroyed, completely false. I would urge all of you and all those who watch this not to be misled by this tissue of lies that is being peddled by the Pakistani state for obvious purposes. The second point that I wanted to emphasize is that Pakistan continues with its execrable and wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure, especially in the states of Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. There is also on its part a consistent attempt to sow discord between communities in India. As I said, there has been a particular focus in its targeting of civilian infrastructure and the population in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab. Earlier this morning, Pakistan shelled the town of Rajouri, killing the additional District Development Commissioner Sri Rajkumar Thappa, adding to the civilian casualties and the damage in that state. We have also observed overnight damage to property and injuries to civilians in Firozpur and Jalandhar, among other places. Finally, as I said, Pakistani officials also continue to make ludicrous claims about India firing missiles towards Sri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these lame attempts to divide India are doomed to failure. We have also seen in some of the remarks that have been shown on television that the Pakistani army spokesman seems to take great joy at the fact that the Indian public should criticize the government of India with regard to various issues. It may be a surprise to Pakistan to see citizens criticizing their own government. That is the hallmark of an open and functioning democracy. Pakistan's unfamiliarity with that, again, should not be surprising. And finally, there is this yet again completely ludicrous claim that Indian missiles have hit Afghanistan. Totally frivolous allegation, and I only want to point out that Afghan people don't need to be reminded about which country it is that has on multiple occasions in just the last 1.5 years targeted civilian populations and civilian infrastructure in Afghanistan.
All right, turning attention now to Tamil Nadu, where Chief Minister Stalin is holding a rally in solidarity with the Indian Army. Remember, the northern and western borders of India that border Pakistan is where tensions have escalated, and on your screens are down south, where a solidarity rally is being held along Marina Beach. Let me quickly now get in Sam Daniel, my colleague, to tell us more about this rally, who all have come in, what's the kind of messaging. Of course, the messaging is that south of India, Tamil Nadu stands strongly and firmly with India, with the northern and western borders. But tell us more, Sam, about this rally. The visuals are playing on our screens right now.
Well, as we speak now, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin is leading a march from the DGP office, where I am right now, till the war memorial, around 4 kilometers on my right, along the Marina Beach. The idea is to send a strong message that Tamil Nadu stands together with the armed forces, even as they risk their lives on the front line as part of Operation Sindoor. And it's a 4-kilometer long march in which Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, his cabinet colleagues, MPs, MLAs, several defense personnel, ex-servicemen, large contingent of police, home guards, students and general public holding the national flag and placards in support of the army or undertaking this march, giving a strong message. Politically speaking, Tamil Nadu's ruling DMK is a key opposition party that's often at war in a sense with the centre. But this march is sending a strong message that as far as this issue is concerned, national security is concerned, they are strongly together with the central government, with the armed forces. Mixed reactions among the few thousand people who are part of this march, while they largely welcome the defense services' selected targeted attacks along the line of control and the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in response to the Pahalgam terror attack. Some are also worried that this should not escalate into a full-fledged war, which they believe would not be in the interest of the country. So they also send a message to the government, to the defense forces, that they should do everything possible to make sure this does not escalate into a full-fledged war. In terms of preparedness, the government has put in place enough number of ambulances, medical emergency services, drinking water, ORS, so that even in case of any health issues or medical emergencies, they'll be able to tackle it. At the end, the march will culminate at the War Memorial, where the Chief Minister will be received by defense personnel there, and we expect that to be another half an hour from now.
Indeed. And Sam, the political messaging of this is extremely important, isn't it?
That's right, because this comes after similar exercises by opposition-ruled states like Telangana, Karnataka and now Tamil Nadu, because these are opposition-ruled states which are often at war in a sense with conflicting viewpoints with the central government, alleging discrimination and many such complaints. But when it comes to this issue, national security and the country's response to the Pahalgam terror attack, they want to demonstrate that here there is no politics. Here they forget the political differences. They go beyond the political divide and they stand in support of the central government and the armed forces who are fighting along the borders there.
The optics are just that this is much above any political line. This is about the country. This is about coming together. This is about being united behind Indian forces. And in fact, this is in line with the message and solidarity call that came in after the all-party meeting as well, isn't it, Sam, where all political parties and stakeholders said that they firmly stand behind the action that has been taken when it comes to Operation Sindoor by the government, isn't it?
That's right. They may have some questions to be asked to the central government, but when it comes to the Indian government's response, particularly the military response in terms of the ongoing Operation Sindoor, they are forgetting all differences and they want to send a strong message that India is one, speaking one language in one voice. Particularly, they may have political differences, but Tamil Nadu in that sense, they are sending a strong message that they stand united together with the central government. Although earlier there were comments, there were also suggestions that it's also an occasion to make sure we fix the shortcomings which had led to that terror attack. If there are any failures, be it intelligence failure, be it any of the loopholes, it's also equally important that the authorities in charge and the government in charge ought to look at this and fix it. But when it comes to the country's security and the Indian government's response to this terror attack, they are united, and this ongoing march in Chennai is yet another example, demonstration that they are together with that.
Indeed. San Daniel, thank you so much for giving us all those details. The solidarity rally that's taking place in Tamil Nadu on Marina Beach. Visuals right here on your screens. The political message loud and clear. India stands united when it comes to fight against terror. And Operation Sindoor still underway, viewers. There is no petty politics here. There is just one call of unity, of solidarity. All right, let's now get in Air Marshal Vinod Bhatia joining me live on the show, along with Brahma Chelani, strategic affairs expert, to talk more about how things are unfolding. Operation Sindoor, gentlemen, is still underway. A government press conference is expected in about 40 minutes from now, and a fresh update that will come in from the government. to talk more about how things are unfolding. There have been important developments through the day, including the conversation between Marco Rubio as well as Dr. Jaishankar. He also, of course, dialed the Pakistani Army Chief. Brahmachalani, let me start with you. How do you see the developments in the last couple of hours, and how do you see what is likely to unfold going forward?
Pakistan appears to be desperate. It's desperate in terms of the kind of actions it's undertaking. It has climbed up 3 steps on the escalation ladder. It doesn't know how to climb down without losing face. The Pakistani military generals, their sole objective is to save face. After all, they are the de facto rulers of Pakistan, and they can ill afford to lose face in the confrontation with India. The problem for them is this, that after nearly 4 decades of Pakistani cross-border terrorism, India has finally woken up, or at least India's patience has worn out, and now India wants to take its Operation Sindoor to its logical conclusion. It's also interesting to note that, for example, even last night's strikes and this morning's strikes, that while Pakistan is undertaking large numbers of strikes, sending many drones, number of missiles, but failing largely to hit Indian targets, India in response is actually sending only a limited number of missiles or drones, but hitting its targets well. The way India has hit since last night 3 key military bases in Pakistan shows that Pakistan's air defenses are weaker compared to India's. That gives India an advantage. And I think India should press home that advantage, because Operation Sindoor needs to be taken to its logical conclusion in order to end the Pakistani military general's strategy of proxy warfare.
Marshal Bhatia, comment there on what Brahmachalani is saying there in terms of Pakistan running out of options at this stage.
You see, basically what Mr. Chalani was saying is that the Pakistani military dispensation has reached a stage where they are becoming desperate. And as we all know, they have lost, shall we say, their own standing in their own country. And I think all this is because they want to actually do a sort of a diversion. So it's a desperate kind of action from their side. I don't see any logic in all this and what they're trying to do. It doesn't make sense. But then you cannot expect any sense from them. As far as we are concerned, as we have done so far, and I feel that we should continue to do so, and that is act with restraint, but also give a befitting reply to everything that Pakistan is throwing at us. And so far it is being done. As you know, I'm reminded of 1971, more than 50 years ago, when we had attacked the newly discovered Shokot Road at that time, now called Rafiki Air Force Base, during the Indo-Pak War in 1971. And when I heard about the attacks being done, I was reminded of that particular event where we had done. We had done 3 attacks at that time, and we had actually taken a substantial haul of the Pakistani aircraft on the ground. But I must say that as far as we are concerned, our response must be absolutely, shall we say, measured and calibrated to make sure that we do not actually come into the way of their thing of escalating them. Why they are escalating?
Very measured and responsible there. You're right about the fact that we've been measured, responsible, and we've only responded after Pakistan climbed up the escalation ladder. Finish your point, Marshal Bhatia, that you were making, sir.
What I'm trying to say is basically that we have to be very, very clear-headed about this whole thing, and we have to take no nonsense from them, and our response must be measured. But at the end of the day, Pakistani dispensation must realize that they are actually on a path of self-destruction. And if they want to pursue that, no matter what happens, and the way they are taking their country, as we all know, then perhaps we can help them, maybe in a clandestine way.
Okay. Pramod Chilani, the fact that in about half an hour's time, 30 minutes, there will be an important press conference that will take place where MEA will once again brief in terms of the developments of the day. The developments also include some important back-channel lines of communication, apart from also putting forth proofs about how Pakistan has been climbing up the escalation matrix so far. How do you see the kind of responses that have come in from the government, where they've been busting the Pakistani disinformation campaign also very effectively, very proactively?
I think this time the government's public diplomacy and its efforts to counter disinformation are much better than in the past. In the past, when India has mounted military campaigns, the government was rather slow. Now, for example, we are holding maybe even 2 briefings in a day, and we are prompt in countering disinformation, which is very good. Also, we have to factor in 2 other things that are weighing in our favor. One is the geopolitical environment in the world. It's very much in India's favor. If you look at the US, it criticized India for the 2016 surgical strikes. It criticized India for the 2019 Balakot strike. But this time, the Trump administration is effectively green-lighting India's military campaign. Look at what J.D. Vance said openly. He said, we don't want to interfere in this conflict. He has left the field open for India, and no major power other than China, which is a close ally of Pakistan, no major power has criticized India's military strikes. And then on top of that, we have, fortunately, national unity and national consensus in India that Pakistan needs to be taught a lesson. So it's very important for India to take its Operation Sindoor to its logical conclusion. If at this stage we allow Pakistan to de-escalate, I'm afraid that would leave Operation Sindoor inconclusive. If we don't press advantage now, we will not get such an opportunity later. It's time for India. After all, we have finally taken action after nearly 4 decades. So it's very important for us to be clear about what our end objective is. Our end objective should be to humiliate the Pakistani military establishment. That establishment has been oppressing its own people. If we leave it humiliated, it will face the wrath of the Pakistani people.
Okay. But I guess one of the core objectives has been, and all along for Operation Sindoor, about dismantling the terror infrastructure, something the government has been very clear about all along, that in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, it has been about the terror infrastructures that operated, and they systematically focused only on those strikes. And to that extent, Marshal Bhatia, do you think the government's core objectives have been met in terms of Operation Sindoor, and now it is just about a measured and responsible response to what Pakistan is trying to do when it is the one who's escalating and going up the escalation ladder?
Exactly. You see, it is for Pakistan to realize that they are on a path of self-destruction, as I said earlier. They have to think about it and take necessary action. It is madness for them to carry on like this. As far as India is concerned, our aim is very, very clear, that we shall not be victims of terrorism, and we should go after it. And as far as terrorism is concerned, we will not accept it. And it should be made very clear to Pakistan that enough is enough. We are not taking it anymore. At the same time, we must be absolutely clear in our minds that we do not want to get into a situation where we don't give them a little maneuvering space for them to back out. So if they want to back out or they want to be good neighbors, we can accept that. But at the same time, we must be very clear in our minds and tell them that we shall not accept any nuisance from them anymore in terms of terrorism attacks that come from their side.
I think India has been very, very clear in terms of its message, intent, and that's the reason why some of the press conference that took place today as well as yesterday, the government came out and gave all important proofs. Wing Commander Voyamika Singh as well as Colonel Qureshi have been very clear, giving out all those details. The pictures were also date stamped, pointing out not only was it busting Pakistani misinformation campaign, but also telling exactly what India has been doing and what Pakistan has been trying to do in terms of escalating this further. And all along, Operation Sindoor has been about avenging Pahalgam and destroying and dismantling the terror infrastructure and the terror apparatus that has been on Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. All right, on that note, I'm shifting focus and turning attention to some very important breaking news that's coming in right now as we speak. Viewers, US President Donald Trump has claimed a ceasefire. The India-Pakistan ceasefire that has been agreed upon is what US President Donald Trump has claimed. He's put that out on his social media account. We're putting that on your screens right now. On Truth Social, that is his social media platform, where he has said that after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I am pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. That is what US President Donald Trump has said, a full, immediate ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Goes on to say that congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that is the first big announcement of a ceasefire has been claimed by US President Donald Trump, who's put this out right now on his platform, Truth Social, where he has said that India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire. That's the most important part, mediated by the US, that there is now going to be a full and immediate ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Remember, Pakistan climbed up the escalation matrix in the last 48 hours. India responded in a both measured and responsible manner. It busted the Pakistani misinformation campaign and at the same time said that it is going to respond proportionately. It will respond to Pakistan after it goes up the escalation matrix. But all along, India has been clear that Operation Sindoor was and is about dismantling the terror infrastructure on Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But now, as it climbed up the escalation matrix, India responded in a measured and responsible manner. But right now, the big breaking news that's coming in on your screens right now, viewers, if you're just tuning in, US President Donald Trump has claimed on his social media account that there is an immediate and full ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Remember, a couple of hours earlier, there was Marco Rubio, US Secretary of State, and acting National Security Advisor, who dialed up External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar. Let me quickly now get in my colleague Vishal Vivek, who's joining us live for this big news coming in as we speak. Vishal, extremely important, significant. Donald Trump announcing and claiming on his account immediate and full ceasefire.
Well, this is huge considering the fact that there had been several meetings in the last 48 to 72 hours between
So I'm going to come back to you. Vishal, stay with us. I'm going to come back to you. Let me quickly first go across to my colleague Nikunj Garg, who's giving us all the details of this big breaking news that's coming in right now. Nikunj, extremely significant, full and immediate ceasefire being announced by US President Donald Trump for India and Pakistan.
Well, Gauri, it's extremely significant, no doubt about it. But we will have to wait and cautiously wait for the Indian government to react. And the story will be completed only and only when the Indian government announces from its side what is the contour of this deal that Mr. Trump is supposedly announcing. Currently, what we can inform to our viewers is only this, that American President Donald Trump has posted on his social media account. He has a particular social media account which is not on X, but he uses Truth Social, another platform, another social media platform. On that, Mr. Trump has posted that after very intense negotiations of yesterday, whole of night, India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. This is a claim that the American president is making. As I said, we can only confirm it to our viewers once we have an official version of Mr. Trump's claim in the form of a Government of India announcement, which is likely to happen during the press conference that is slated by the Government of India in some minutes from now. So in some minutes from now, probably around 20 odd minutes, if it all goes on time, we can have an announcement from the Government of India to this nature. However, for the want of that, we will continue to caution our viewers that Mr. Trump, the American president, has maintained on a social media account that he routinely uses that India and Pakistan have both agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire, and this is what we are currently reporting, only reflecting for our viewers, as I reiterate, Mr. Trump's version without any word from the Government of India on this matter. And NDTV obviously will go per the Government of India's version when it comes fully, completely and totally. Therefore, as of now, the only piece of information that we can put out for our viewers under the given set of circumstances is that American President Mr. Donald Trump, in a sudden move, has announced on his social media handle that India and Pakistan, due to intense negotiations, we are also not saying due to American negotiations, but due to intense negotiations overnight, have decided that there will be a full and immediate ceasefire. And therefore, what we can say and what we can do at this point in time is to reflect the news as it comes in, and as that is what we are doing at NDTV. Gauri?
Absolutely, Nikunj. This is what we've been saying and reflecting as well, that this is a claim that has been made by US President Donald Trump about an immediate and full ceasefire. Details of this, contours of that are awaited and will be given by Government of India, that NDTV will continue to give to our viewers. And at this stage, that's all that we have right now, a claim by US President Donald Trump. He put out on his social media account, Truth Social. But in fact, there are also now updates coming in from several other US government handles, including that from Secretary of State as well. In fact, Marco Rubio's statement also coming in on platform X after the announcement that has been made by President Trump. You're right about the fact that it's a sudden announcement that's come in with no details, no contours whatsoever. But there's also an update that's come in from Secretary Marco Rubio, further to what President Trump has said, and we can put that out as well, which says that over the past 48 hours, Vice President Vance and I have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including Prime Minister Modi and Shahbaz Sharif, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar, Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir, and NSA Najib Doval and Asim Malik. And he says, Marco Rubio's account says that I'm pleased to announce the governments of India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire and to start talks on a broad set of issues at a neutral site. This is what is being said by Secretary of State, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and then he goes on to say, we commend Prime Minister Modi and Sharif on their wisdom, prudence and statesmanship in choosing the path of peace. Again, this is an announcement made by the US, first the US President Donald Trump, and now, of course, further to that, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio. My colleague Vishnu Som also joins me on this.
Gauri, and just like that, it appears that this might just be the beginning of the end. It's almost unbelievable the manner in which it escalated, and it is almost as unbelievable if it de-escalates in quite the manner that it has. For the benefit of our viewers who are just joining us, an entirely unexpected message on Truth Social, which is Donald Trump's social media site, where he said that, look, they have negotiated throughout the night, and on the basis of those negotiations, there will be an immediate ceasefire which takes place. I'm going to read out very briefly, and Gauri's already done that, but just for the benefit of our viewers joining us, the message of Trump: after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. Congratulations to both countries on using common sense and great intelligence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, in 15 minutes, 16 minutes, sorry.
16 minutes.
16 minutes from now, there'll be a press conference being addressed by the External Affairs Ministry. We do expect the Foreign Secretary of India to be there. We also will likely see those two spokespersons of the Air Force and the Army. It's been a day of hectic military activity between India and Pakistan. There have been any number of attacks which have come in. There have been any number of attacks which India has also done. But will we get clarity on this? Because this is when the entire world will be watching that press conference.
Yes.
Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, has also come out with the message. He commends Prime Minister Modi and the Pakistan Prime Minister. Gauri.
Indeed, and Vishnu, contours of that, what will be the details of this ceasefire, what all were the back-channel lines of communication that have led to this, all those are of course gaps that we are going to try and fill for our viewers in a credible, informed manner. But first, of course, has to be how this ceasefire will actually begin, what will be that broad contours.
I would like to bring in Shiv Arur at this stage. Shiv, it's almost, it's a sense of disbelief for me, because what we have been discussing through the day has been, are we headed to a path of escalation? Has there been armor which has been deployed forward? What do we mean by the statement of the colonel in the army who said that their soldiers have been pushed forward? Where are we heading? How much longer will Shiv stay in Srinagar? These were important issues that we were discussing, and now Donald Trump has evidently changed the course of history, and I can't think. It's wonderful that there will be no war. No one wants war. No one wants deaths. And if this happens in this manner, it would be remarkable. I'm still in a sense of disbelief. I'm processing this, Shiv. I don't know if to believe it or not, but what do you think?
Well, it's Trump, and since he's put it out in all his official accounts, I'm guessing it's true and it's not a joke. It is an authentic account. Truly a surreal few hours,
Shiv,
isn't it?
Interrupting you, breaking news coming in. Shiv, sorry, hold on, but don't go away. Ishaq Dar, the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, on Twitter, Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising on its sovereignty and territorial integrity. This is a confirmed statement. Pakistan now out with a tweet where they have said that both our countries have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. We are moving beyond Trump and Marco Rubio to the Pakistani Foreign Minister. Shiv, carry on.
Absolutely surreal sequence of events. Ishaq Dar, the minister in Pakistan, the president of the United States, announcing a ceasefire, which we expect India to reflect at that press conference that's coming up in 10 minutes from now, Gauri and Vishnu. Just a few hours after India detailed all the air bases in Pakistan that it had struck with long-range, offensive weapons. This is as surreal as it gets, you're right. It seemed like things were escalating, but clearly there were phone calls being made in the background between the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of India, the Prime Minister of Pakistan, the foreign ministers of the two countries, and the national security advisors. He's also talked about the two countries discussing issues at a neutral site. I don't know what that means, because India would never agree to something like that unless Trump has something else up his sleeve. But after 3 days of frenetic, kinetic escalation, hour on hour, artillery, anti-tank guided missiles, short-range, surface-to-surface ballistic missiles, S-400s, BrahMos, Scalp, Rafale, all of these, coming into a truly chaotic battlefield between the two countries. Suddenly on social media, up pops this one tweet, which everyone instinctively first thought it was fake, but it turns out to be real. So it is Trump having announced that ceasefire. And I think today's press conference, where we were actually expecting more details about the escalation, is probably going to be India announcing that ceasefire as well.
Indeed. India is yet to announce that ceasefire, and we've got to wait for that final 12-odd minutes. But it's very important to announce that this announcement is coming in first, of course, the US President Donald Trump saying it, Marco Rubio, of course, following it up, and then, of course, the Pakistani side saying, Indian side will say that in just a bit as well. But I think, Vishnu...
We hope.
We hope,
We've got 12 minutes.
12 minutes till we confirm.
Has not made any statement so far. Yes. There is a press conference in
scheduled
11
for
minutes.
6 o'clock. Yes.
6 p.m. is when it's going to start. We really need to wait and see. what's going to happen, because it's remarkable. To me, Gauri, the most clear sign that we may be headed towards something substantive is that statement by the Pakistani foreign minister, who has said, and I quote, Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. He said this after Trump. He said this after Marco Rubio. Just this morning, we were talking about, dogfights in the skies, BrahMos missiles being fired, armor potentially being moved up, drone strikes. And now this evening, less than 24 hours later, Trump says, because that's where it started, Donald Trump says, it's over, it's done, right? As simple as that. Now, if Trump has managed to right-size this conflict between two nuclear-armed neighbors, it has to be said that is truly something.
Indeed. And today also saw hectic diplomatic parleys, didn't it, Vishnu? There was calls between Marco Rubio and Dr. Jaishankar. Of course, he also spoke to the Pakistani General Asim Munir. Then there were other set of back-channel lines of communication that were activated through the day. Apart from the military side that you were mentioning, there were all these diplomatic parleys that also took place. Of course, the sudden announcement is yet to be announced by India. That is something we are yet to be waiting for.
We've got some more breaking news coming in. On sources, we can tell our viewers there has been the stoppage of fire.
Yes.
The stoppage of firing and military action between India and Pakistan has been worked out directly between India and Pakistan. The Director General of Military Operations from Pakistan initiated the call this afternoon, after which discussions took place and an understanding has been reached. This is an Indian reaction, albeit on sources. We expect this to be finalized. These are usually reliable sources. However, there is no decision to hold talks on any other issue at any other place. This is absolutely huge. This is on sources. 10 minutes from now, 9 minutes, there'll be a press conference.
Confirmation will come in. Is when the official confirmation will come in, but this is source-based information that Vishnu was talking about. Remember, in fact, let's play out that Donald Trump Truth Social account information as well for our viewers to know what is the latest and how the sudden announcement actually came in. And then we also have US Representative Ami Bera joining us live to talk more about this. Good to have you, sir, on the broadcast. Let me start by asking you your reactions to the sudden announcement that's been made by President Trump. India is yet to announce that officially. We are waiting for that. But as of now, we are going by President Trump's announcement of a full and immediate ceasefire.
Yeah, I think that's a good news. We certainly don't want to see an escalation. And if the firing of artillery has been halted, I think that's a positive sign. Obviously, we're waiting to hear from Prime Minister Modi. We're waiting to hear from the Indians and the Pakistani side. But I think if there's a ceasefire, then that creates some space for us to try to find a longer-term solution.
It's wonderful to have you actually on this program. The fact that the United States could get India and Pakistan to work through their differences in fairly record time. And it does appear that we are headed towards peace, because we've now got an on-sources statement as well from those close to the government of India, I believe, saying that, look, there has been a ceasefire which has been worked out. You see the Pakistan foreign minister react as well, Marco Rubio react as well, Donald Trump as well. The speed with which America worked this out, can you reflect on that?
You know, I think it's great that America has stayed in the game. Many of the questions I was taking yesterday was, what is America's role here? America's role is to be a mediator, to work with the Indians and Pakistanis. But I'm also happy that the Saudi foreign minister was in Pakistan yesterday. And, again, let's take this as an opportunity. Maybe we can find a longer-term solution for the line of control.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
That is an interesting point. Can we find a long-term solution for the line of control? Well, we'll get there.
I hope so.
You hope, all right? But
Okay,
perhaps that would be later. Carry on.
But we'll come to that in a bit. I want to first reflect the fact that, this was such a sudden announcement that has been made. Diplomatic parleys did take place in the last 12 hours or so. But what do you think could have been the kind of breakthroughs that led to this sudden announcement? Of course, we are still awaiting a formal reaction and announcement from India. Till then, we are going by, of course, what President Trump has just announced. What do you think were the kind of breakthroughs that led to this ceasefire being announced?
There's been a lot of back-channel conversations. As the senior Indian-American member in the United States Congress, we've been talking to the Indian government. We've been talking to others. And I know Secretary Rubio's been working nonstop. So, hopefully those back channel conversations have led to this ceasefire. And again, can we do something longer term? It's also, this is wars are very expensive. This is not in Pakistan's interest to see an escalation. And with India, we're in the middle of a trade conversation. There's other things going on. So can we again find a longer term ceasefire, protect the civilians that live in Kashmir, but also then address some of the terror threats that come out of Pakistan?
All right, so on your screens right now, Mr. Bera, just be with us for a moment. We've seen the video of the press conference where it's going to take place right now, the big announcement, we hope. Let's wait and see. You mentioned an interesting point very briefly, Mr. Bera. How do you see this as a prelude to America working out a lasting peace between India and Pakistan?
That would be my hope as an Indian American, that you take this ceasefire, but I think it will be America working with other countries. And in this case, I do think the Arab nations, Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, have different lines of communication with Pakistan.
All right, we're going to listen into what the Foreign Secretary is saying. Mr. Bera, sorry to interrupt you.
There will be a briefing by my colleagues from the military. The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
We expected there to be those military officers. Nothing. It was what, 5 or 6 lines?
Yeah. Let's play that out again, in fact. Let's play that out again.
We are recueing that bite. In the meanwhile, what he has said is that 5 p.m., it's 5:56, 56 minutes back, is when this came into place. Pakistan initiated the conversation. It was directed to the Indian Director General of Military Operations. They have agreed to a ceasefire, and that ceasefire implies no action by land, air, or by sea. That is a huge step after a direct involvement of the US President Donald Trump's team, who negotiated through the night, got India and Pakistan to reach a peace agreement. It is utterly unexpected in terms of the timing, but there we are. Donald Trump tweeting a little while back, after a long night of talks mediated by the United States, I'm pleased to announce that India and Pakistan have agreed to a full and immediate ceasefire. We're going to play out that bite. Let's bring it back up. Gauri, you had a point.
Yes, indeed. As brief as it gets, the fact that direct talks took place between India and Pakistan, in a brief conversation, it was just announced. I want to play out that soundbite once again. We come back and talk more on that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have a very brief statement to make. Following that, as you know, there will be a briefing by my colleagues from the military. The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
All right. 1700 hours is when the stoppage of hostilities kicked in. Aishwarya joins us live for more on that. Aishwarya, very brief, important announcement made by the government confirming what President Trump said and announced, that there is now an immediate and full ceasefire between India and Pakistan.
Well, from 1700 hours today, there will be ceasefire. That's the big announcement made. It was at 15:35 hours when, both from India and Pakistan, the DGMO level talks were conducted, and it was decided that there will be complete ceasefire on land, sea and air. Of course, there were several talks between the United States and India. Although this has been made very clear on India's part that it is that they had made it clear that if in the near future there would be any sort of terror activity on the Indian soil, then that will be considered as an war as well. So a warning along with the decision that has been taken both by India and Pakistan.
All right, absolutely huge, these developments. In a statement lasting all of 30 seconds, India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has announced that it is over. The ceasefire, the immediate stoppage of firing exactly 1 hour ago is when it started. No firing by land, air or by sea. This is something which has been directly mediated by America. It's been announced by Donald Trump. It's been followed up by the Secretary of State. The Directors General of Military Operations of India and Pakistan have spoken. The Pakistani general called up his Indian counterpart. They agreed to the terms of the ceasefire from a military standpoint. And I think shortly after that, Pakistan's foreign minister then tweeted. And now we've got our foreign secretary, all really fast. It's all happened, what, in the last half an hour?
Half an hour.
It took half an hour for
Actually,
this.
less than that, for everything to sort of come into place.
Everything came into place.
Yes.
The full announcement. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. I'm terribly excited at the prospect of peace. I do hope
peace is what we want.
I do hope it lasts.
Peace is what we want.
Because at one level, as journalists, we are deeply pessimistic when it comes to India and Pakistan. We've seen Pakistan break promises so many times in the past. We've spent our lives under the scourge of terrorism. But the last thing anybody needed was a war. If this actually brings peace, then it is deeply welcome. But ultimately, can Pakistan be trusted? Perhaps we could have that conversation later. But for now, there is a peace in a situation when this was spiraling potentially out of control. Do we have Shiv Arur with us? Shiv, your thoughts at this huge development. In 30 minutes, series of declarations, and it seems it's over, the war. The near war.
So the indications coming in from what the Foreign Secretary has said, Vishnu, appear to suggest that about 12 to 13 hours after India struck all those air bases in Pakistan, I'm just giving a timeline, this is not a reasoning, but 12 hours after India struck those, a phone call was made from the Pakistani side. The DGMO called India's DGMO. An understanding was reached that the two sides would stop firing with immediate effect from about 5 p.m. today. And that's how it worked. Now, how Trump actually plugs into all of this is probably actually getting the DGMOs, to over the sound of all those weapons, actually make that hotline phone call to each other. Now, remember that just before this ceasefire announcement happened from Trump's side, Gauri and Vishnu, remember that there were indications from the government, at the highest levels of the government, that India is changing its rules of engagement and that all terror attacks from Pakistan will now be seen as acts of war, indicating that India is changing the paradigm of retribution, and that if there are terror attacks from Pakistan's side, then immediate response from India will be military strikes against military establishments and military targets, not just against launch pads and terror training camps, etc. So that was an important little modification, I think, that prefixed what could have been some kind of an off-ramp here with the announcement of peace. I think it's a good thing that there isn't going to be a full-scale war. Nobody wanted that, but India, I think, was in a position of power and advantage. It was the Pakistani DGMO who called after all of their premier military bases came under attack from India, which held that kind of advantage, I'm guessing, even though there was, of course, this frenetic crossfire of combat requesting this ceasefire. I'm not saying that there was a power game going on, but these subtle rhythms when it comes to conflict are very, very important, because it gives you a sense of, who asked for the ceasefire, how it came into effect, who was overseeing it, was there an intermediary? We know that was Trump, but 5 o'clock onwards, just 12 hours after their bases were being attacked. And I agree with what you said, Vishnu. What a surreal day.
Indeed, indeed. What a surreal day. And very quickly, all of this came together. And a very brief announcement that has been made by the Foreign Secretary, by India, in terms of ceasefire. Details of that, in terms of how it will now unwind, is something probably, Shiv, you can help us understand, given the fact that it happened so quickly. But what will be the process of ensuring that normalcy returns and, we move back towards that normalcy phase?
And sorry to interrupt, but Shiv, just 12 hours ago, you were jumping around because there were explosions around you. And over here, we're talking about, peace. Sorry, Gauri, but it's just unreal.
It's incredible. I agree with you because, what was happening was real. It cannot be ignored. There was genuine combat going on. There was, genuine kinetic action between the two countries, some of it quite destructive, on the Pakistani side. But amidst all the noise of the combat, it is quite surreal to imagine that there were these back-channel talks actually going on. Remember, a couple of days ago, there was talk of the two NSAs speaking. The Foreign Secretary kind of fobbed that off and said, he has no information about it. Now it's seeming like those conversations probably were happening between the two sides, maybe with the Trump administration as some kind of an intermediary or a kind of, amalgamator to bring these two sides together, even while they're firing all these missiles. So the military action was happening on the one side, but these talks, or at least these feelers, were taking place and evolving on the other side is actually incredible to me and gives you a sense of what conflict can really all be about. Geopolitics plays a big role here. We've had so much to comment on the role that the United States and its leaders have been playing in, how this entire thing has panned out. Even Trump's statement announcing this ceasefire, which broke first on NDTV, Gauri and Vishnu, even there he says, great amount of intelligence has been shown by Pakistan and India. In his usual patronizing way, Trump says, I'm glad these two people have shown intelligence, which once again is that annoying equidistancing that we're seeing from Western leaders about a situation when it all started with Pakistani terror against India. So let's never ever lose sight of the fact that this all started with the murder of 26 innocent tourists in Pahalgam, and it may have ended now just short on the threshold of a full-scale war, and we must commend our diplomatic machinery and our military and our political leadership for putting the kind of pressure on the system in Pakistan that they needed to pick up a phone call and ask for a ceasefire. No matter what the circumstances, whoever picks up the phone first is the person who needs that ceasefire more. And I think India has made a point by changing the paradigm of combat, targeting military installations directly, including in Rawalpindi. Let's never forget that. I don't think there's any doubt, Vishnu, and I agree with you. This is going into the history books. On a day when, a scalp probably landed in Rawalpindi, the two countries have announced a ceasefire.
I'm going to continue with that train of thought because it's fairly remarkable. And I think we also need to reflect perhaps on what India has achieved at the end of all of this. The horrific Pahalgam terror attack took place. India launched military strikes into Pakistan. We hit Bahawalpur, we hit Muridke, we knocked out the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, an important training center of the Lashkar-e-Toiba. We eliminated a large number of terrorists who were directly responsible for 26/11. We noticed and we have evidence of the fact that at the funeral of some of these terrorists, there were Pakistani officials present over there. That goes to prove that they continue to endorse terrorist leaders. We then had to face the brunt of Pakistan's military onslaught. Our armed forces did take that on. We'll get the full details of what exactly happened over the next few days. But India then hit back. India hit back, attacking 7 airfields or facilities, all military targets, unlike Pakistan, which was hitting civilian targets as well. And the damage caused in some of the Pakistani airfields was fairly severe. At some stage during the day, at a time when Pakistan continued with its counter-military operations, the talks actually resulted in something which fructified into the Pakistani Director General of Operations calling up his Indian counterpart and them agreeing that, look, let's put an end to it right now.
Indeed, that's exactly how it unfolded. And in fact, there's some breaking news that's coming in on our screens. Of course, the Foreign Secretary said that the next talks would take place on 12th of May. We're going to come to that in just a bit, address that bit in just a bit. But Vishnu, what you were saying in terms of how it unfolded in the last 48 hours, how it went up on the escalation metrics, how India busted some of the Pakistani misinformation campaign, how it also, for the first time, in fact, in recent times, we had our US envoys reaching out and telling exactly what was happening in terms of the Pakistani disinformation campaign that was happening. Our UK High Commissioner went out and said exactly what Pakistan was doing. All that also put into place the perfect strategy that India worked at so many levels, whether it was the diplomatic, the military, the economic, all of it coming together, which is what, of course, culminated into a very sudden ceasefire that was announced about 35 minutes back.
The little detail we have is that at 15:30, the Director General of Military Operations had their conversation, and at 5 p.m., 3:30 they had the conversation, 5 p.m. there was a ceasefire, 1.5 hours later. Now, what we also know is that there is going to be a press conference by the Armed Forces representatives, the colonel in the Army, the wing commander in the Air Force. That's going to happen anytime soon. We've got somebody on the phone line at this stage. Who do we have? Sunil Prabhu joins us at this stage. Sunil, we expect a military briefing now, right?
That's right. And just to give you, Vishnu, the perspective, because we were there at the as the Foreign Secretary came to brief. This was, of course, after already the announcement had been made by US President Donald Trump, as well as the Pakistan Deputy Foreign Minister. It was a brief, short message that India wanted to send. One, that the Pakistan Director General Military Operations had called his counterpart, and that they have decided to cease at 5 o'clock this evening, effective from both land, sea and air, all military operations. This comes in the backdrop, of course, and we must inform our viewers of the United States call, the US Secretary of State to the General of the Pakistan Army, where it made very clear, and you have to read that statement very clearly. It was between the lines that, Pakistan has to understand the implications of what they are doing. And I must add what we have been told by sources, that the Indian Air Force was very determined to send a loud and clear message about how we can also retaliate in the manner in which is befitting. And I think finally diplomacy on both sides, and in particular, of course, the Pakistan making that first move of speaking to its counterpart. They will speak again on the 12th in 2 days' time, after 48 hours, at 12 hours, to take a stock of the situation as it evolves as of now. So that's the input we have, and the Ministry of Defense briefing is expected to start shortly.
Let's go across to Aishwarya Jain, who's been tracking developments through the day. Aishwarya, in the morning we were speaking to you when you were covering the Prime Minister's meeting with the National Security Advisor, the Armed Forces Chiefs, the National Security Advisor, whoever else. And the sense at that stage, Aishwarya, just a few hours back, was that who knows how long this is going to go. They would perhaps have been finalizing the next steps in case Pakistan escalated further. And here you are now. Where are you? Outside Jawaharlal Nehru Bhavan at a time when there's peace. How remarkable is that?
Well, that's the biggest breaking news of the hour as far as India and Pakistan's decision is concerned. But we have to read between the lines as well. The MEA sources have stated that it was the Pakistani DGMO who initiated the call at 15:35 hours. And it was decided by both these sides that the ceasefire will be from 1700 hours. The government of India sources have indicated earlier to us that if there would be any terror attack on the Indian soil, then that will be considered as an act of war. A warning that was straightly given to the Pakistani side that there will be no tolerance. There is a straight line drawn between between India and Pakistan. Lastly, there is no decision to hold talks on any other issue at any other place is something that has also been clarified by the government as far as their briefing is concerned. But it has all unfolded within 48 hours, the United States intervened. They made a phone call, and finally, the Pakistan had come out. Of course, the details of how the operation went on. We were, speaking in the morning. There were explosions that were heard in Srinagar and in the Rajouri, Jammu, Poonch region as well. But certainly, it was all going simultaneously when the diplomatic talks was going on between India and Pakistan, and finally they came to a decision. How it went, how it unfolded is the answers that, of course, operationally the Ministry of Defence will get into. But remember, in the last few press conferences of the government that briefed, it had clearly stated that how Pakistan had used the civilian airlines to guard them in a situation of the drone and missile attack by them. There had been numerous occasions when Pakistani side had used fake propaganda. They had, their Pakistani military base had given a cover fire for the terrorists to infiltrate into the country as well. So all of these things India will not forget. But how much we can trust the Pakistani side is a bigger question. How long this will go. Remember, the last word that had come out from the MEA is that the next talks will be on May 12th. Till then, there would be, of course, high alerts on both the sides, and the government would be keeping a close eye as to the decision of both the sides, whether that will be implemented and firmly be accepted by both the on the side of Pakistan or not, because India was making it very clear that we were just retaliating to what Pakistan armed forces were doing. We were not in an attacking position, and it was just a response that was given to the Pakistani armed forces who tried to attack Indian civilians.
We've got a statement from the Foreign Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar. India and Pakistan, we've got it on. We've got on tape.
We're putting that out right now.
We're putting that out. Yes, India and Pakistan have today worked out an understanding on the stoppage of firing and military action. India has consistently maintained a firm and uncompromising stance against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. It will continue to do so. So beyond, our ideals, our principles, our fight against terrorism remains, right? So that's what the message is. So nothing changes. It's back to, in a sense, the status quo. One hopes that status quo is one where there is no terror from Pakistan. We'll have to wait and see what happens. For now,
and I think that's the most important messaging, isn't it, Vishnu? Where it clearly says, Dr. Jaishankar says, the stoppage of firing and military action, but the firm and uncompromising stance against terrorism stays. So when it comes to the very premise with which we actually started this, which was stance against terrorism, firm and uncompromising, that remains. It's about stoppage of these hostilities. Yeah.
I just slightly, I don't know if I disagree is the word with you, but the thing is that this is clearer than what a lot of people would have suggested is something that constitutes a statement of where both sides have said, okay, we are ending this. Normally there are conditions. Condition A, condition B, time A, time C, if this, if that, nothing. They've ended it over here.
Absolutely.
Right?
There are no
and
conditions, there are no ifs and
principles,
buts.
and they've ended it.
That's correct.
The reason you see that frame on your screen is because there is going to be a press conference by the Indian Army and the Indian Air Force, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Qureshi in a little while from now. It's been a day where there has been intense military fighting between India and Pakistan. It's unbelievable that we are talking about peace, because we've all been talking about who's going to be working through the night to stay awake and report the news as it comes in of what may well have been another night of attacks with people, innocents, being hurt and potentially killed. Absolutely. But will we have a safe night for millions of citizens in India tonight? That is our primary concern. And hopefully on the basis of what we are reading, because it is fairly clear and lucid, that may be the case.
Indeed. Commodore Raghu R. Nair would also be joining from the Indian Navy for this very important press conference. And in fact, let me go back to Shiv. And this is a question I'm asking that, if the ceasefire started at 5 p.m., it's 6:20. It means it's already been about 100 minutes since the ceasefire is in place. You've been reporting every aspect of this Operation Sindoor since the very beginning. Shiv, explain to us now that we are, what has changed in the last 100 minutes or so on ground, if you can spot that, anything that you can tell us that will add to our understanding?
Gauri, as Vishnu and I will attest, when a ceasefire takes place, the message radiates out to all offensive units almost instantaneously. It's been a fairly quiet day on the line of control. There would have already been a sense that, these talks are happening and, let's hold it for a few hours until we get some clarity on that. Military commanders would have been on the loop on that. The last kind of explosion, if I can call it that we heard, was towards the around noon. So it's been a quiet day after what was actually a kind of dramatic morning here in Srinagar, as Vishnu was saying, with drone interception and explosions while we were reporting. But the actual conversation between the two DGMOs taking place at about 3:35, agreeing that about 90 minutes later the ceasefire would happen, is something that would have radiated out to all units very, very quickly. There was already, it wasn't like it was in the middle of frenetic action, because that had happened in the earlier part of the day. And therefore, it was like a stand-down order to all units, which would have gone out quite instantaneously and wouldn't have been hard to actually execute. Now, after 3 days of very, very high-octane, high-voltage, high-energy combat involving sophisticated weapons, aircraft, drones, which have already changed the battlefield and the paradigm of warfare between India and Pakistan. They've never used offensive drones or armed drones against each other. This was the first time. So the world, as it were, Gauri, between India and Pakistan has changed, dramatically in the last 72 hours since the beginning of Operation Sindoor. And I think this ceasefire coming so abruptly, catching everyone off guard, is a very good thing. But once again, I repeat, we must never lose sight of the fact that India and Pakistan are not equals. Trump's comment and statement may make it seem like, they're both sensible leaders and they've decided to do so. But Pakistan is not India. We are not equals. Pakistan needed this ceasefire more than India did. If you look at the rhythm of combat that was taking place over the last 36 hours, multiple swarms of drones attacking India's population centers, mostly failed. Indian attacks on military bases in the Pakistan, all of them nearly succeeded. And therefore, this was lopsided in many ways. War is a serious business. It's never black and white. It's a gray. There are many, many shades of gray. And, having fierce views one way or the other can never be reality. But I think it's important to acknowledge what India has achieved here, and that it was Pakistan that initiated the talks that have led to this very, very important and very, very welcome ceasefire.
Just to touch a note of caution, not just for all our viewers, but I concede, given my excitement for myself, our forces right now will remain on edge. They will be watching out for everything that the Pakistanis do. Will there be the Pakistanis pulling back their forces? Will the Air Force of Pakistan stand down? Will there be fighter jets having combat air patrols, or will that not take place today? Our soldiers on their bunkers or in their bunkers and outside along the line of control will be wary. There has been extensive artillery shelling for the last few days. Will that indeed come to a halt? What if there is a random instance of firing taking place? What does that actually imply? This is a night which will require very firm and very strong leadership, where you need resolve to ensure that the agreement which has been arrived at is something that is fully implemented and it does stick. We don't want random stray incidents somewhere along the IB by India or by Pakistan to potentially bring an end to the peace which we now see in front of us.
Absolutely, and I think that is the most important part, given the fact that trust deficit is one of the key issues when it comes to India-Pakistan. Ensuring that this stays is going to be equally challenging. In fact, more breaking news coming in as we speak, which is that Prime Minister Modi has met National Security Advisor Ajit Doval after this very important announcement that's come in. And I think some of those conversations and some of those points that you were making, Vishnu, is something that the government would be extremely seized of in terms of what will be the next 24 to 48 hours after the announcement of ceasefire, given the fact, as that we are pointing out, that trust deficit is one of the big issues when it comes to Pakistan, which is why there will not be a sudden unwinding when it comes to the preparedness that was there for the military preparedness that is there for India.
Gauri, I've got the statement by the Foreign Secretary, which we heard. It's 4 very short paragraphs. The 4th paragraph is just 3 lines of 4 words each. And, you know, it's a 30-second read. And it's sort of the Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35. That's 3:35 p.m. earlier today. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours. That's 5 p.m. Today, like right now. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to the understanding. That's the key line over here. That's the forces on both sides have been told, stand down. That's something that needs to percolate down the chain. It's not always easy in the heat of battle. That can take time. But the instructions have been given to both sides, stand down. The Director Generals of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 12 p.m. So that's the next conversation. They would, I'm certain, Gauri, be looking at whether that ceasefire is truly, well and truly taking place. If there are any violations.
I think that's what they will take stock of on the 12th of May. Until then, of course, everybody from top down has been told that they need to, of course, now implement this ceasefire. On your screens, viewers, if you're just tuning in right now, are the images of briefing that will take place by the Defence Ministry very shortly. The 3 representatives, along with Wing Commander Voimika Singh, Colonel Qureshi, there will also be Indian Navy being represented there. And that, of course, will give details.
Will there be somebody from the Navy? Because if that is the case, that would be a first. And that would sort of suggest that the Indian Navy was involved. There's a big confusion on whether they were.
Of course. That remains to be
Gauri,
seen.
do you know something which Shiv and I don't at this stage?
I'm just going
by... Are you suggesting that there's going to be an Indian Navy representative?
No. I'm just saying that there's a Ministry of Defence briefing that will take place. Details of that will be known only then. And even...
I'm surprised it's not started so far. Yeah. Perhaps they're toning down a lot of what they might actually say. But let's go back to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, there's that important briefing by the Defence Ministry very shortly. What are you hearing? Any details that you can share from your government sources?
You know, the agenda of this meeting is, of course, Operation Sindoor. As Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, after the all-party meeting, stated that Operation Sindoor is ongoing, and these were the phases of Operation Sindoor. And after that, of course, a diplomatic channel that was opened, Pak DGMO initiated the talks. But important thing to note over here, Government of India is always on a line that terror and talks will not go hand in hand. Terror should be stop. Terrorism will not be tolerated at all on the Indian soil, and that too with Pak-sponsored terror. And that's the line that India has drawn very straight, clear, crystal with Pakistani side. Of course, the DGMO level talks will happen on 12th May at 1200 hours, but it is, of course, Indian side, the Indian Armed Forces, who will keep a close eye on the international border along with the line of control, as well as the Pakistani side cannot be trusted with what has been witnessed in the last few
जम्मू कश्मीर और बाकी इलाकों में कायम किया। अब मौजूदा जम्मू कश्मीर की हुकूमत की अब जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि जहां जहां नुकसान हुआ है, नुकसान का हम मुआयना करें, असेसमेंट करें डैमेज, और उस नुकसान का जो है लोगों को हम रिलीफ पहुंचाना शुरू करें। जहां जहां लोग ज़ख्मी हैं उनका ठीक तरह से इलाज हो, उन्हें भी गवर्नमेंट स्कीम के तहत रिलीफ मिले। और जैसे आज सुबह ऐलान हुआ है, जहां जहां कीमती जानें गई हैं उन लोगों को हम वापस नहीं ला सकते, लेकिन कम से कम उनके गम में शरीक होके उन घरों को हम थोड़ा सा रिलीफ पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे।
उमर साहब, आज आप जम्मू में तो आफ्टर मार्च जो अब सीज़फायर का है, व्हाट्स योर प्लान?
अब नुकसान बहुत हुआ है। नुकसान जम्मू शहर में हुआ है, लेकिन जम्मू शहर से बाहर अगर हम बात करें, पुंछ शहर को बहुत ज़्यादा जो है डेवस्टेट किया हुआ है। कल रात को रजौरी में बहुत नुकसान हुआ। टंगधार पहले दिन से निशाना बना है। तो जैसे मैंने अभी कहा, डीसीज़ को वाज़ेह हिदायत दी गई है कि वो फौरी तौर डैमेज का जो है
Some important points there by the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister, basically saying that there has been damage on the ground in Pooch and Jammu, among other areas, that needs to be looked at very closely. You've got that frame on your screens right now because we expect that press conference to be addressed by a colonel of the army and a wing commander of the Indian Air Force. It's been a day of hectic military action between India and Pakistan. Yes, there is peace right now, but what's happened through the day is what we'd like to find out about. Gauri?
Indeed. What will be the contours of the ceasefire first announced by President Trump, and then of course all announcements came in, including that of the Indian government, where Foreign Secretary in a very brief announcement pointed out that today at 15:30, that's about 3:30 p.m. In the afternoon, is when the DGMOs of India and Pakistan spoke, and at 5 p.m., that's about 90 minutes back, is when there's been complete stoppage of firing and hostilities. As Vishnu was pointing out, we're going to cut across to that Defence Ministry briefing as and when it starts. But let me now quickly, in fact, also welcome Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, who's joining us live to talk more about this.
He's got a big smile on his face.
Indeed.
I don't know if he's happy or it's a sense of disbelief.
Two things, Vishnu. One is, ये तो out of syllabus हो गया.
So shall we not chat and shall we just like ask the two of you that, okay, we don't want to talk to you anymore and you people go away or... but go ahead. Yeah.
And the second thing is, it reminds me of a Hindi song, Ye kya hua, kaise hua, kab hua, So this all of a sudden which has dropped in. So, but it's good that it's happened. And I think all of us, and I was seeing your program for the last 1 hour, it's come as a real bolt from the blue. But it's something which is good because loss of life is bad in any case. But it raises a few more questions vis-a-vis the announcements that have been made. We've made a very cryptic announcement. But when you see the Secretary of State's announcement, then it says that we will meet in a neutral venue and all issues will be discussed. Now, I'm sure there will be clarity on this as it goes along. All issues means what? Terrorism, Kashmir. Now, that's just not on. That's not our position. So all this clarity would be required now, and it would be nice if the government comes out quickly, because finally it's a government decision.
Sure.
While our announcement said it is DGMO called and we've stopped firing. But at the back of it all, of course, it's a political activity which has been happening. So a lot of things...
Commander Alok Sahai, who's also with us, also Ambassador Anil Trigunayat. Ambassador Trigunayat, let me come to you first. Did you expect things to happen as fast as they did? And in all your decades in the Indian Foreign Service, Ambassador Trigunayat, do we have him up on screen? Can we have him up on screen? He's on line 2. Can you put him up, please? Right, there we are.
Yeah.
Ambassador Trigunayat, in all your decades of diplomacy, have you ever seen an agreement come about quite so fast from a position of war to peace?
Well, I think that this was a very peculiar situation. In fact, this time India has directly attacked, in the sense the 9 hideouts, terror hideouts, very clearly stating that they were our targets. Like what we had done during Pulwama, we expanded it further after that, after Balakot. And so I think that this was very clear from India's side that we did not want escalation. But for Pakistan, it was essential. It's because they were not fighting India in that sense. They were fighting their domestic constituency. Both the military itself and the political leadership in Pakistan is in a terrible disarray completely. There is no confidence. So this kind of heightened tensions, in fact, brings them both together. Plus, this has also opened another channel, let me tell you this, for them now. They have been asking for a very long time that India should talk. We have been maintaining with zero terror policy. We don't want to talk to you. But today, now
All right,
after
Ambassador,
this...
interrupting you now because we need to go to this press conference by the armed forces right now. Let's cut to those and wait for that to begin.
Before we start. Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this press briefing on Operation Sindoor and related developments. We have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects, as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
नमस्कार, अब मैं आपके बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका यह भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डम्प्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीज़ें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड्स स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनटेनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड कंट्रोल, लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन और उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मिलिट्री पर्सनल का इतना भारी नुकसान हुआ कि पाकिस्तान की ऑफेंसिव व डिफेंसिव कैपेबिलिटी को नष्ट कर दिया गया। अंत में मैं फिर से ये बात दोहराना चाहूँगी, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से तैयार है, सतर्क है और भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17, it was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dumps at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian armed forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here that India is a secular nation and the Indian armed forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian armed forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan all has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargodha, Jacobabad and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistics installations. In addition to that, 2 military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
In conclusion, let me reiterate that whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
All right, well, the big breaking news that is coming in is that there is a ceasefire between India and Pakistan, which is in place. That was announced by the Foreign Secretary of India. There is a tweet out by the Foreign Minister of India. It was brokered by the United States. It took place overnight. Pakistan has the Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan spoke to his Indian counterpart today at 3:35 p.m. The ceasefire came into effect at 5 p.m. As we speak at this moment, at 6:41 p.m., there is no firing which is expected to take place between India and Pakistan after the very tense couple of nights. Now, what the armed forces in that press conference said, and there wasn't a great deal. One important point in summarizing some of the military action that they have taken is that India did hit Skardu, Burari and Jacobabad air bases of Pakistan, air defense radars, their command and control systems, their logistics facilities. India remains fully prepared. Pakistani military infrastructure was badly hit. Their air assets were perhaps impacted as well. Ammunition dumps were struck. Ammunition dumps, as the Pakistanis claimed, had been struck in India. That's not true. The Pakistanis claim that we were targeting masjids. That's not true. The Pakistanis claim that our S-400 regiments were targeted. That's not true at all. I'm also joined, in addition to Anil Trigunayat and Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, Wing Commander Alok Sahai. Wing Commander Sahai, I think it's important to point out that there has been nothing to suggest that that India putting the Indus Water Treaty aside, anything has changed on that. On all of the other diplomatic action that we have taken, whether that goes away. To me, it doesn't at the moment. It's only the use of force that seems to have to no longer be happening. That's my reading. What about you?
Yes, Vishnu. We have not made our stand clear on those actions which we had taken earlier. And as far as the ceasefire is concerned, it has got two angles. One angle goes in our favor, one angle goes against us, in my opinion. Favorable thing is that, okay, the lot of loss of life and property were reported at some places to civilians. That will be stopped. You know, the people will not be under stress, and there will be no more casualties, and war will stop at a time when India was on the verge of becoming the third biggest military, biggest economy in the world. You know, we have reached 3.8 trillion now already. So from this angle, it is good. But the second angle, it is not good, because I feel that had this gone and stretched for another 7 to 10 days, probably it would have broken Pakistan financially in a very bad way, and might have given a larger scope for Balochistan to come up as an independent nation. So to break the Pakistan and to break the terrorist in a much stronger manner, this ceasefire is a little too early. Yeah, Vishnu.
Trigunayat, this is a conditional truce. Would you agree that that's the case? It is obviously conditional. It always would be. If they resort to violence, then we would respond. But the point I'm trying to make is, what about water, trade, and diplomatic ties? Nothing seems to have changed on that front, right?
Well, that is right. I mean, I think that this is continuation of the same ceasefire agreement that we have had on the border until quite some time now. But this has completely changed. The Pahalgam had changed it, and India revenged that. And thereafter, Pakistan just started retaliating. We continued counter-retaliation, and all this has been going on. So on the border, the peace could be there. But I think as a fallout, when the discussions happened between the two sides on May 12th, as it is said, I believe that the Pakistanis would definitely raise the issues of our diplomatic strikes in the beginning, especially the availability of water and Indus Water Treaty, which I think India can use to its advantage. Okay. So if at all, I think that things move on until 12th, we don't have any firing on either side and the peace prevails, then there could be a possibility. And Pakistan comes in good faith and tries to really convince India that it no longer support terror from its but that will be, I think, expecting too much from them. That will happen again. So we have to be very careful and cautious and vigilant all the time.
Sure.
But it is possible that we might have that some kind of a talks at the subsequently DGMO level, and then going forward at other
diplomatic
levels,
talks
to work out. Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens over there. Maria Shakil joins us at this stage. Maria, your sources confirming that this is a conditional truce. Those are the words being used?
Yes, that's right. That's what sources say. Look, Vishnu, India has managed to communicate rather effectively, emphatically, and convincingly to the world that it can protect its sovereignty. And when it comes to attack on its land and against its citizens, Prime Minister Modi has a strong security doctrine in place. And this is a defining moment. We had been speaking about Operation Sindoor's success, and India went ahead and carried out, second and third round of Operation Sindoor also when it went inside the mainland of Pakistan and targeted their air bases. So India was never in favor of a war. Remember, Prime Minister Modi had famously said that this is not an era of war, but it was the Pakistan which was an aggressor, which has been an aggressor. India managed to tell the world that it can carry out airstrikes with great precision inside Pakistan, but it was done and only against terror hotbeds, terror launch pads, and not against the civilians or military installations in Pakistan. So I think overall, if you look at it, India was not in favor of war, and what has come out after the ceasefire is that this is conditional, certainly depending on how things move on from here onwards. And as far as the Indus Water Treaty, which is on hold, is concerned, that is going to continue. There's is no question of a truce on other fronts. But as far as military action is concerned, Vishnu, that's what has been put on hold at the moment.
Aishwarya Jain also with us. Aishwarya, very briefly, go ahead with what you're hearing.
Certainly, and the government is working towards implementing the Indus Water Treaty that is on hold and diverting the three rivers towards India. The Jal Shakti Ministry had already stated that they're working towards building dams and canals, and the long-term, short-term and mid-term goals had already been prepared. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had earlier stated that, and Rajnath Singh also stated that there will be not even a single drop of water that will go towards Pakistan. There were actions that were taken against Pakistan as far as the sending of the diplomatic officers from the High Commission of Pakistan in Delhi as well. That will continue as far as the financial engagements, the isolating them and making it possible that India is absent in the voting as far as the IMF is concerned. All of that will go on. Pakistan will not forget what India has taken actions against them as far as striking them inside Pakistan or hitting their terror infrastructures. India's action against Pakistan as far as giving them back in terms of all the actions that India has taken. So all of that will continue to go on, as the government had stated that this is just a truce on the kinetic front.
Aishwarya, hold on for a second. We've also got Dr. Bharat Barai with us. Dr. Barai, thank you very much for being with us, joining us all the way from the United States. Dr. Barai, it's quite fantastic, isn't it, that America has been able to broker this peace?
Well, Trump claimed that he had good relations with both Prime Minister Modi and Pakistan, and he used his influence, his sources, to bring about this ceasefire. As we know, India had always stated that it was a limited operation against 9 Pakistan terrorist bases and hoped that Pakistan would not escalate it. It was Pakistan that decided to escalate it, and that's why second and third round of Operation Sindoor had to take place. I hope that this has conveyed a very strong message to Pakistan that Prime Minister Modi and the government will not allow terrorists to keep on doing what they are doing. And anytime they do that, there will be a strong and effective response from India, including military action against the terrorist and the famous or infamous terrorist who had hijacked Indian Airlines 814 has been eliminated along with some other terrorists. So I'm glad that on one side there is a ceasefire, so there is no more damage to property and people. On the other side, India has very effectively conveyed a very strong message to Pakistani government and to Pakistani army that these things will not be tolerated. Vishnu, I can tell you that in USA, there was very little support or no support to Pakistan during this crisis from Pakistani American community. The Indian American community demonstrated very strongly in front of many places at Pakistani consulate and embassy. There was practically no demonstration or no response from Pakistani American community, which does not like the present Pakistani government. They are more with Imran Khan than with this army and the government.
Okay. Let's bring back Shiv Arur as well at this stage, but Wing Commander, I beg your pardon, Air Vice Marshal Manmohan Bahadur, we've got an updated list of bases struck by India today. It's important that we reflect on this. Skardu is one of them as well, but it's Noor Khan, Rafiki, Murid, Sukur, Sialkot, Pasrur, Chunian, Sargoda, Skardu, Bholari and Jacobabad. I think this is essentially all of Pakistan's Air Force bases which have been struck today. Pakistan came on the table after this all went down. How significant is it that we really hit them hard in taking out some parts of their military infrastructure, particularly their air infrastructure?
That's right. And I was about to come to that. We have struck literally all the air bases. We have shown the capacity to do that. And if we see the last 4 days, it's basically been an air war, an exchange of munitions through the medium of air. Yes, there has been ground interaction too, the artillery and things like that. But basically, it's been drones, UAVs, fighter aircraft, large force engagements of both the sides of aircraft. So possibly, this will be studied in all the staff colleges. How air power has possibly decided the flow of negotiations towards peace. Now, the effects and all those things will obviously come down a little later as we go along. What we have to ensure is that we don't land up in a situation where we need to activate again. And that's where the diplomats come in now. If the ball is now in the diplomats' court, what conditions do we place and with what authority we can say that at the end of it all, there would be no action from the terrorists and that they will not be given sanctuary in Pakistan. It should not become a new normal. If another Pahalgam happens, we again go up. And incidentally, we must be, I'm sure the politicians have asked and the diplomats, where are those guys who struck at Pahalgam? We must get to them. That's
absolutely that remains key, and I think that's an important point. But let me go across to Shiv Arur at this stage. Shiv, the fact that India struck Skardu Air Base, besides anything else, tell us the significance of that.
Skardu is in the northern areas, of Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, the northern areas, and it is a strategic airbase. I cannot imagine from where India must have struck, but this updated list of airbases that you just read out from Vishnu is an incredible list. I mean, this is going to compel people to study this, the actions by the Indian military of the last 12 hours for a long time to come. Chaklala, Rafiki, Murid, Sukur, Sialkot, Pasrur, Chunian, Sargoda, Skardu, Bholari and Jacobabad. 11 of Pakistan's most premier Air Force bases in literally every part of the country, from Rawalpindi near the capital to Pakistani Punjab to the southern part of the country in Sindh, all the way to Skardu in the northern areas, means India was basically striking these bases from different places. This was obviously not just one action, it was a series of package actions against these bases. And once again, just to remind all of our viewers that a military action of this scale, of this intensity, of this audacity, if I can use that word as well, coming on the same day preceding a ceasefire, I think makes it very clear what the timeline of all of this is. I just wanted to add one small thing about what one of the other guests was mentioning, Vishnu and Gauri, which is that I think the United States is overplaying its role in this ceasefire. We are hearing that the talks were entirely bilateral, and them coming, just hours after these punitive strikes means that it was the Pakistani DGMO who picked up the phone, probably needed the ceasefire more, discussed this with India. India, in good faith, discussed it and saw interest in agreeing to a ceasefire from 5 p.m. today on India's terms. India has not agreed to any talks at any neutral site, which has been mentioned by Trump and Secretary of State Rubio. So that makes me doubt this whole patronizing ownership of being the person who stood in between Shehbaz Sharif and Prime Minister Modi and got them to talk and agree to this ceasefire. So I think it's very important to tell our viewers and share with our viewers that there's a lot of shadow play going on, a lot of superiority going on by the United States when this was bilateral and as a direct result of India's military actions.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. But it would be fascinating to get the inside story of how this actually worked out.
Yeah.
And we will try and try and do that and see what role America did have. Was it an overwhelming role, or was it in fact essentially between India and Pakistan? Sunil Prabhu joins us at this stage. Sunil, do you have any other details that you can share with us on how this actually happened?
Well, 2-3 important points that I want to express, something that the Ministry of External Affairs and through informed sources have said, that one, that there were no preconditions. There is no change in our position, be it on the Indus Water Treaty or for that matter in our fight against terror. There will be no let up on that. The call came from Pakistan from the DGMO at 15:35 hours, even though President Trump, the US President Trump, made that announcement even before India's briefing. They have made it very clear that this was done bilaterally, and really the fact that the DGMO from the other side had spoken, we have had no let-up on our fight against terror. This will continue. Most importantly, all the steps that India has taken vis-a-vis Pakistan, the Cabinet Committee on Security, be it the Indus Water Treaty, the stoppage of, and reduction of staff to 30, all those things stand as is basis. There will be the next round of talks on the 12th at 1200 hours, where they will take stock and go forward from there. But at this present juncture, we are very clear that no preconditions done bilaterally, even though the United States is attempting to claim credit for this.
All right, Shiv, let me come back to you. And let's just go through some of the military action which we've seen over the last couple of days. I think it's important to reflect on the initial strikes which went through. They were extremely successful strikes. We've seen that through satellite imagery, which we broadcast here on NDTV. That proved a certain capability which perhaps didn't exist in quite the same way just a couple of years back. Certainly some of the systems which we operated in terms of missiles such as the Scalp didn't exist when the Balakot strikes took place. We've got an array of surface-to-air missiles now, again something during Balakot which weren't all in place, certainly not the S-400 system. The ability to jam drones certainly didn't exist back during the Balakot times, and the drones themselves didn't exist either. So it's a radically new type of war, air war, which India and Pakistan fought, right?
Very true. The paradigm of battle between India and Pakistan has completely changed. I think the point you make about drone warfare is perhaps the most important. Remember, between the last time that India and Pakistan, had a confrontation, which is 2019 after the Pulwama attack and the Balakot airstrikes, you've had the Ukraine war, the Armenia-Azerbaijan war, in the middle, wedged in the middle there during the COVID pandemic. And both of those wars were, defined largely by drone warfare, or at least they became representative of what the paradigm of drone warfare could actually look like in a real-world combat scenario. And it was not surprising, therefore, that drones were employed in large measure by both India and Pakistan. Pakistan to, far less successful levels than India apparently was, because India managed to, hit radar facilities in Sialkot and Faisalabad and Lahore, principally using its kamikaze drones, whereas on the Indian side, despite hundreds of drones apparently coming in to attack military sites and others, most of them were taken care of by India's very, very comprehensive anti-drone measures. And I think, Vishnu, once the dust settles on this, it's only been, 2 hours since the ceasefire came into effect. I think military studies, academics are going to have to go into an incredible amount of detail as to the tactics used, the weapons used, the manner in which India has, raised the level of use of technology, the fact that India's air defense shield has in many ways come into its own, because this is a shield that has often been criticized before as being faulty, as being ad hoc, piecemeal, having glaring gaps, etc. But if the last 3 days are anything to go by, India's integrated air defense shield has performed overwhelmingly with success, whether it was kinetic, non-kinetic, ground-based weaponry like guns and the L-70 that we were talking about earlier. All of this has come together in a truly surreal collision of basic weaponry that we've been seeing used on the line of control versus some of the most sophisticated, artificially intelligent weaponry, including drones that can be trained to be autonomous, that was sent on these suicide missions into India. So I think a big, fat line has been drawn for what combat has looked like before the last 3 days and what it will perhaps forever look like now between the two countries and anyone else that tests India.
All right, let's go across to Aishwarya Jain. Aishwarya, I believe at the residence of the Prime Minister, correct me if I'm wrong, you've got a meeting of the service chiefs once again, is that right?
That's right. In fact, this is the second time in a day when we are witnessing that all the three service chiefs, along with the CDS, NSA, all are present at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. It was early up in the morning as well when they all have reached along with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh at that point of time, and post the announcement of ceasefire, again the tri-service chiefs along with CDS and SA had reached at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Of course, there would be discussion on how things will go on from now. These meetings are very sensitive and secretive in nature, but of course the ceasefire announcement has will now put out a clear picture as to how Indian armed forces, as the Ministry of Defence officials and the armed forces also stated in the press conference, that Indian armed forces will keep a strict vigilance on the western borders, and certainly there would be no terror activity or no ceasefire violation that will be tolerated in the near future. And therefore the reason perhaps straight messages were also, message came out from the sources in the Prime Minister's office earlier in a day, in which Prime Minister stated that the further if there is any terror activity on the Indian soil in the future, then that will be considered as an act of war. That will be implemented, and that would be the message that will go down to the armed forces as well. So certainly an important meeting currently being chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at his residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg.
All right, Nazir Masoodi joins us right now. Nazir, you live in Srinagar, you've got your family over there. To hear bombs exploding in the area, whether they were bombs, drones, or surface-to-air missile remnants, whatever it was, you must be, breathing a sigh of relief at this stage that this military conflict has ended.
It is essentially a new life for the people, including me and my family, because the way the fear in which we are living, you can't express in words. I was in the border area, border town in Kupara. My family was here, and they were calling me when they were hearing the loud explosions. Nobody was sure where the next bomb will fall. Nobody was sure where it will hit. It is very easy and romantic to talk about war from a distance, but when it hits home, then I can see the people, what has happened to them who are hit, who are killed, who are injured, who lost their homes, who lost their relatives. Ask that family to the additional DC, Rajouri, the parents who lost their 2-year-old daughter today, Harsha Noor, and so many people who lost their lives. War is not a game, we saw on televisions, people romanticizing in, people just playing as if it is a video game. That's not. It has consequences, it has a cost, and common people pay it. And the soldiers, don't forget those soldiers who are on the borders, they pay for it. Their lives are at stake. They're like you and me, defending the borders, but they have to pay a cost because they are decisions, political or military decisions. So when there's a ceasefire announcement, it's a huge relief for everybody, including me. And I could come back to Srinagar. And fortunately, we had got certain indications. Our 4 o'clock broadcast, I was talking about the same thing. And also in 5 o'clock, before President Trump tweeted this thing. But our source had told us there would not be any violation this evening unless Pakistan does something horrible. So one good thing is that, and all leaders have welcomed Chief Minister Umar Abdullah, who was actually, for all these days, give credit where it is due, with the people who have been affected, displaced people who had to be taking shelters, meeting injured, going everywhere. Former Chief Minister and PDP leader Mehbooba Mufti has welcomed every leader, Sajjad Loan, everyone.
No,
so
absolutely.
It is a huge relief for the people, and because it is the people of Kashmir who has suffered a great deal because of the conflict.
No, they have, and there's been so much damage as well.
And they would be the happiest people.
Right.
To see this ceasefire happening.
Indeed. Ambassador Shashank, the former Foreign Secretary of India, joins us at this stage. Dr. Soumya Avasthi, Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation, and Lieutenant General Anil Kumar Bhatt, former Director General of Military Operations, joins us. General Bhatt, I think DGMO is an important sort of post which you once held to start this conversation out on, since it is the DGMO of Pakistan who reached out to our DGMO. A lot of people would be wondering how that works. There's a hotline, so tell us how that works.
We have a very well laid out system between the two nations. and DGMO talks are regularly held. Of course, every week it is between the brigadier on this side and the brigadier on that side. And I have tenated that appointment, and I have been speaking every week to the Pak DDG equivalent to me. While the DGMO level talks are held whenever situations are a little higher, or there is a requirement for the two DGMOs to speak.
So the DGMO is of what rank? It's a brigadier on each side?
On a routine, a brigadier talks, but otherwise it is called the DGMO talks. And when situations are serious, it is the two DGMOs who talk.
No, so the DGMOs are the rank of Major General or Lieutenant General?
In case of Pakistan Army, a DGMO is a Major General, while in the Indian Army, we have it as a Lieutenant General.
Right. So they would have, there would have been this call which came through, and then they would have spoken. And now I believe the 12th is when they're going to review what takes place. How important is this mechanism in sort of pushing trust between India and Pakistan in a situation like this?
My experience tells me it is a very robust, a well laid out system which has always been working, even in hostilities, and it has worked this time also.
That's really interesting. The fact that there is so much distrust between India and Pakistan, when the DGMOs of both sides start talking, then by and large it's maintained. And there are, you can give us examples of this, right? For example, when a soldier goes across or there's a ceasefire, give us examples of how both sides maintain trust despite, the antagonism which exists between both sides.
Many years back, on a Sunday morning, I got a call that one of our helicopters, by mistake, has gone over to Pakistan. In the next 10 minutes, I was through to my counterpart, and thereafter, the two DGMOs spoke. And in a few hours, the helicopter had been returned to India.
Right.
Similarly, there was a Jawan which had gone astray, who had gone across by mistake. They initially confirmed to us immediately that he is with them, and a few days he was returned also. So many activities on the border between the two troops, even when there is exchange of sometimes of fire and it has to be stopped, the two DGMOs do talk to each other.
All right. Ambassador Shashank, I think it's also important to mention that this is just a ceasefire in terms of the kinetic action between the two sides is concerned. We have put the Indus Water Treaty on suspension. The diplomatic relations remain where they are, and other means or measures used by India remain. So we aren't. This is not this is a step towards ending the fighting, but it's not a step towards improving the relationship per se. Would you agree?
I agree. I think a couple of developments were taking place. Pakistan was short of funds. IMF had already offered them about $7 billion fund last July in several tranches. And I think this tranche was of $1.3 billion was coming up now. Another $1 billion would be coming up later. And therefore, it was a question of whether the Western countries which control the IMF and which they feel that they could use IMF to work on the developing countries. I think they worked on Pakistan. Secondly, I think the Russians had been very, very strongly supportive of whatever action India was taking. And therefore, Russia was getting closer to India in this position. And USA perhaps felt left out because they were talking of some kind of a ceasefire. They were talking of better relations between the two countries. I think their officials must have taken out the old briefing notes and started reading from them to their seniors. But I think what they forgot, that India has had enough. And the Americans themselves have suffered a lot. In fact, the Americans wanted to get hold of the terrorists who cut the neck of Daniel Pearl. It is the Indians who have got hold of him now, finally. So they should be grateful to India. So therefore, I think within USA itself, people are now saying, look, India is able to do things which the Israelis could not do or the Americans could not do. So therefore, the American administration was under some pressure to tell India that, okay, we don't want to put any pressure on you. So therefore, I feel that it's a conditional ceasefire. You're quite right, Vishnu. We should not go on any other larger actions that we have taken. Finally, action which we have taken against the terrorists and those supporting terrorism, instigating terrorism, that should be carried on irrespective of the number of years, and we should get hold of them. And this should remain as is a very good doctrine, which we have very clearly enunciated, that any act of terrorism will be considered an act of war, because the Pakistanis don't want to fight. They want to fight through the terrorists, and they want to keep talking about the nuclear and misleading the whole world with all kinds of falsehoods that they can spread through their ISPR.
Dr. Soumya Awasthi, you're a counter-terrorism expert. Detail has emerged today on the number of terrorists who've been eliminated in the initial Indian strike post-Pahalgam. At the end of the day, India went into Pakistan with military force to ensure that as many terrorists who are directly linked to the Lashkar-e-Toiba or the Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur or Muridke or the other centers were eliminated. And to that end, that part of the operation was entirely successful, is my reading. Would you agree?
Am I audible? I can't hear anything.
We'll fix that line with you in a moment. Let me take that across to General Bhatt. Would you agree, sir, that we've achieved our objectives when it came, as far as the mission to hunt down terrorists?
Definitely. After Pahalgam, our response, as I would say, was restrained, professional, but surgical. We wanted to hit the terrorist camps from where these terrorists have been trained, motivated, and where their leaders would otherwise reside, and we were able to target all of them. Yes, of course, some of the leaders would have run away and escaped care of the Pakistan army, but we have been able to hit all the camps. And this is a message that this can again be done if the red line is crossed.
All right. Can we just try Dr. Awasthi again? Soumya, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Did you get my question?
No, I couldn't. Please.
No, I just want to know what you think about India's initial operation into Pakistan, where we hit Muridke and Bahawalpur. Several senior terrorists have been eliminated. Could you tell us about how successful that part of the operation has been?
I think we initiated a very successful operation under Operation Sindoor because India has always been loud and clear about its intention that their long-term goal has always been countering terrorism. So it was very successful in that sense. But what we received or the reaction that we received from Pakistan is not that we expected. Because if you see the trend, Pakistan has always been talking about countering terrorism within their own country, and their counter-terrorism division always talks about how many terrorists they killed. So we expected them to play a better role by accepting this operation more as a counter-terrorist operation rather than thinking of it as a direct attack on them. But given the current trajectory of Pakistan's ideological orientation, it's starkly evident in the nomenclature of its operation name that they give, which is coming out from the Quranic phrase. Their continued Islamization of Pakistan's military leadership under Mullah Munir, and his presence is actually a troubling indicator of the revival of a doctrine where religion and military objectives are interwoven. And lastly, the statement that was recently given by Foreign Minister in the Parliament suggests that the madrasa students could be served as a second line of defense. So it exposes actually Pakistan's willingness to militarize religious seminaries. This confirms the use of their indoctrinated youth as an instrument of state strategy rather than using them more for cultural and religious purposes.
All right. Ambassador Shashank, any further thoughts at this stage on what the next stage of talks between India and Pakistan can be once we verify that the ceasefire has worked? That will take place on the 12th of this month. Do you actually see a pathway towards diplomatic talks resuming, or too early for that?
I would say it's too early for that. In the past, the general impression among the Indian public is that whatever we gain during the war, we lose out during the diplomatic negotiations. So I think our diplomats are on great amount of tension right now. I think they should keep out of it for the time being and leave it to the defense forces to work it out, because that is very important. Because Pakistan had been saying that they would not do it. They would not carry out any other active. They are telling everyone, the whole world, that they are not escalating. It's India which is escalating, and it's hitting, India is hitting the mosques and hitting the madrasas and all these places. India is hitting only the terrorist targets. And if you see some of these places, they are still talking of, like Soumya talked about, whatever 313 or some various kind of, they are taking Al-Quranic phrases and using them for their purpose. And even little children are being trained to kill the Kafirs. So that training is going on, which means that Pakistan has not suffered, has not changed its attitude at all. And as regards terrorism within Pakistan, that is because Pakistani army is putting everybody, all their civilian population under their boots. So this is not done. I mean, we are a democratic country and we feel that we should respect all religions. But there we find that on the other hand, they are constantly encouraging action against the Kafirs. And everybody is a Kafir for them. So there are so many groups within the Islam, and the Pakistani army feels that they are the guardians of Islam. So when Pakistan army feels and they take out a person like Munir from the madrasa and make him the army chief, I think there's something wrong with that country.
We're going to take a short break at this stage, come back to this discussion. It's a huge day for India and Pakistan. It began with news of intense fighting between both countries all across, from Kashmir all the way down to Gujarat. But by the end of the day, we've got a ceasefire in place right now, one which has been brokered possibly by America, but certainly one that India and Pakistan have agreed to. We're going to take a short break and come back to this huge development. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of there.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Welcome back. Well, let's just listen in now to some of the key points mentioned in that press conference a little while back. There was a statement by the Foreign Secretary where he announced the ceasefire, and subsequently there was a press conference being attended by the armed forces to spell out some of the key points, including the action taken by the Indian Armed Forces today.
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17. It was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dump at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian Armed Forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here, that India is a secular nation and the Indian Armed Forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan all has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargodha, Jacobabad and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistics installations. In addition to that, 2 military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
Well, joining us now, Ambassador Javed Ashraf, who's been tracking all these developments very closely, very often with me in conversations. Ambassador, it's good news, and nobody wants war. Were you surprised, as the rest of us have been, at the pace in which it's all happened?
Vishnu, I think today was a very pivotal day, to be honest. It could have either escalated further, or it could have de-escalated today. The reason I'm saying this is that, over the past 3 days, we have seen a pattern of constant escalation in the attack that is coming from Pakistan. And naturally, that was also responded to in a befitting manner from our side, which has led to a lot of damage to military assets and military infrastructure in Pakistan, some of which are very important and critical for their overall military preparedness. Now, if they had continued with this process, either escalation in the current domain or expanded the war horizontally, it would have met with, as I said before to you, that with continuous escalation dominance from our side. So there would have been two things in my mind that would have been at play. So I was half expecting that this would happen, especially when the news came out that we would treat any future terror attack as an act of war, that something or would have been working out. And I think two things would have definitely happened. One is that I think the international community would have been waking up to the reality of what Pakistan was attempting to do for whatever its objectives were, and that there would have been a degree of pressure on them because it was clearly the pattern of escalation and then response left the onus on them to start taking the steps to stop this. And the second was obviously their own internal calculations of how far they can go on to escalating this and sustaining this given the internal situation. And remember that we've all been aware of the fact that there is a much higher staying capacity and much, of course, asymmetrically more power to deliver from our side. So I think this would have been both a combination of a certain diplomatic pressures on them, and then second, I think also internal calculation on the steps that they have to take, because I think over 3 days they made an attempt to, at least in my view, get one or two major targets in India that would have given them a reason to celebrate or tell their people that we were able to reciprocate or pay India back in the coin. But there was, in a sense, an impenetrable wall of air defense, which had largely foiled this massive waves of drones and missiles that were coming into the country with no major damage.
But Ambassador Ashraf, let me ask you this, sir. The fact that we hit Pakistan as hard as we did, we hit Skardu, by the way. That's the latest in the list of air bases we struck, and I think at least 8 or 9 others, virtually every single Pakistani air base. And we were fairly relentless about this. The videos have showed significant damage in some of them. Do you believe that that is ultimately what pushed Pakistan to the negotiation?
That's what I'm saying, that, you know,
it wasn't just America's pressure and them saying,
No. I think that, listen, in anything of this nature, finally, it is the two parties involved in a process who make that decision. And no matter if their calculation was, and look, this is an era in which, a time in which the world is preoccupied with a number of its own issues, whether it's the United States, Europe, or China, or Russia. It is a time when this sort of international order has collapsed. It is not what exactly we had seen in the past. So there was, in a sense, space for them to continue with this operation. The message that they had got out of Washington, D.C. was, you guys need to sort this out on your own. You remember in the past, there used to be breathless shuttle diplomacy that used to start immediately after a major terrorist incident. So I think they felt that they had a space. I think there would have been, conversations are always taking place, but it's really the impact of the military measures that we took, and in a sense went beyond what they would have expected us to do, as you've just mentioned, and we don't need to repeat all the damage that we have done specifically in the course of these 3 years. And remember, each time we mentioned that we are acting in a measured manner and with a sense of responsibility. We had said on 7th that we have achieved our objectives and we have no desire to escalate, but that there would be a retaliation if Pakistan chose the path of a military retaliation.
You know, I've got a little bit of sources-based information, and I want you to reflect on it, that we are learning that the United States did play a role in de-escalation. How? By apparently placing direct pressure on Pakistan, linking the provisional release of a $1 billion IMF loan to the immediate acceptance of the ceasefire, with the remainder contingent on full compliance. Do you see that as being, you know, an interesting way in getting Pakistan to move fast?
You know, it's something which we've thought of. I've mentioned this elsewhere, that, you know, I mean, for us to sit and speculate precisely the nature of conversation that the United States would have had with Pakistan is difficult. But I think the timing says something. I mean, it was rather unusual that in the middle of a major conflict in which you could see the culpability and complicity of Pakistan in that attack, that the IMF board not just one funding, but it was two facilities really, the EFF and the RSF facility, totally combined 2.4 billion. And that may have been the incentive-disincentive game that the United States may have played with Pakistan, a lever that they may have exercised on them. But I think that would have been one of the, as I said, there would have been one of the two measures. The other is the direct impact that our military action had on the assets and the infrastructure of Pakistan military. So that was the most prudent course of action that they could have thought of at this stage.
Ambassador Ashraf, the suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty remains. India isn't sharing any hydrographical data with Pakistan on the three northern rivers. Neither is there any resumption of diplomatic relations at least to the standard at which they were. So none of that is taking place. It's just kinetic action has stopped, right?
It's exactly. We are talking of ceasefire, that of the military action. I mean, I'm a little loath to use the word kinetic because its genesis.
Yeah, I know it's a terrible word.
And its genesis is American, so I still call it a military operations. So I think that that is the only thing that has been addressed, because we took those steps, remember, in response to a terror attack of the most dastardly and brutal kind, which was followed by some of the most insensitive remarks that came out of Pakistan, including that it was a false flag operation. I mean, that just shows the level of obfuscation and denial that exists over there. That hasn't changed. Remember, you've not yet taken any steps on ending terrorism against India, or dismantling the infrastructure, or taking steps to rein in all the parties that are involved, cutting off financing, recruitment, motivational, mobilization. All of that still exists. So what we have achieved today, is a ceasefire under a dual pressure, as we've just discussed. But we will then have to decide on the next course of action. Now, the next course of action will obviously be a conversation on what steps that are to be taken by Pakistan with regard to cross-border terrorism. Anything that leads to quote-unquote normalization of the relations is a long way off. Yeah. And it would require us to have a level of trust that this is not going to happen again. Because we've been through this yo-yo many times before, that we have a major terrorist incident that is followed by mobilization or a step of diplomatic and commercial steps that we take, measures that we take. And then, in a sense, when pressure eases off, then there is some sort of return to normalcy without addressing this fundamental problem of terrorism. And so I think this is going to be, this time, I think we have made it very clear. We've changed the playbook, as I've said, that we have changed the pattern of response and seized control of the levers of post-attack development, in a sense, driving the process. And so I think we will continue to do that to achieve a longer-term objective.
All right, Ambassador, great speaking to you. It's no one wants war. It's welcome that this has taken place. Let's hope that ceasefire lasts, and let's see how it pans out from here onwards. Thanks very much, sir, for being with us. We're going to take a short break. There's more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two
credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
All right, let's go straight across to NDTV's Nazir Masoodi, who's been tracking all the developments. Nazir, I think the focus in Jammu and Kashmir will now be to get a full assessment of the damage on the ground. Is that right?
Exactly. In fact, I spoke to Chief Minister Umar Abdullah a while back, and he was telling me maybe tomorrow or the day after he will be visiting Poonch, which is the worst hit by the ceasefire violation from Pakistan, massive shelling. Not only there's huge loss of properties, homes, shops, establishments. Many people have been killed in that area. Religious places were targeted, Gurudwara, Madrasa, temple. So it was madness, literally, and the way they targeted innocent people and the people. So now it is the responsibility of the government to reach out to those people, which way I said earlier, give credit where it is due. Government was actually alive to this situation. They reached out to the people who were affected, be it in Jammu, where Chief Minister himself was there. There were ministers who went to different places where people have been affected. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha also visited Uri yesterday. So government was trying to do its best when people needed them the most. That was a good thing that happened. But now it is the question of relief and the rehabilitation of those affected. And see, the bigger thing people are hoping that this never is repeated. Neither the terror attack, what happened in Pahalgam, nor this what happened on the borders, or the bombs we heard that reverberated Kashmir, that reverberated Spain, that actually shattered Srinagar this morning, and when bombs were actually dropping in Srinagar. So everybody was fearful. Literally everybody is so happy that it has ended. Whatever would be the political now, connotations of what has happened. But the fact is, the hostilities, the confrontation has ended. There's ceasefire on the borders, and there would be no shelling or drone attacks or missile attacks between the two. Hopefully it stays, and people have a sigh of relief, and they are hoping that enough is enough. Every sort of violence should stop now, and people of Jammu and Kashmir also deserve to live in peace.
We leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a welcome day. If there is peace, then that appears to be the case for now. We'll take a short break. There's more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
गोल्ड प्लस ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रिफ्लेक्टिव ग्लास लगाओ, धूप की गर्मी को दूर भगाओ और बिजली का बिल भी बचाओ।
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
दिल की गहराइयों से खैर मकदम करता हूं। देर आए दुरुस्त आए, लेकिन चलिए आखिरकार पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ ने फ़ोन उठा के हमारे डीजीएमओ से बात करके दोबारा सीज़ फायर जम्मू कश्मीर और बाकी इलाकों में कायम किया। अब मौजूदा जम्मू कश्मीर की हुकूमत की अब जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि जहां जहां नुकसान हुआ है नुकसान का हम मुआयना करें।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
A show of solidarity with the armed forces. Scores of youth thronged the Government Medical College Hospital in Jammu to donate blood for those injured in Pakistani shelling. The blood donation campaign witnessed overwhelming participation from young citizens, many of whom stood in long queues at the hospital.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, Your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed coward.
Hello everyone, this is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil. After 4 days of hostilities that alarmed the world, India and Pakistan have agreed to a ceasefire, stopping all military action as of 5 p.m. India confirmed the ceasefire shortly after US President Donald Trump announced it on his Truth Social platform. India said that it was the Pakistan DGMO who initiated the call this afternoon, and after which discussions took place and an understanding was reached. Minutes after India announced a full and immediate ceasefire with Pakistan after days of missile, drone and artillery attacks, we heard Foreign Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar issue a stern message for harbors of terror. He said, and I quote him, India has consistently maintained a firm and uncompromising stance against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. It will continue to do so. The ceasefire comes a day after Pakistan targeted Indian air bases. India chose its targets carefully. Those are the visuals coming in of Prime Minister Modi in that meeting with Raksha Mantri, National Security Advisor, other officers of the Indian Armed Forces. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar is present as well. Foreign Secretary is present as well. This is the first meeting which is being chaired by the Prime Minister after the ceasefire announcement which has come in. Remember, India this morning launched a series of attacks against Pakistan air bases, and the objective was to cripple Pakistan's capability to launch aerial attacks using drones and fighter jets. And the attacks on these key Air Force bases had actually had the capacity certainly of crippling Pakistan's aerial mobility. And shortly after the breakthrough, India had warned that any act of terror will be considered an act of war. We will be staying on those visuals because Prime Minister Modi's meeting with the Defence Minister, with External Affairs Minister and others becomes very, very crucial at this juncture. What is the big message that will be carrying forward from this will become important again. Let's listen in now to the Foreign Secretary and the MOD briefing which happened earlier today.
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17, it was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dump at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian Armed Forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here, that India is a secular nation and the Indian Armed Forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan all has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargodha, Jacobabad, and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistic installations. In addition to that, two military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
And joining me now is Shivarur, straight from Srinagar. We also have Aishwarya Jain tracking Prime Minister's meeting very closely. Shiv, I'm coming to you first, because government sources are saying clearly that this is a conditional ceasefire only on kinetic action, and Pakistan still has water, trade, diplomatic and financial sanctions. So clearly, as far as the messaging which is going from the government of India is that if there is any kind of violation now onwards, it will be seen as an act of war.
Absolutely correct, Maria. I think India is signaling very unconditionally that this ceasefire has been on its terms. It's because Pakistan requested the ceasefire. The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan, a full 9 hours after some of the highest kinetic actions that India has taken against Pakistani military bases, 11 of them in all across the country, is when the DGMO of Pakistan decided to pick up the phone, dial India and ask for that ceasefire. A cumulative effect of kinetic actions plus all of those diplomatic measures that you mentioned, as well as the Indus Water Treaty, had clearly worn Pakistan down. Now, this may not be a time, for any kind of national gloating, as it were, but never should we ever lose sight of the fact that all of this began with a terrorist attack in which 26 innocents were butchered by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists. And keeping that in view, the fact that India has, wrangled a ceasefire after Pakistan came to it, obviously under great pressure of these military strikes on its most strategic assets in different parts of the country, has meant that India has agreed to a ceasefire from a position of strength. Very importantly, that you pointed out that the Indus Water Treaty, perhaps the most unsung of Indian actions against Pakistan, has had a very, very deep effect on the Pakistani psyche, politically, diplomatically, and even culturally, given that, it had never been imagined that water would be cut off. But I think the prospect of, a terrible energy crisis, a food crisis, a farming crisis in that country meant that Pakistan was already on the back foot before these kinetic actions actually began. And the drone strikes were actually something they needed to sell to their domestic audience in order to look strong. So net, I believe that India has, negotiated this ceasefire from a position of power, from a position of advantage, and has very tellingly pointed out that only kinetic and military actions are stopping right now. All of the other decisions continue to remain active.
All right, let me bring in Aishwarya. Aishwarya, the message that has come in from Prime Minister Modi's new doctrine, it is India's modern security doctrine, which has been firmly put on for the world to see, that it is swift, surgical, and unapologetically assertive. India can protect its citizens, and if there is an act of terrorism which emanates from its neighborhood, then they should be prepared for retaliation of this nature.
Well, India remains watchful. While the ceasefire offers temporary relief from rising tensions, the Indian military's statement underscores that peace will be maintained only if Pakistan refrains from provocation, and India will remain watchful, asserting that future threats will be met with forceful and immediate retaliation. Remember what Colonel Qureshi also stated during that press conference, that India will not tolerate misinformation, false propaganda, or any aggression. Forces will remain strong, alert, and fully prepared, and therefore the reason perhaps those visuals on our screens where Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairing that high-level meeting, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA Ajit Doval, along with all the three service chiefs being given a strong message from the Prime Minister that our forces should remain on strong alert and they should be fully prepared because there has been, of course, a mistrust with Pakistan. We all know that what is the history with the Pakistan, and therefore the reason perhaps on one side there is temporary relief, ceasefire, but Indian armed forces and Indian dispensation will be always on alert, and there will be no, such case that will be dealt. Of course, the message was loud and clear in the earlier meeting as well that if any sort of future terrorism activity will be done from the Pakistani side, from their terror hubs, then it will be considered as an act of war in India, and India will respond accordingly.
Aishwarya and Shiv, thank you so much for joining us. Let's bring in the guests who are joining us at this hour. We have Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat, Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh is a former DG Infantry, Swasti Rao is geopolitical and foreign policy expert. We have Elizabeth Threlkeld joining us from Washington, D.C. She is a senior fellow and director of the South Asia program at the Simpson Center. I'm going to begin with you, Elizabeth. What, according to you, has happened today in terms of the ceasefire? Donald Trump has taken to, Truth Social to claim credit for what was the role of U.S. administration, but India is clear that it was on the request of the Pakistanis, the DGMO of Pakistan, that a call was initiated, and then things move ahead.
Sure. Thank you very much for having me. I think the big picture here is I don't want to get too caught up in who necessarily was behind this, who said what to who, what the timing was. I think the important thing to remember is that a ceasefire looked somewhat unlikely just 12 hours ago, 24 hours ago, right? This has been the most significant escalation that we've seen between the two sides in several decades. So, I have to go on the same set of facts or same set of statements that you do. My understanding is that the U.S. was involved, and I think we've seen statements coming out from the president, from the Secretary of State over the last several days that back that up. But regardless, bottom line is this is a positive development, and hopefully we can kind of catch our collective breath and really start to ask important questions about what happens next so that we don't find ourselves in a similar situation going forward.
A word now on the role of U.S. We were expecting, some movement, particularly after Saudi Arabia. Saudi minister was in Islamabad. The movement which happened with regards to the foreign minister of Iran as well. But it certainly seems that U.S., which has that lever over Pakistan, used it rather effectively.
So, this is, I think, something that we will continue to learn a little bit more about in the coming days. It has just been a couple hours since this was announced. But I think here it's also important to recognize that it takes two to tango. And so looking for more information on what those conversations looked like between the U.S. and India as well, I think is a key part of this puzzle, right? Because outside of this immediate crisis context, there is a hugely important U.S.-India defense partnership. We work with India closely on a broad range of issues. And so I think going forward, one question that I'll be looking to ask and analyze is what, if any, impact this crisis has on that broader set of issues, or if the two countries are able to move on and move forward, for example, with the trade deal and the other elements of the partnership, which I think would be a positive for both sides.
All right, Ambassador Dogra, your thoughts on the ceasefire?
Well, firstly, it's not ceasefire. It's just holding the guns, so to speak, that both sides have agreed that they will observe the stoppage of arms activities till further notice. And further notice is the next telephonic talk between the two DGMOs on 12th, 2 days from now. But more than that, one is the good intentions, whether they'll continue over the next 2 days, and what thereafter, because DGMOs have a limited role, which is technical in nature. that the two countries have agreed not to fire at each other, and let's do all we can to maintain that status. So 12th is that line where they will sort of assess whether it has been carried out in letter and spirit. But the bigger task is what happens thereafter. Would there be a sort of meetings between the two countries to work towards a ceasefire that is longer lasting? Would there be a meeting that also ensures that India's concerns over terrorism, after all, terrorism has not been wiped out of Pakistan. There are 80 to 90 terrorists who are still operating in Jammu and Kashmir as per our assessment. And the Pakistani authorities have repeatedly said that we will use terror. That is before today. So the threat exists. And what happens if there's another big terror attack on India? Do we go back to the square one? So there are many imponderables, and the biggest question mark is Pakistan's record in history. Starting from 1947-48, Pakistan has not kept up any agreement which favors India, whereas India has a record of honoring agreements, most principally Indus Waters Agreement, where it has starved Indians of water but ensured that Pakistan luxuriates in plenty of water. So I think we also have to look at the record of what happened, for example, after 47-48, what happened in 1965 when we gave up Haji Pir Pass, which is now the route for most terrorists to come in, or what happened during Simla Agreement in 1972, where Bhutto, the moment he crossed the border, he said, "I've made a fool of that woman," meaning Indira Gandhi, that he had no intention of honoring any of the agreement. And the worst of it was, the most inhumane part of it was, we sent back 93,000 prisoners of war, one of the biggest sort of captures of so many POWs in history. But Bhutto ensured that the POWs Pakistan had captured rotted in jail, so much so that when he was in prison, he wrote, and I've quoted it in my book, he wrote that my heart cries when I hear their pain and their cries in the night. So the fact is that the same man who was in power at that before then ensured that there was deception and there was not a gentleman's honoring of the agreement he had reached in Simla. And the list goes on. I can quote chapter and verse on this. So I think we have to be cautious, we have to be careful, and the threat of terrorism will not easily go away unless ISI mends its ways and ensures that all terrorists are brought to book, handed over to India, and the chapter is closed and done away with.
And Ambassador Dogra, since you say that it's only about the guns being put down for the moment, and it's not really a truce or a ceasefire per se, let me bring in General Singh on this. General Singh, top government of India sources are telling us, and this came in a few hours ago, that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India. India, so far in this entire 72 hours of turbulence that we saw, escalation coming in from Pakistan, aggression coming in from Pakistan, had maintained that it was not really technically declared a war. It was seen as war-like situation. But if there is another act of terror which happens, certainly we do not hope that it ever happens, then it will be seen as an act of war. I think that distinction that is being made here becomes important even as we talk about this operational truce which has come in.
Yes, Maria, you are right. Before I come to the aspect of what these rules of engagement the government had announced in the morning, to say that any act of terror henceforth will be considered as an act of war. I think we need to spend about 15 seconds in seeing as to what all has happened. What has happened is that Pakistan was in a bad state, economically, security-wise. Its situations in Baluch and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa front, and their army chief, who is a radical by himself, then decided to strike by using terrorists in Pahalgam. Thereafter, our government took a very firm stance, adopted a number of diplomatic and economic measures, and also suspending the Indus Water Treaty, and then went in to strike the terrorist camp with 100% accuracy. 100%. 9 terrorist camps were struck, and we were able to bring down about 90 to 100 of these terrorists. Now, in the background of this, Pakistan reacted with nearly 400 drones on the first night, and hardly any of those drones reached their target. Our air defense was superb. Our troops were alert on the ground. Our system of countering these actions by Pakistan was good. The same thing was repeated by them the next night also, and the result was same and similar. We were able to ensure that hardly any damage was caused to any of our air installations. On the Pakistan or from the Indian side, the situation was totally different. What happened was that we chose our targets correctly. We chose our targets with the suitable or with well thought out precision, and were able to strike about 9 to 11 of these air bases, air defense establishments, and radars. And we degraded them the first night, and we nearly destroyed them the second night. In such a scenario, Pakistan had no other option but to crumble. And they were in a kind of a situation that in the morning there were reports coming that the Prime Minister of Pakistan is holding a meeting of their National Atomic Command structure, and such kind of threats were being put, which clearly showed that Pakistan military was in a very bad shape. In this backdrop, the efforts of United States and efforts of Saudi Arabia, coupled with the pressure which Indian armed forces had exerted on them, I think really forced them to ring up the DGMO at 3:30 today and seek for a suspension of any military actions from 5 o'clock today. And I think the result of all this is that we have really nearly achieved whatever we were aiming to achieve. That is to send a message to Pakistan that don't try this with us. Otherwise, you will have to pay a heavy price.
Absolutely.
Pakistan seems to have learned this lesson. Whether it will actually reform tomorrow, only the time will tell.
But the message has been sent to the world and of course to Pakistan that if there is an act of terror, then it will be responded with this kind of airstrikes right inside Pakistan, where the terror camps will be destroyed. Indian armed forces are fully equipped to carry it out because they believe in
Yes.
protecting their own citizens. Swasti Rao, when Operation Sindoor, I mean, it all begins with Operation Sindoor, and of course, then there was that retaliation and aggression from Pakistan, another round which played out between India and Pakistan this morning. So, what is being communicated here? Do you think India has effectively managed to send that message that India can protect its citizens, and when it comes to seeking accountability and justice, that has happened?
Good evening, Maria. So very clearly, there's way too much conjecture in the air, and basically everybody is simply conjecturing and speculating. So we must sort of somewhere acknowledge the fact that nobody really knows either the military strategy or the factors that perhaps led to the decision that led to the two DGMOs, talking to each other. I mean, I would just be a little reserved and conservative and say that, yes, I do not know the whole situation. Nobody knows. We have had keyboard warriors, people coming and speculating things all last, 3-4 days. But frankly, we have to bear in mind that nobody really knows. We should be waiting for official sources. Now, secondly, you asked for my opinion. As far as my opinion goes, I think we have been unequivocally successful in conveying to Pakistan that this is not a country that believes in strategic restraint, especially when, a country like Pakistan that harbors terrorism into India as a matter of state policy, I mean, through its proxies, continues to raise the stakes. So what happened in Pahalgam is not okay and will not be tolerated. And that point has been made by Operation Sindoor, which were unprecedented. It was after 1971, the first ever time that we struck Pakistani so deep. Okay, so that is a point, and that is going to go down in history as one of the turning points in how India's policy towards war on terror, its own war on terror, has evolved. There are no doubts about that, and I'm 100% sure about it. Now, linking it to the other thing, which is that if you link it to the other picture, the larger picture, which is that a state which has a toxic mindset like Pakistan, we have to talk about their regenerative capacity to harbor terrorism inside India. Now, you may argue that whatever has happened by way of Operation Sindoor and the aftermath, and whatever led to the DGMOs exchanging a cessation of military activity, and I agree, there was a point here raised that the DGMO level is a different level. It is not even the chief of staff level. Okay, so those who don't know that it is tactical, and frankly, it should we should have waited for the political leadership to actually announce anything of substance, which might happen on 12th of May or not. We will have to see. But coming back, and let me just make this broader point about Pakistan's ability. See, one strike is not going to cure Pakistan of the mental illnesses. We have to raise the stakes, of course. We have to tell them that you don't dare do something like a Pahalgam again on us. But does that mean that we are also going to deter Pakistan from all the cross-border violations, targeting our paramilitary, military armed forces? Pahalgam happened in April 2025, but since 2023, we've been using men. Okay, so we have to sort of look at the broader security strategy and how we want to, do that. And to that, my simple point is, I think a much more constructive discussion that the strategic community can have now is that what are the key takeaways? Yes, we have to speed up our acquisitions. Yes, we have to. It has somewhere shown that indigenous platforms like Akash, they have worked wonderfully well. We have to, speed up our ATAG, productions. There are so many cases where we have excellent weapons that external countries are buying, but we are not placing enough orders. I think we have to look there. We have to double down, triple down. I don't know how to sort of pontificate on that, but we just have to get the drone acquisition in order. That is the future that has been shown. We have also seen that Pakistan seems to have some kind of an ironclad support from China and Turkey. And that is something that India should worry about, because I think what not a lot of people are talking about here is that by whatever happened in the last 4 days, to be precise, please understand that from the Chinese perspective, this was the first time that the Chinese weapons were being battle tested. So this is also a kind of a takeaway for the Chinese that they will be using for improving upon.
Ms. Rao, also Turkish drones, all those drones which were sent towards India yesterday, which were neutralized by our defense system, was Turkish in nature.
Yeah. I mean, of course, the drones were Turkish, and the little distinction here, Maria, is that while the Turkish, drones and technology have been battle tested in Azerbaijan and then in Ukraine, the Chinese weapons have not really been battle tested. This is the first time. So the Chinese are going to be learning their lessons very quickly. That's the first point. And the second point is, what about military satellites? Chinese have been helping the Pakistanis with a very precise mapping of the entire territory. Okay, we have to, that's what I'm saying. So the most constructive part of this discussion is that what do we need to do? We need to get our national security grid in order. We need to look at our vulnerabilities. And as far as Pakistan is a kind of a pariah state anyway. But The thing is that our key takeaway is going to take us longer in this larger battle against Pakistan. On the one hand, terrorism is only one part, but this is also Pakistan that is backed by China. And then we have a Bangladesh. So I think the larger strategic picture certainly needs to be kept in mind. And as for other things, I would rather wait for 12th of May and see what developments are made. But yes, the fact that military activity on land, air, and sea have been stopped from both sides, at least until the next talks happen, they are a welcome step. We surely, we have taught Pakistanis a lesson that they would not forget easily.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Swasti Rao, Ambassador Dogra, Elizabeth, and Lieutenant General Rajendra Singh. We are slipping into a short break. We have two newsmakers also lined up for you. A quick break and then we return.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
India announces ceasefire with Pakistan. Sources say that Pakistan DGMO initiated call today. Sources also say it was direct talks between India and Pakistan. Indian forces speak about the ceasefire, say Pakistan spread misinformation. India's response was measured and responsible. Government sources share details on India-Pakistan truce, say it is only conditional. Water and diplomatic actions and sanctions stay. Prime Minister Narendra Modi chairs a meeting with Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar.
That's huge. That is a biggie. It's out of it.
Gold Plus Clear Glass. Far ho ya near, sab kuch dikhe clear.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds. How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you
It's only operational in nature, which essentially means that the guns have been put down between the two nations. And as far as other areas are concerned, the sanctions against Pakistan, which is on trade front, on water front with regards to the Indus Water Treaty having been put on hold, will continue, is the big message that is coming in from this ceasefire which has been achieved, which is operational since 5 p.m. this evening. Of course, it was the Pakistani DGMO who sought that meeting with India, which was essentially a telephonic conversation initiated by them. Nazir Masoodi is joining us from Srinagar. Nazir, you know, as a journalist who has covered conflicts for years, what's your sense of the moment?
Well, ceasefire which is welcomed by one and all, and everybody was waiting for that. It is in nobody's interest to continue this conflict because there are never no clear winners in any war. And it has to end one day. Thank goodness it has ended sooner than later, and people have heaved a sigh of relief. But what it means politically, besides agreeing on ceasefire, which was announced by US President Donald Trump, and then there were two other statements by the Vice President, J.D. Vance, and then the Secretary of the State, where if there's an important thing, besides ceasefire, they have agreed to start talks on a broad set of issues at a neutral place. There would be different interpretation in Pakistan and India, that's obvious. But the fact is, when we talk about broad set of issues with regard to India and Pakistan, there are no prizes to guess what they are. So clearly, politics has started on this and will start. But till the time it was war against Pakistan or the war-like situation, fighting terror, entire country was united, backing the government. But we have already started seeing political opposition parties raising a red flag and questioning the government. That will start now, but that is like part of any democracy which is happening. But the important thing is that number one, that terrorists who are behind the killing of 26 people in Pahalgam, they are still at large. They have not been neutralized or tracked down so far. Number two, has India achieved the objectives it wanted to achieve after carrying out strikes inside Pakistan, or what followed later? There would be lots of discussions, talks, debates on this, what has been achieved, or the objectives which have been achieved, or were there any end game that was factored in before initiating this confrontation or attacking Pakistan. All these things would be factored in. People will talk about it. But for now, the big relief for the people that this war-like situation has ended, like effectively a war. Bombs will not fall in Srinagar, and people we can live, sleep this night without fear of, being attacked from Pakistan.
All right, so that's the good part of it, that citizens who have been facing the brunt, the civilians who have been facing the brunt can go home and have a peaceful sleep. Nazir, you can do the same. You have been reporting relentlessly for the last 2 weeks. Thank you so much for joining us. And joining us on the special broadcast is Dr. Harshvardhan Shringla, former Foreign Secretary and former Indian Ambassador to United States. Ambassador Shringla, really appreciate your time. I'm speaking to you at a time when just a few hours ago there has been a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Of course, that announcement came in from the US, and then India went ahead and shared the details as well. There were several countries which were supposed to be playing the role of interlocutors, believed to be, because of the Saudis arriving in India unannounced and then traveling to Islamabad. There was also this sense that Iranians could play the role as well.
No, absolutely. I think this is quite a sudden development. From what I understand, the Pakistan DGMO reached out to our DGMO and offered, a ceasefire. What we have is a stoppage of fire until the 12th of May and until the DGMOs meet. And so seems to be a sort of a temporary situation for the time being. But clearly, the Pakistanis have been prompted by the Americans, from what I can see, to take this step. Obviously, we have also been in touch. So it seems to be essentially, a combination of many factors.
Yes, would you also say, Ambassador, that India managed to communicate to the world rather effectively and emphatically that it can carry out an operation of this nature, which was called Operation Sindoor, and India managed to say that that when it comes to the second round, we saw the Pakistani military air bases being struck as well. So the message was loud and clear that how far can India go? India can go deep inside the mainland of Pakistan.
No, absolutely. I think Op Sindoor was a huge success from the point of view of a pinpointed strike against terrorists and terrorist infrastructure, both in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. It not only, in many senses, was, avenged the memory of those of our citizens who were killed, in a cold-blooded manner in Pahalgam, but also served as a very stern warning and deterrence to Pakistan against using terrorism as an instrument of policy. So it was, I would say, a very successful exercise. After that, Pakistan escalated the situation by using kinetic actions to target military and civilian establishments across the border from the north to the west, and continue to do that on two subsequent nights. I think we obviously met any such Pakistani action with very, very firm resolve and counter actions. And I think the result of all of that is that Pakistan fully realized that as their air defense and other systems get degraded, as their ability to maintain the supplies that would be needed for a conflict of this nature would dry up, they did, I think, feel the need to work out a sort of a cessation of conflict. And so you see this in the form of this stoppage of fire on both sides.
So you're calling it very carefully a stoppage of fire on both the sides here, Ambassador. And would you also not say that, Operation Sindoor was more than just a military response? It was a strategic resolve, a defining moment for what was India's modern security doctrine. Prime Minister Modi's political will and his leadership has to be spoken about in terms of what he did in trying to send that message that India has managed to send a message that it is about a swift, surgical and unapologetically assertive security doctrine now.
Absolutely. It means that there is a policy of Prime Minister Modi that every time you hit us, we'll hit you harder. So it happened in 2016, it happened in 2019, and it has happened this year. And God forbid, that any future actions are there. I think the gloves would be off. But what is important is to keep that pressure on Pakistan, keep it through the various diplomatic and economic means at our disposal, including the Indus Water Treaty provisions and many other means that we have. At the same time, I think we have to be very vigilant that Pakistan does not resort to cross-border terrorism again, and we have to have all the various measures in place, preemptive measures to ensure that they are kept in check in that regard.
A word on the role of the US. While there was a lot of anticipation as to what the Saudis could do, but the call that was made by Marco Rubio to General Asim Munir, was a message that that US understands who's really in charge and control of Pakistan.
Well, it's difficult to say because all the facts are not at our disposal, but everybody's done their bit to contribute in some ways to a better understanding of our position and to bring Pakistan around to understanding that there is no option for them but to climb down, from their position of escalating the conflict. But I think the final, of course, role was that of the United States, which is the preeminent power in the world even today, and they can bring the sort of pressures that are necessary to bear on a very recalcitrant I would say a state which is sometimes even outside the bounds of normal nationhood, to bring them in line.
How do you look at the role of IMF, which certainly, the sanctions in terms of what Pakistan managed to achieve through the IMF meeting yesterday? India abstained from the vote because the rules do not really permit a formal no, but India did convey its strong dissent that in terms of Pakistan military's role in the country's economic dominance, and how to expect any kind of transparency in the functioning of Pakistan may be expecting too much out of it.
Well, this is not the sanctioning of a loan or a facility. I think this is a tranche of an existing facility that was agreed to. So there is a 7 billion extended facility fund, out of which $1 billion was provided, and there is another, I think it's called a sustainability fund, for which another 1.3 billion was provided out of that existing fund that was already approved for Pakistan. I think there was not enough time for us to be able to lobby with the members to get a decision that was favorable. But I think we have made our point that Pakistan is can't be relied on with the proper use of its funds, and that there is a grave danger that the funds would be misused to support non-state actors, terrorists, and of course their military misadventures. I think if it comes up again, we should be able to make our point even more forcefully.
Okay, before I let you go, your final thought on what is appearing to be just a ceasefire at the moment. If there is an aggression from Pakistan, India will see that as an act of war.
Well, I would say that we haven't seen the end of this because, it is a stoppage of firing. But I think it all depends on Pakistan's, ability to keep its terrorists under check and not to indulge in any more, cross-border attempts at terrorism. And of course, as I said, I mean, the larger issue of dealing with Pakistan is still somewhere out there. We may not be involved in kinetic actions, but I think we will have to deal with the issue that is very much in our immediate neighborhood, which is how to deal with a country that's almost a failed state and one that is going to be a troublesome immediate neighbor.
Ambassador Shringla, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And joining us now on this broadcast is Dr. Mukesh Aghi, President and CEO of US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. Dr. Aghi, really appreciate your time. As someone who understands the domain of international institutions and trade, how do you look at the ceasefire that has now been confirmed and, of course, which is now in place since 5 p.m. today?
Well, you have to look at both from the perspective of Pakistan and India. For Pakistan, this is not a sustainable war. Its economy is in a mess, almost bankruptcy. IMF just gave them $1 billion+ as a loan to sustain itself. So it could not go beyond 1 week of high escalation with India itself. From India's perspective, we have to look at it has a robust economy which has crossed over $4 trillion in GDP. But more important is, as you see the recalibration of trades taking place, one thing it is important to understand that while the stress point between India and China, between US and China stays on and the tariff stays on up to 100%, India and the US will strike a trade deal and most probably around 10% tariff reciprocal tariff between the two countries. So what happens is it drives US companies to look at India as a next manufacturing site. So it is important that there is a sense of peace in the region. It serves India's interest in the long term. But at the same time, India has made it very clear to Pakistan that the cross-border terrorism is not tolerable anymore. And this is not just India. After October 7th, Israel made it very clear. The rest of the world made it very clear. So I think overall it is a plus point for India. India comes out ahead as far as the regional conflict goes.
And would you agree that India has managed to communicate rather effectively and forcefully to the world that, that it remains firm and its stand is uncompromising against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations? And Prime Minister Modi in particular has been speaking about anti-terror operations, and he has actually walked the talk through Operation Sindoor.
Absolutely. I think there is a level of tolerance which a nation can take. And I think India, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, has been able to take that. But I think he came out with a resolve, that is, we will basically destroy the terrorist camps in Pakistan. And the armed forces of India were quite effective in their endeavor to destroy those camps itself. But the message has gone out that I think if you want to punch back, India will punch back much, much harder. It sends a message that you cannot leverage non-state actors anymore to drive your foreign policy. So hopefully, I believe that Pakistan got the message. I think the message is very clear in Washington, D.C. also. DC realized that India has a resolve and it has to step in and convey to Pakistan it makes more sense to have a ceasefire than continue with the belligerent action against India.
Do you think the sanctioning of the loan, the announcement of which came in 24 hours ago, has questioned the effectiveness of institutions such as IMF, the International Monetary Fund, if they are actually funding terrorism in a way, because they are not really holding Pakistan accountable for all the money which is being given by institutions like IMF?
No, absolutely. You have to understand that this is a tranche of $7 billion loan which was sanctioned for Pakistan to have certain conditions on its deficit and on its exports and on its economic agenda itself. And I would not spend too much time or energy on $1 billion going to Pakistan, because as very, very small sum, it has not much of an impact. Yes, the messaging is very important. And I think India should basically endeavor to get back Pakistan on the gray list here. That will have a much, much stronger impact. And I think India did a very effective and efficient job communicating to the global community as to why it has taken the stance of fighting back terror. And I think that energy should be put into trying to put back Pakistan back on the gray list.
Would you say then that when India carried out Operation Sindoor 4 days ago, and it did tell the world that it's a victim of terror, Pakistan continues to be the aggressor here, and then it can actually fight back and protect its citizens?
I have to give credit to the Ministry of External Affairs. They basically went down with a very clear messaging to the global community, starting with the big fives down to the European Union and rest of the world. And the message was very clear. We are the victim, and we have been basically targeted on a religious basis. As Hindus, men were killed in front of their spouses and families itself. And this has to stop. And the world community came out supporting India's position. And more important, you have to understand is that when India retaliated, there was no objections from any of the countries. Yes, there were statements made that, hey, we need to get into some kind of a conversation. But at the same time, the world understood and empathized with India that it cannot continue to take in all these blows coming from cross-border terrorism to its citizens. So I think the Ministry of External Affairs and its team were very efficient, very effective in their messaging, and the message was conveyed. In fact, if you look at from President Trump down to France's president down to any other country. They came out supporting India's position to fight terror. And I think you have to understand very clearly the cross-border terrorism does not work anymore. We saw that after October 7th, how the Israelis went after the Hezbollahs, the Houthis, and Hamas itself. And I think India has to take the same position. So I would say the effectiveness of messaging by the Ministry of External Affairs to rest of the world was very, very successful.
Dr. Agi, and this is with regards to what Government of India sources are telling us, that this is a conditional ceasefire only on kinetic action, but as far as the trade, diplomatic and water sanctions are concerned, that is going to continue. How do you look at that development?
Which is true. I think basically, if you look at the overall strategy of India is basically to punish Pakistan. And yes, you do have immediate impact of destroying the terror camps. But in the long term, India has to very seriously look at the water diversion going into Pakistan, because unless there is some kind of a effective threat, which is economic, which has an impact on Pakistan, this process of the Pakistan army waging terror war in India will continue. So I think India has to seriously look at diverting the water. India has to seriously look at basically containing the trade, unless you have some change in behavior and posturing from the Pakistan side. Otherwise, I think what we'll see is continuous effort by the army to legitimize itself by invoking terror campaign on India. So I think we support, from that perspective, both economic and other aspect of punitive action by India to contain this terror.
All right, Dr. Mukesh Agi, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. That's all from me. Vishnu Shom joins you next to carry forward the news and updates.
तू ही तो है जिसकी सच्चाई वाली क्लैरिटी की वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ।
गोल्ड प्लस सिल्वॉक्सी मिरर्स, ऐसी क्लैरिटी कि आपको सिर्फ सच नजर आए, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाएं।
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and
Good evening, welcome to Left, Right and Centre. I'm Vishnu Shom. Today is a defining moment in the subcontinent's volatile history, we hope. Today, India and Pakistan, teetering on the brink of war, stepped back from catastrophe, agreeing to a ceasefire at 5 p.m. The United States played an important role, with President Trump announcing the breakthrough on Truth Social, claiming credit for mediating intense overnight talks. But make no mistake, direct communication between the Directors General of Military Operations was the linchpin. At 3:30 p.m., Pakistan's Director General of Military Operations reached out to India's, halting strikes and pleading for peace, a move underscored by America's pressure, tying Pakistan's IMF loan to compliance. This truce, born from the ashes of the Pahalgam terror attack, averts a military nightmare, yet tensions continue to simmer. There are some reports of firing continuing along the international border and the line of control. Presumably those will die down. Now, India's resolve remains ironclad. The Indus Waters Treaty, suspended after the attack, will not be revived. Government sources confirm all punitive measures, including trade and diplomatic sanctions, stay in place. As the Directors General of Military Operations prepare to talk again on the 12th of this month, the world watches, holding its breath. Peace hangs by a thread, but for now, courage and diplomacy, we hope, will have prevailed. A look at the headlines at this hour. India announces its ceasefire with Pakistan. The Director General of Military Operations from Pakistan initiated a call today. Direct talks have taken place between India and Pakistan. India says our response was measured and responsible in terms of the military actions we've taken today, and that Pakistan has consistently been spreading misinformation. Government sources say that the conditional truce is all that has been achieved, but so no firing at the moment, at least nothing sustained, but water and diplomatic actions do stay. The Prime Minister meets the National Security Advisor. Post the ceasefire, the Prime Minister meets all service chiefs. Well, joining us now, Air Vice Marshal Anil Khosla. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Firstly, sir, the broader theme over here, that quite unexpectedly, we have a ceasefire declaration between India and Pakistan. Did you expect this to happen so quickly?
Yeah, Vishnu, thank you for calling me. I am Marshal, not Air Vice Marshal.
Air Marshal.
Yeah, Vice Chief is the post which I retired, so it generally gets mixed up and becomes Air Vice Marshal. Yeah, so actually speaking, you're asking me whether I was expecting. I'll tell you frankly, I was telling all my friends yesterday that I think yesterday evening would have been called off. The Pakistan had an escape window available. They had, to their countrymen, they had, Pakistan Army had enough this thing to show, okay, I've done something, I can stand against India. And with that, moral this thing. He could have, I mean, there was a window still available. India was providing a window all the time. But I think they didn't take that window and decided to have one more boxing bout. And the last boxing bout, I think they realized that it is futile totally. And that's how it happened today. But I was expecting it yesterday.
Air Marshal, the number of air bases of Pakistan that we hit, pretty much all of them, including Skardu today, there is visible damage on runways in some of the Pakistani bases. The fact that we attacked their main, air base near Rawalpindi itself quite successfully, would continued military operations by the Pakistan Air Force have really been possible with the condition that we've left some of their facilities in?
Yeah, so we caused a considerable damage as reported by various sources. But time will tell actually what is the damage, and the whole fog of war, when it clears up, things will come up. But that's what will happen now. The media war will start, that I caused this much damage and we caused this much damage, these many casualties, these many aircraft down. But the bigger picture we should not lose sight of. What is the effect of this, whatever we have exchanged blows with each other? Has Pakistan learned a lesson? Will they change their policy of, pleading India by 1,000 cuts, supporting the terrorism? And the major thing is, what next if another attack happens? Like India has articulated very clearly in this ceasefire that any other further terror act will be treated as an act of war. So what next? Because we've been increasing the punitive action, the strategy of punitive strategy. So what next? Straight away, any the trigger happens, straight away war or what? So these are the issues we need to think about in a bigger picture.
Militarily, I think let's reflect on what happened today. Intense explosions, Srinagar, Jammu, Rajouri, Aknur, further down, Pathankot certainly. And yet our defenses were resilient. Our surface-to-air missile units, our anti-air artillery. How significant were the defenses that we had in preventing anything substantive by way of damage?
Yeah, so if you notice this time, so far the ground forces didn't have eyeball-to-eyeball sort of a contact and skirmishes, except for exchanging of fires across the LOC and IB, which was done very nicely by the army, destroying quite a few of the bunkers and other infrastructure near the LOC and IB. But most of the things were fought or punches were thrown at each other through the medium of air. In terms of long-range vectors, in terms of drone, whether for surveillance or with the armed. In the last bout, even the missiles were used, slightly higher weapons. So I think we were able, with our air defense did quite well, the integrated air defense, and not only kinetic, even non-kinetic anti-US systems, anti-drone systems. I think overall we did quite well. And the Indian air defense is growing as per the challenges which is facing. And I think if we continue, we are on the right path as far as strengthening and capability building of air defense is concerned.
Air Marshal, as we speak, there are some, worrying signs we're getting from Jammu and Kashmir. There have been ceasefire violations which have been reported, with the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah tweeting what the hell just happened to the ceasefire, explosions heard across Srinagar. So one would hope that these simmer down, that these die out. Perhaps the message hasn't gone through everywhere. Your initial reactions to the fact that there have been quite a few reports at this stage on ceasefire violations. Do you expect this to end?
So, as you rightly pointed out, maybe the information has not gone down to the last man. Or maybe some trigger-happy people are there who, in spite of this thing, are ignoring the on the pretext that we don't know as yet, or whatever it is, whatever the reason. In case it increases, then there is a problem. But if it dies down, it's good. And I'm sure that the hotlines are active now. And if it continues even at a smaller scale, the DGMOs and will talk and sort it out amongst themselves.
The warfare that we saw, the air warfare, is unprecedented in the subcontinent. Drone warfare, like elsewhere in the world, is now one of the dominant themes. Could you reflect on how the nature of the air battle between India and Pakistan has fundamentally altered warfare per se, in the subcontinent?
Yeah, so main difference is that, the initial attacks are by the long-range vectors and drones and rockets and either precision or otherwise, and long range also of different ranges, and idea is to overwhelm the enemy's air defense. And similarly, on the other side, the air defense side, it is becoming multiple umbrellas, integrated air defense is the word which is being coined by the strategists, which means is that you have sensors of various ranges and integrated with the weapons of various ranges, and these are all networked together, and you have some sort of artificial intelligence to give you some decision support metrics. So that is where air defense is heading, and not only subconventional, conventional, as well as hypersonic threats, as well as space threats. So air defense umbrella is really, expanding in a big way. And the air warfare, beginning, it happens with these long-range vectors. In case of a ground action, then the whole full-fledged conventional war starts. And what happens, like even in Russia, Ukraine, if you see, when the stamina runs out, then it becomes a long drawn, boxing match where both the boxers are tired, but they keep punching one another. So you do some action with long range vector, and then the opposition does a punitive strike with the long range vectors and missiles. So that is what long drawn affair it becomes.
All right, again, these reports of ceasefire violations coming in, explosions heard in Srinagar as well. Again, we just hope that this dies down and that there are no forces in play in Pakistan who are, without coordination with their military leadership carrying all of this out. So that's something that's a bit of a concern. Do you believe, sir, at the end of it all, despite the way in which the Air Force acquitted itself in hitting terrorist targets, including the initial attacks a few days back, there are learning lessons as well?
Yeah, there are many lessons will come out, and I think all the forces will be dissecting the whole events which took place in the last 3 or 4 days, and detailed inventory of lessons will be, and they will be activated. But the issue which you brought out of these reports which are coming in, I only hope that it is not sponsored by the crazy, Pakistan army, which even after declaration of ceasefire by whatever means, and they're not doing it intentionally. I only hope that.
Well, there's a blackout in Firozpur, Hoshiarpur and Pathankot. Some reports of several explosions in Srinagar at this stage as well. We'll try and get NDTV's Shiv Arur up in a little while from now, but just sticking by the terms of the agreement itself. What do you make from the fact, sir, that the Indus Water Treaty remains in suspension? There has been no effort to resume the diplomatic relationship. Do you believe that India continues to hold fairly significant leverage over Pakistan?
Yeah, so thing is, only ceasefire has been declared as yet. There have been no talks, there have been no discussions as yet. So once a ceasefire, like you're saying, you're yourself saying the whole lot of reports coming of this thing. So you can't trust the enemy. The trust has been totally broken. So it will take some time to the trust to build up, and also negotiations to take place for the things which have been done, and other means, economically, diplomatically. It's a multi-domain operation, and all those actions which have been taken to reverse it, it will not happen just by declaration of ceasefire. So I think we'll have to wait and see the trust-building measures. We'll have to see what Pakistan is doing, and thereafter, talk if they succeed. Then only slowly, gradually, the things will come back to normal, if at all.
All right, sir. Lovely to speak to you. Thanks very much for being with us. I'm joined at this stage by Daniel Block, Senior Editor of Foreign Affairs and a contributing editor at the Washington Monthly, Kawal Sibal, former Foreign Secretary, General Subroto Saha, former member of the National Security Advisory Board, and General Raj Shukla as well. Thank you all very much for being with us. General Saha, let me come to you first. At this stage, there's this concern about ceasefire violations, and the only reason we are bringing this up is because it's not insignificant at this stage. Multiple explosions in Srinagar, apparently some drone activity as well. Could this simply be, elements of the Pakistani armed forces not having gotten the message so far?
Well, Vishnu, firstly, thanks. Secondly, I must tell you this small violations here and there. Let's not get distracted by them. There could be elements who do not want to obey orders and who have got so charged up, and there could be those who are ignorant of what is happening on the top. But there are larger issues here which we must be, discussing in this forum now. Historically, let's not get away from the fact that as a nation, we seem to be frittering away military gains, whether it was in 71 or in 99. What happens now, we'll have to wait and see. In a show earlier today, I'm glad you had brought out this point, will the terrorist infrastructure get dismantled because of what has happened? It's a big question. Will talks and terror go hand in hand because of what is happening? It's a very big question. The point is, we seem to have agreed to what the US wanted us to do. Now, how are we going to leverage this concession that we have made to the US? Let's make no mistakes. We have made a concession to the US. How are we going to leverage it in the context of the Indo-US Defense Technology Partnership? Because we have to be better prepared for the next time. Let's not forget, if today we have made an announcement that any act of terror is going to be an act of war in the future, i.e., we have to have the ability to retaliate at a much quicker pace than what we have done this time around. So leveraging this for the future, to my mind, is most important. The next thing we must tell the United States that, look, we are the only country that has been able to draw a range of Chinese arsenal into this so-called war that we have gone through. So look, we have brought in front of you what Chinese technological capabilities can or cannot do on the battlefield. So these are huge, contributions we have done to the larger geopolitical context, or the larger context of warfare, if you will. So, and let's not forget, we have actually bailed out Pakistan. I mean, okay, fine, a small component of this, which I think you have alluded to earlier in one of your programs today, that the liver seems to have been that the release of the IMF fund. Well, by all means, that is true. But how has India helped Pakistan? We have prevented them the cost of the war. We have helped them by saving the potential cost of hitting at their economic targets. I mean, the fact is, because of all this, Munir has been spoken to by the United States. When they spoke to their prime minister, he could do nothing. Now, Munir has been spoken to, he has taken the decision. We have elevated Munir's status within Pakistan and made him, larger than life. That radicalized, deranged chap has been given larger than life status because of India. So now the point is, we have helped Pakistan, we have, helped the US, given them this status of being able to mediate. How are we going to leverage it? I think these are issues that we need to consider and see how we want to now exploit them, now that the situation on the border, sooner or later it will calm down. Having said that, past experience of ceasefire, when Pakistan has announced it himself, Musharraf had announced a unilateral ceasefire. For all of us who have served on the line of control, you have met me several times on the line of control.
Yes.
You know how fragile that ceasefire that Pakistan announces. On the line of control, the ceasefire that they agree or they announce has virtually, literally no meaning. So let's take it for whatever it is worth. Let's try and stabilize the situation for whatever it is worth. What impact it will have on the terrorist infrastructure, I have my serious doubts. But then, as I said, let's leverage the situation for what it can do to help us to deal with acts of terror in the future. Thank you.
Jalsa, thanks very much. I'm joined by Shiv Arur in Srinagar. Shiv, these very disconcerting reports coming in of explosions in Srinagar now, ceasefire violations. In fact, we've got these images. It's happening now. Those are tracer bullets up in the skies. It's been a day when we've seen intense fighting, and then there has been so much hope, and yet explosions once again. Shiv, what's happening?
Vishnu, for the last 20 minutes, there have been engagements in the airspace not very far from where we're reporting here in Srinagar. Omar Abdullah, the chief minister,